Diary of the Former World's #1 Raising a Minor Character. Volume 6 by Sawamura Haruta. Translated by Carrie Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. The Holy Saint Arc. Chapter 111. A New Daily Life. Morning. As I went down to the living room a little later than usual, for some reason I found two men sitting at the dining table. "Oh, good morning, Second San." HMPH. A cheerful young dog beast man greeted me, and next to him a beautiful elf with light blue hair only spared me a nihilistic glance. They were Capito and Nil. That's right, come to think about it. I remember they were drinking way too much last night. No. Let's not remember that. Morning, Capito-kun. And that's quite a horrible greeting, don't you think, Nil? Hey, why are you already dropping the honorifics with me? Yeah, sure. You're the little master of the Viceroy family, aren't you? Yet I heard you did quite the number on one of my toilets to the point it won't be usable for 7 days. You bet I'm dropping honorifics. Bastard, are you trying to mock my household? You're making it quite easy. Both of you, please stop fighting this early in the morning. It's annoying. While I was sarcastically commenting on Nil's terrible attitude, Sylvia also came downstairs without me noticing her, and proceeded to stop us. Sure. I suppose we were being quite noisy this early in the morning. Still, you're wrong, Sylvia. This is my house. I'll just say it outright. Aren't you being a little too harsh on me? After all, you also know what this guy did last night, right? Yeah, this guy. The puke elf. Iko, who had just come back from her morning walk, pointed at Nil as soon as she walked into the living room, and loudly called him out. That's right, this guy is the puke elf. You little shit, you're not talking about me, are you? You. Oh, oopsie. Iko, who seemed to have spoken out involuntarily, tried to now feign ignorance, her gaze swimming up to a corner as if to say, it wasn't me. You're lying. Didn't you totally point at me? And I am the only elf here. How dare you? How dare you? A beast folk call out a proud elf. Apologize, huh? There's no way, right? Immediately after that concern came to mind, Capito, who sat right next to Nil, spoke out. Nil-san, don't you remember? Remember what? About last night. You. Last night? Yeah, seems like he doesn't remember. Oh God. I can see where this attitude is coming from if he doesn't remember that. Oh, you poor thing, Nil. Last night you were so shocked that Alpha had ignored you that you drank to the point of getting totally smashed, cried your heart out to every single participant in the party. You also pushed away every servant who rushed to help you, vomited all over the party venue, and finally blacked out atop a table. I'll tell you everything in detail. Don't worry. Why, you're joking? Nope. Everyone in the party remembers it very clearly. He suddenly became very quiet. Most likely he was starting to remember bits and pieces. His complexion slowly grew paler and paler. As for me, I'm glad I drank a potion. I remember Capito muttering similar words yesterday after drinking a detox potion before he got too drunk, and just after seeing Nil totally smashed. As for Nil, his expression grew into one of despair. In any case, let's have breakfast. Section. See you later, guys. Take care. Thank you for inviting us. Let's meet again. Second San. Second saw Capito and Nil off, after having eaten breakfast. While Capito bowed and exchanged words with Second, a smile on his face. Nil, on the other hand, remained silent. Nil was deep in thought. Going back home, where the Viceroy household had no place for someone like Nil. The Viceroys had no need for a weak man who was defeated by the daughter of the fresh-off-the-farm promenade household, legitimate heir or not. In that case, what should he do after leaving his home? His personality into account, Nil's reputation in the public eye was extremely bad, but even so, it was hard for him to easily abandon his high pride, built over 128 years of being raised in a famous family, highly respected for its magic. He wasn't sure anyone would even hire him. In fact, Nil's pride wouldn't allow him to be hired by others. Then, should he use his skills in magic and register with the Adventurers Guild and live his life as an adventurer? Nil considered this the greatest shame. To him, adventurers were hermits fighting monsters in the dirt, covered with sweat and mud. It wasn't something a noble elf like him would do. Damn. Nil felt disgusted. Disgusted by his house, by society, and more than anything, by himself. The false pretenses he had been putting up until now would no longer work after last night's incident. No, he was slightly aware that even before then they weren't really working. How should he live from now on? While he felt troubled by such problems, Second said a few words to him. Hey, what are you going to say now? Nil braced himself. He had caused him a great deal of trouble with last night's incident, so he was prepared to hear a complaint or two. You can come to visit us anytime. You're free anyway, right? Nil opened his eyes wide in surprise at the two unexpected words. You can come to visit. This was the first time in his life that he received such words. Most of the time, those who Nil had to deal with were just all smiles and tried buttering up to him with social pleasantries while deep down thinking let's not meet him again. Nil always looked at them with cold eyes, but the case with Second was very different from the rest. With his hands in his pockets, he casually said come visit us anytime, so out of nowhere that Nil had trouble thinking how to react. If he intended to be kind or sympathetic, there were better words for that. He could have said something like I can help you get a job, or why don't you become an adventurer? Or even what are you going to do now? Are you going to be alright? That would have been fake kindness. Of course, if he had said something along those lines, Nil would have no doubt exploded with rage. He still had his tiny sliver of pride to protect and would have exposed his misplaced hostility towards Second. But what about those? The words Second said were clearly meant with true intention. You are free anyways. If anything, those words were rather mocking. Nil should have been furious at that mockery, saying something like screw you. However, for some reason, Nil felt a surge of excitement. The unpretentious promise to simply come to visit felt somehow comfortable, like something one would say to a friend. Yeah, barely a single word. Nil simply replied with a yeah and a nod. Turning his back to Second, who was seeing him off, he tried to hide his reddened face. It's okay to come again. With these thoughts in mind, Nil set out on a journey to a new daily life. Section. Master, as for your schedule for today. Immediately after Capito and Nil went back, Yukari came to talk to me in a matter-of-fact tone. Did I have any plans for today? I suddenly remember while listening to her. Murati is coming in the morning. He wants to hear about lightning attribute magic and magical magic. Alpha apparently left a message saying that she will definitely visit house firstest when the mess with her house is cleared. Klaus said he will visit when he qualifies for the Essenza tournament, and Alfredo and the Mix sisters said they would visit tomorrow afternoon. Again, this too was left as a message. Why were all messages given to Yukari instead of me? Am I really that forgetful? First of all, I would like to report on the current situation of Caramelia in the capital. Since the enactment of the Caramelia Control Law, the Third Night Order has intensified its patrols and a considerable number of distributors have been terminated. No signs of smuggling have been discovered so far. What about the addicts? Although the source of their addiction has been eliminated, they still seem to exist in large numbers. No effective treatment has been established as of yet. Is that so? I guess it wouldn't be that easy. Considering that our head chef Savro has yet to recover, it seems finding a treatment is hard. Next, it's about the investigation on the survivors of the R6. Are you having trouble with it? Yeah, but there's a lead. We got an inside clue from the investigation of the IV Corps, led by Winfield. Seems that during the suppression of the righteous bandits, one of them crossed over to the sacred country Kamel. Really? That was a long time ago. Yes. We still don't know if she's alive or dead. Her name is Rei, 18 years old. She's the only daughter of the boss, Raimuzuma, a woman, and to the sacred country Kamel, of all places. Most women in that country live as nuns. It would also be impossible for her to escape the strict surveillance of the Kamel Church unless she was extremely fierce. If she's alive, she is probably still in Kamel. All right. This time, I will investigate. As you wish. While I'm at it, let's look for in addition to the saint. I still owe it a Cubero and Besaid. And last but not least, this month's expenses were 389,310,000 CL. The current balance is 5,646,930,000 CL. Isn't that a lot more than usual? I guess Sylvia and Iko's special training, alongside the Triple Crown celebration party, cost a lot of money after all. In addition, there's also the potions and equipment purchased for the servants at the top ranks, and the expansion and renovation of the servants' quarters. Right. Forgot about that. Please don't forget something that costs over 100 million. Seems she's angry. Since the servants themselves are motivated to earn experience points, there is no reason for me not to invest in them. The servants' mansion was also getting a little cramped, so we enlarged it to now accommodate about 500 people. I think the total cost was about 180 million CL. And since it costs a little less than 200 million a month for salaries, food, maintenance, and various other expenses, I'd say the expenses for this month were within a reasonable margin. Looks like I still can take it easy and not make money for a while, but I don't know what the future holds. Maybe I should find some free time and earn a lot of money. Second she. Oops. Seems like the stuffy-looking guy came. He's banging on the front door and calling out my name loudly. Quiet down, I'm coming now. Just wait. Sorry. I'll wait. Having finished my conversation with Yukari, I went to the front door. Sure enough, there was a sweaty fat guy with glasses waiting for me. Former issue, Murati Tricolorai. Come on, let's go inside. I'm so excited. I've been looking forward. I haven't gotten a wink of sleep for a week. Overdramatic, Murati was in high spirits, as usual, his glasses fogged up and a huge smile on his face as steam came out of his body and up the cold winter sky. He's rude, overfamiliar, annoying, and there shouldn't be anything good about him, but for some reason, I just can't seem to hate him. I guided Murati to the living room and had him sit opposite to me. Yukari served tea to Murati in an experienced-looking manner. Well then, which one do you want to hear about? When I suddenly cut to the chase, Murati drank the tea in one gulp and opened his mouth. Foo. Then, let's talk about lightning attribute magic. Chapter 112 Otaku Discussion. Lightning attribute magic? Please, by all means. Placing his hands together in front of his face, Murati responded while then bowing down his head. Shall I bring you something cold? Yukari asked Murati while I wondered where should I start with. He drank the hot tea all at once, so maybe he was thirsty. That's very thoughtful of her. Lee. Do. What? Paul say, do. Murati looked quite different from when he was talking to me. He was shrinking back, staring down at the table and nodding with a small, breaking voice. There was no shadow of the familiarity he normally used with me. Are you for real? No. It's just, I'm embarrassed to say that I can only talk properly with those that are close to me. Does he think of me as an otaku friend? Forget that. Let's speak about the lightning attribute magic. Oh, okay, got it. Just give me a minute. This guy, seriously, for him, first comes magic, then magic, and lastly magic. I heaved a sigh, then opened my mouth to speak. First of all, I have my doubts about whether or not you can learn lightning attribute magic, but I think it's impossible, as I thought. However, it's not 100% impossible. I think it's more about 99.9% impossible. How? The reason I think so is because of the spirits. If you're lucky enough to summon a spirit that handles lightning attribute magic, that means there's a chance! The moment I mentioned the word spirit, Murati's eyes opened wide. He then kicked his chair back and quickly leaned forward. Do you know a spirit that goes by the name Anglemas? Of course, I know it. That's the only lightning attribute spirit. I heard it's the ruler of the spirit world. I've read about it in books. Okay, calm down. I learned lightning attribute magic the second time I summoned Anglemas. I learned all of them, from 1st to 5th form. After I felt as if I had become one with Anglemas, I then realized I had mastered them. I knew it. Whoa. Murati expressed his agreement with a fist palm banging gesture, constantly nodding. Did you notice something? I'm currently studying the relationship between magic and spirits. I've come to the conclusion that spirits have nothing to do with the power of your magic or the aptitude of your attributes. Well, of course, the power depends on your intelligence, and there should be no such thing as an aptitude for magic attributes in the first place. The only factors that affect your aptitude for magic are your race and growth type. Growth type. Oops, that slipped out. Oh well, I'll just tell him. People are born with things they are suitable and unsuitable to do. You can tell to a certain extent by looking at the growth of their status. Second she, you're almost like a library of knowledge. There's one more question I want to ask. Sure. Ask me when you see fit. Before that, you were going to tell me about your conclusion, right? Yeah, that's correct. I was about to come to the conclusion that magic and spirits have nothing to do with each other, but then I discovered something. Mental interference. Mental interference? Oh, I see. This is an approach that would have been impossible when Mobius was a game. This is quite interesting. Recent studies in the spiritual field have shown that spirits can infiltrate or even interfere with the mind of the user. This brings not only positives, in the form of allowing telepathic communication with said spirit, but also negative aspects, such as the user's personality changing completely due to the merging of thoughts with the spirit. And among the many cases, there have been confirmed cases of influencing the magic of the user. Murati spoke excitedly without pausing for breath. As soon the talks steer towards the topic of magic, he is all eloquence, but still, mental interference from the spirit. Certainly, Angelmas seems to always understand what I'm thinking. Is there a chance it also happens in the opposite direction? Telepathy is basically a two-way street. Not only the spirit is infiltrating the mind of the user, but the user should also be able to infiltrate the mind of the spirit. If only a little, right? That's right. As expected of you, second she, to notice something like that. And you can also use telepathy, right? I'd like to head directly from you. Up until now, I've only read about it from books and documents. Even though you call it telepathy, it's not like an actual conversation, but I can understand what the spirit is thinking in the current moment. It's less of a chat and more like a sense of unity that allows us to read each other's consciousness at all times. I see. I have hypothesized that a user can infiltrate the mind of a spirit just as much or more than a spirit could. In that respect, second she, you're the person who embodies that hypothesis the closest at present. The user can do it equally or better than the spirit. Why do you think people can infiltrate the mind of a spirit better than a spirit? Because of spirit possession. Spirits can possess people, but people can't possess spirits. Obviously, people are the main subjects in this case. Therefore, a spirit cannot take in a person, but a person can take in a spirit. It's that simple reasoning. In my experience, I think it's the opposite. Infiltrating the mind is equal to being possessed. If people are really the main subjects, they should take over the spirit. But if you take over the spirit, it means you are possessing the spirit. But that would mean the person is not the main subject. The other way around. I hadn't thought about it that way. Reverse. This is just the relationship between me and Angelmas. But probably Angelmas has infiltrated my mind many times over. It seems as if he was reading my memories and knowledge like a novel. He didn't seem to understand most of it, but he has read every inch of my mind to the point he can share some knowledge that only I could know. But on the other hand, I know almost nothing about Angelmas. The only thing I know is that I got lightning attribute magic. In other words, the spirit is superior in infiltrating the mind. Infiltration then means being possessed. Therefore people take in spirits. When I told him my opinion, Murati placed his hand on his flabby chin and began to mumble something while deep in thought. Then, after some tens of minutes of contemplation, we arrived at a new tentative conclusion. My new hypothesis is, the magic given by the spirits is the price paid for their mental interference. I see. Is there anyone else aside from me who had been given magic from a spirit? As far as I know, there have been 3 people. All of them from ancient documents. 2 were given up to the 3rd form, and 1 was given up to the 4th form, each of them being the same attribute as the spirit. And the most notable part is it was recorded all 3 of them used telepathy. Is it rare for a summoner to use telepathy? It is quite so. At present only you, second she, and the previous Ryu, Vogue, can do it. Oh, that attractive elf too? Since you've been given up to the 5th form, second she, the degree of mental infiltration, which you described as a sense of unity, fits perfectly with the hypothesis. You mean to say that the price Angelmas paid for infiltrating my mind was up to the fifth form of lightning spells? No, I think that was a side effect. If a spirit tries to dig deeper into the mind of the user, the more skills and knowledge, such as magic, will be automatically shared. However, I am not sure what triggers a spirit trying to infiltrate the mind of the user. Certainly, if the user can be given magic, why not just give it to them? Is there a reason why it cannot be done so freely? Does it vary from spirit to spirit, or is it arbitrary? I'll just have to ask him. What? Since it was too much trouble to just keep on this guessing game, I opted for the quickest method. Using spirit summoning, I called that great king forth. What is it? My second. Angelmas, the great king of the spirits, who had neutral face and voice, appeared flamboyantly behind me among an aura of rainbow colors, wearing his usual ostentatious clothes. Murati stood shocked still, his mouth agape. This is probably the first time he's seeing him at such close range. Well, I too was certainly fascinated by his otherworldliness at first. However, that was only at first. Hey, what's with this unbearable smell? Who's the one who let pigs into the house? Well, he's always like this, so I'm already used to his attitude. Pig? I don't see any other pig beside you, fatso. Still, how weird, for them to wear clothes and even glasses when they are just some farm animals. Times surely have changed. More. Please abuse me more. What? So now even pigs can speak words? Shut up, you swine. Don't casually talk to me, you stupid pig. Pigs should just squeal as pigs do. What the hell is this? I ignored Murati, who started to squeal with an ecstatic expression, and spoke to Angelmas. Say, can I ask you something? Whatever do you need? Remember when I learned lightning attribute magic? What was that? That was because we're compatible. Compatible? Correct. The more distant one is from the world of the living, the closer they are to the spirits. And you, my second, being a deviant, would end up swallowing any normal spirit. That's why the spirit you could use had to be me, the Great Spirit King. Our encounter was inevitable, so our meeting was a fated one. Still, more distant from the world of the living. Then, in other words, having died once? You could put it like that. Then, that would be the deviation. The spirit world, so to speak, is the space between this world and the next. Only those who look at death in the eyes and bet their lives get to mingle with us spirits. So that's the answer. Murati's hypothesis was largely correct, but still, half of it was wrong. It seems that regardless of the spirit's will, the higher the irregularity of the spirit user, the more the spirit interferes with their mind, that is, the more it infiltrates their mind and is taken in by the spirit. And in this process, the spirit's magic is also shared. I offered my gratitude saying thank you, and used unsummon to send back Angelmas. So he says, did you understand? He already went back. Yes. Say no more. I understood, Murati replied sharply, looking as brilliant as a sage. Apparently, he got a satisfying answer. Good for him. All right, then on to the next topic. Oh man, I've been waiting for this. Magical magic. Oh, a alien. Having said that, what I did was putting together the info on how to learn it in this paper. You can read it later. Put together? On paper? You don't want it like that? No, it's not that. It's just that the number of family heirlooms keeps increasing. I was wondering what should I do? It's just a paper note, no need to treat it as an heirloom. Well, whatever, so long as he's happy with it. There are 3 types of magic skills: combine, synergy, and charge. This time I only explain the condition to learn combine in its entirety. As for the remaining 2, I only gave you a hint. I figured doing it like this would be more interesting to this guy. Seems like my plan was right, and Murati smiled brightly like a little kid receiving a surprise present. He carefully grabbed the paper with trembling hands and began to read it with a look of excitement unbecoming of a man in his mid-30s. Mew ho ho. Oh ho ho. Foo. In addition, an unpleasant sound came out of his mouth. It was so unpleasant that I had to interrupt him to shut him up. Is it really that much to make you do that weird voice? Yes, yes. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say this is akin to an erotic book for magicians. If so, then please go home and read it there. Guess I can do that. Murati stood up with a creepy laugh, gahi. Then put the paper away in his inventory. He looked fidgety and restless as if he couldn't wait to get home and read what was inside. See you later. I had fun today. As we walked out the door and parted ways, I said goodbye with a smile on my face. It was a refreshing feeling. It felt like back in Mobius, when I was lecturing the newer members of the team, so it reminded me of the old days. But not only that, I found Murati's analysis and his different way of thinking from Mobius quite interesting. I also had fun. Well, then, until next time, Murati stammered to reply, bowed down, then saluted and left. Looking at his big, round back, I thought it was still a long way away from the time when I could happily talk to him about topics other than magic. I've got high hopes for the summer issue tournament section. In the end, those two talked like maniacs for 8 hours straight without even eating. If I'm not mistaken, Master was teaching magic to the leading expert in magic research. Sylvia and Yukari exchanged words while looking at the back of Second as he stood in the doorway, a look of dumbfounding on their faces. The pair thought to themselves maybe he's an otaku. However, they didn't voice it out. In all ages, those who amass huge fortunes are often geniuses with weird obsessive interests. Certainly. He's almost like a person who takes action, with a unifying force, decisiveness, creativity, unshakable and unswayed by others. Certainly, or rather, isn't he totally like that? Certainly. If being an otaku wasn't a drawback, then what was? The pair began to think playfully. A downside would be that he's a bit too fierce in combat. He's too strict with others, but more than anything he's more strict on himself. I'm always worried about what he would do. And he's occasionally a bit childish. Moreover, he's also a bit teasing, and he has a foul mouth at times. And he gets angry easily when he doesn't like something, and he dotes over ego a lot. He's forgetful. That melancholic profile is wonderful. He always has me on the edge whenever we meet someone new, thinking he'll say something rude. And that sharp gaze is a sight to behold. Plus, his sense of money is really weird. His voice, his back, and his cleanly groomed fingertips. He's surprisingly stingy with the weirdest things if you think about it, but for all that's worth, he's a very kind man. Hey, Yukari. Since earlier, you've been saying things that aren't faults of Second Dono. What about my faults, Sacred? A voice called from behind Sylvia. Looking over her shoulder, she could see Second standing there. Well then, I'll excuse myself. I have dinner to prepare. Not fair. Yukari. Chapter 113. Love Letter from Kamel. The next day, on this day, I had an appointment with Alfredo in the morning. As the prize for the bingo game, I'm supposed to give some advice to the Mix sisters, who have now become Alfredo's apprentices. I thank you in advance for today. A man in the prime of his life gave his greeting with a beautiful bow after entering the entrance door. He's Alfredo, the blind archery. Will be in your care. Behind him were the big sister D and the younger sister J. Both of them had a disapproving look as greeted me in passing. All right, let me then give you some quick advice right away. I took the three of them and walked around the house, instead of inside. The trio followed me with surprised expressions on their faces. Perhaps they thought the advice I'd give them wouldn't be practical. I bet not. Only amateurs can improve dramatically with theoretical knowledge. From that point onwards, it's a steady process of accumulation. Alfredo told me to give you advice on how to defeat Auntie. That's fine and all, but as things stand now, there's something you girls are overwhelmingly lacking. Do you know what that is? As we moved to the back, I asked them. The first person to respond was the little sister. Is it time? 6 months aren't enough to win against Mars. To win against Auntie Kaisenzu. Wrong. When I bluntly rejected her answer with a smirk, Jay glared at me. The big sister. What's your answer? I'm called D. What's your answer? Kaisenzu knows all too well our hands in and out. We need to come up with a different strategy. I'd say 70% correct. That's certainly necessary, but it's not the most overwhelming element needed at the moment. It's something to consider only after everything else is set in place. The big sister seems to be somewhat more promising than the younger sister. So long as she thinks she can do it if she takes her time, she will never grow. I hope the elder sister is a good influence on her, otherwise, she will end up falling short. The correct answer is aim power. I waited a few dozens of seconds and then told them the answer. Aim power refers to the ability to quickly aim and accurately hit a target with the arrow. Aim were participants in the Kaisenzu tournament, you know? Don't look down on us. It's just as Nasan says, that kind of basic foundation, we've long since. There it is. The pride, arrogance, and negligence of the sisters who live in their little castle of sand. You girls need to gradually work on rehabilitating that haughty, careless, and self-conceited attitude of yours. When I sighed and looked at Alfredo, he smiled back as if feeling my gaze. I suppose he'll take care of that. All right. We're here. After a 10-minute walk, we reached the shores of Lake Vanilla. This is a place where moving around poses no problem, as it is larger than the average playing field. However, the footing is quite bad. This place is full of patches of large and small gravel that make the ground unstable even when simply walking. What the hell are we going to do here? If it's some stupid crap, count me out already. Behind me, Dee simply tilted her head while Jay spat some aggressive words. I suppose it's natural. They heard it was advice, and I took them to the lakeside without any explanation. Today I'll teach you how to train your aim power. Watch me, remember it, then go home. That's all. Huh? Is it just a training method? Then I don't see how this is advice. If it's just training, we've already done plenty of it ourselves is probably what they're trying to say. There's nothing more stupid than continuing a wrong training. Do you mean the teachings of Master were wrong? No. Well, yeah. That's pretty much it. I was yelled at with more anger than I expected, so I just laughed in dismay. I see. It appears that Auntie's brainwashing education has had a bigger effect on Jay. Who do you want to believe? That old man that got messed up by me with only soldier archery? Or me, who beat him up using only soldier archery? I threw them a couple of choices as if testing them. By the way, the reason I was able to beat the crap out of that old man with only soldier archery was because of the difference in our aiming power. Fine, show it to us. That training method, Nasan? Jay, just think about it calmly. Maybe he's right. Maybe the Kaisenzu was really teaching us nothing but lies. But the current Kaisenzu is master. It was probably intentional that he lost to this man in the exhibition match and was just a stepping stone to winning in the summer. If so, then why did he abandon us? Why did he abandon his role as the mixed household archery instructor and disappeared somewhere? Why have we not grown stronger for decades? Nasan. Dee screamed as if all her pent-up feelings finally reached a breaking point. Jay, seeing her older sister like that, had no choice but to shut up. She must have wondered the same too. No, I'm sure there was always doubt at the bottom of her heart. Doubt about Auntie's many deeds. I'm sick of it. Wake up, Jay. We have to face what's in front of us head on. We have to stand on our own 2 feet. They might have been treated like children their whole lives, to not be independent, to listen to their elders, and to remain arrogant. At 99 and 81 years old, that's pretty terrible. That old bastard was good at using them. What the hell does he think about the lives of others? It really pisses me off. Well then, you ready? I'll show you step by step. I'll just set aside the sisters' quarrel for now, since that's not particularly relevant to me, and focus on today's objective. Time is limited. I want them to move forward as fast as possible. When I told them I was starting, they both turned to me and nodded. Seems they've reached the tentative decision to trust me instead of Auntie. Ideally you should hit the target at any distance, close range, medium range, and long range. No matter whether the target is moving or not, you should be able to hit it 100 out of 100 shots. That's what you should aim for. The training method is usually different for each distance, but in the past, I've developed a method that allows you to train for most distances evenly in a series. First, I'll show it to you, so you understand. Wait a moment. How far away is long range? And how can you assure a hit when both you and the other person are moving? No way, that's impossible. It might be possible to hit 9 out of 10, but there's no way to hit 100 out of 100. Huh. I get the feeling I've heard this before. It doesn't matter if you think it's possible or not. Do it until it becomes possible. That's what training is for. Even if your hit chance was 99%. Would you take the chance hoping not to get that 1% miss in a match that you can't afford to lose? If it's a fixed hit rate from a game system, it can't be helped, but that doesn't apply if the accuracy depends on the player. That's an element that can never be compromised, and one day, it will become a prerequisite. The world's top rankers were almost always as good or better than me. To win against those people, this had to become as natural as breathing. Until it becomes possible. That's asking too much. The two were quite pessimistic. I told them I would teach them how to make that a reality as much as possible, but they still say it's impossible before they even know what's this about. Is this also the result of their twisted education by auntie? Whatever, it's better to simply show it to them. This is how I used to do it. I'll only do one set, so you better take a good look. As I said this, I grabbed about 5 small stones from the ground with my right hand. Then, I threw them into the air directly above me with all my might. Because my strength is quite high, the stones were blasted pretty far up in the sky. Immediately after, I moved about 15 meters forward and then dashed clockwise from there. While observing the falling stones, I prioritized the ones falling faster and shot them using soldier archery one after the other. During this time, I didn't slow down even a little. The goal was to destroy all the stones before they touched the ground. Of course, I easily succeeded in this. 5 stones are pretty easy. It starts to get harder from around 12 targets. The interesting part of this training is the flexibility of the method to accomplish. You can aim at the stones while they're still high, or you can aim at them after they started to fall down. It would be easy to start with 1 or 2 stones and aim at them while they are at the top. How's it? It will become good training, don't you think? After finishing one set, I asked the mixed sisters. The pair was shocked still, their mouths agape. After calling out to them several times, their eyes finally regained focus. It was then Dee who first broke the silence. First of all, there's no way in hell we archers can throw a stone that high up, right? For a moment there, I could swear they reached the clouds. It's fine. You aren't going to do it with rocks after all. A frisbee? Oh, I see. They seem convinced. It's like a frisbee version of the ones used for clay pigeon shooting. Frisbees are cheap and can be bought in large quantities at general stores. They can also fly long distances without the need for high strength, and since they are also a large target, they are great for beginners. In any case, you're quite the monster. Hitting 5 falling stones while also running. To be honest, you're a freak. There it is again. Just because they can't do it, I'm automatically a monster. You just need to do it until you're able to do it. Then you'll be a fellow monster in the summer. Good for you, huh? As I responded laughing, the pair gave me a dumbfounded look. Then, after heaving a sigh, their faces turned serious. So, is it really that effective? This training? Yes, it is. I guarantee it. I've tried lots of different ones and this one is probably the most efficient. This training seems to be very simple, but it is packed with every necessary element to train archery aim. It has many more effects than you realize at first. Of course, I also taught Sylvia this method early on. Besides, I still use it to make adjustments to my aim, so I can guarantee the effects are outstanding. Well, you've been deceived before, so I can see where you're going. Do 50 sets a day. If you think that's not enough, then do 100 sets. Keep at it whether it rains or hails. Work it out as you see fit. Understood? Let's do it. I see. Then, how about you, Jay? If Nasan says so, all right then. This is the end of the advice. Good luck. I'll be cheering on you. With a clap of my hands, I declared the end of my guidance. Immediately, Dee turned to me with a surprised expression, then spoke with a challenging stare. HMPH, are you sure you won't regret cheering on us? You're that girl's mentor, right? That girl? Does she mean Sylvia? Come to think of it, they have that connection. What's with Dee? Already threatening Sylvia? Makes me want to sigh. What a shame. It will definitely be our Sylvia, the one who will beat up Auntie in the summer. You should think about how you can win against Sylvia, not how to beat Auntie. What? Then, what did you mean by those last words? That? I was being serious. I really want you to do your best, and I will be cheering on you. Second Sankan. When I returned their provocation with a provocation of my own, Alfredo, who up until now had been silently watching from behind, suddenly broke the silence. Please look forward to the Summer Kaisenzu tournament. That's right, from here on out, it's his job. Still, it makes me happy to hear him saying that. I have a principle of not saying the same thing twice, but let's make an exception. I responded to Alfredo while wearing a big smile. I'll be waiting. A letter? After Alfredo and the rest left, I was relaxing in the living room when Yukari suddenly brought a letter addressed to me. Let's see. I have no idea who would write me a letter. What's this? There's nothing but the receiver. Sylvia, who was sitting next to me, noticed something weird with the letter. She's right, the name of the sender isn't written. Then, I'll have to open the letter to know who it is from. Master, this seems to be a letter from the sacred country Kamel. Seriously? How can she tell if the only thing it says outside is to second firstist Sama? There are traces of it being opened and resealed again. Perhaps it has been censored. There's no other country that would do such a thing except for the sacred country Kamel. I see. They were checking who sent what kind of letter and to whom and where. Yeah, it totally sounds like something that country would do. It's completely disgusting. All right, let's open it. Me. Can I open it? Pretty please? Yes, you can open it. Yukio. I don't see what Iko finds so interesting about opening a letter, but she seems extremely excited. Plucking off the top part of the envelope, she pulled out a piece of paper folded in three. It begins with a seasonal greeting, then followed by a lengthy congratulations on your Triple Crown achievement. Who the heck is this person? As I continued reading, I found that around the middle part it became something along the lines of I would love to meet you in person to congratulate you. Seriously, who's this person? Let's see. What else? My daughter Renko in the monastery also wants to meet you. Master? Nope, I don't know them. For some reason, two reproachful gazes turned toward me. It's not like I have a wife in a different town. I really don't know any women by the name of Renko. Still, the sender of this letter seems to be very friendly towards you. Second dono. The fact it says my daughter Renko suggests it's her mother or father the one who sent this letter, and by the attitude towards a Triple Crown holder, it could be inferred that this person holds a considerable position. There's a name at the bottom. That's true. Amu. From your old friend, Framboise Eye. Framboise Eye. I've never heard of that person. Me neither. Same. Framboise Eye? Exclamation mark. Why does it say Framboise Eye? Master? Is there something wrong? No, that can't be. No. But still, there's no doubt. If I remember correctly, Framboise Eye was. I have to meet them. What? Then, that means you're going to the sacred country Kamel? Yeah. No matter that. Chapter 114 Setting Off. Who is Framboise Eye? Sylvia raised an obvious question. I wondered for a while how to reply, then set on a tentative answer. A man who should have been dead. The facial expressions on the trio stiffened. It would have been easy to say there was no way this was true, but nobody said anything. They must have believed me. And well, I said a man who should have been dead, but it's a bit different. It isn't the man who should be dead, and more like that character's name shouldn't exist anymore. He was there, that faithful day, among the 3,000 players who experienced the same as me. If I remember correctly, his world rank was about 200th. He was a heavy knight, as muscular as a gorilla, extremely manly, and with a playstyle that pushed raw power above all else. He was a taciturn, mature man who gave the impression he would look good with a cigarette in his mouth. A dandy character that, despite not being very popular among women, was quite admired by men. And even though he was like that, he always called me senpai, and would follow me wherever I went. I remember thinking he might be quite younger than his game avatar. If Fran, by chance, followed the same road as me, Could it be that this guy also reincarnated into this world in the form of one of his alt characters? Yukari, call Winfield as you wish. As I gave instructions, Yukari immediately performed spirit summoning to summon Winfield. At times like these, there's no use in overthinking stuff or worrying needlessly. For now, the first thing to do is understand the true meaning of this letter. Hello, Second San, long time. Yeah, long time no see. Sorry to bother you so suddenly, but for now please read this letter. What do you think? The gray-haired, tall, beautiful woman with hair in a two-block cut looked through the letter in about 30 seconds. She then turned towards me, and with her usual sleepy eyes, slowly opened her mouth. Maybe it's a fake name in order to get past the censors, wanting to celebrate the Triple Crown and all that, is fake. However, this nun, Renko, she might be the point of contact. Point of contact? Yeah, that's right. I think they really want to reach you and want you to contact her. Amazingly enough, my strategist immediately saw through the sender's purpose. Aside from that thing I can't really explain, there's one thing that worries me. So, you think they really want to see me? If so, then why not come to see me in the first place? I'm sure the other party is in a somewhat tight spot. I think they want you to go see them, or rather, they want your help. A call for help, huh? Yeah, it's evident. It might be very risky to send this kind of letter right now in that country. It might even be a gamble to set up a point of contact. So that's how it is. And that's how it is. In other words, the sender, who is claiming to be Framboy Izai, is currently at the heart of the Kamelian Church and in a position that could be endangered if the church gets wind of this letter being sent to me from them. Then I can guess is not a top position as the Pope or a cardinal, then maybe a deacon, their servant, a priest, or maybe even— well, I'll know when I see them. That leaves me with just one course of action. You were a huge help, Winfield. For the time being, I'll try to get in contact with this Renko girl. Anything for you. After expressing my gratitude, Winfield prepared to leave, hands waving fluttering, and a sleepy expression on her face. Then, at the last moment before Yukari summoned her, Winfield glanced at her, then winked at me and threw me a kiss. Wow, that kind of thing looked rather exciting. Second, you are going out? Yeah, but it's already night now, so maybe tomorrow morning. Isn't it important? Don't worry about us and just go. Sylvia and Iko said this, but I think deep down they didn't really want me to go. Their smiles were tinged with sadness. Having finished my promises with Murati and the Mix sisters, I was planning on teaching them the standard moves of the game plan starting tomorrow. These girls must still have fresh in their minds the regrets of their title battles, so they might be having a hard time just sitting still. Despite that, they cared and were smiling at me. All right, let's come back as soon as possible. Nodding to myself, I made up my mind. Sorry, I'll move up my schedule and finish the investigation of the sacred country of Kamel first. Let's get on with the special training after that. In the meantime, we'll do some self-training. I don't think it would hurt to get more practice on the basics, right? Only good things. I'll do that then. Afterward, let's see, I think it will be good to go to the dungeon as a breather. I'm coming too. Oh, so you're on board too, Iko? All right, let's go tomorrow then. I take back my previous comment. It seems these two would get stronger and stronger on their own, even if I leave them on their own. They're filled with motivation. It might be okay even if I don't come home for a while. Please leave everything to me while you're away. Yeah, I'll be counting on you. Yukari too is very reliable. With this, I can leave the house with a peace of mind. Still, whenever I'm away, I always leave the house matters to her. So it could be said it's business as usual. Wait a moment. Could it be that even if I'm not here, House Firstist will keep on working without any problem? I will go get dinner ready. The sun set while I had an existential crisis due to my unnecessary uselessness brought by Yukari's extraordinary excellence. The evening meal consisted of fried oysters, marinated blueback fish roasted, yam salad, rolled omelette, and miso soup with clams. When I glanced at Yukari, she was staring intently at me with an eager gaze, the tip of her ears slightly reddish. I see. It seems I'll be having a learning session this night. All the dishes lined up in front of me are foods that make one more energetic. In the end, I couldn't get even a wink of sleep. It feels great to be wanted, but let me tell you, it is tiring. Have a safe trip, Master. Be careful. Although I feel that might be an unnecessary worry. A safe trip. Next morning, 3 girls were seeing me off. Yukari, with her radiant skin, Sylvia, with her refreshing smile, and Iko, who was still half asleep. As I walked out the front door, Kubero and Besaid were waiting for me, sitting on the ground with their knees folded and legs spread. Their fists were on the ground while their heads remained bowed. I would like to ask for your assistance in the matter of the young mistress, please. Please. Will greatly appreciate it. By young mistress they must be referring to the daughter of the now deceased leader of the R6, Raimuzuma, the girl named Rei, who apparently had crossed over to the sacred country of Kamel during the bandit suppression operation. It's currently unknown whether she's alive or dead, and the only clue so far is her name, but that alone isn't very helpful in itself since if she's alive, she must be living under a false name. I can't promise I'll bring her back, but I'll do as much as I can to investigate. Can you tell me any of her characteristics? As expected, with these few clues, I had to ask for more. We greatly appreciate your intention. Her name is Rei. She's 17 years old and about 165 centimeters tall. She has long black hair that's dyed brown and likes to wear bright red lipstick. She often rebelled against the boss and ran away from the house. The youngsters that chased after her were often shut up and beaten by an iron fist. She was stronger than most men and had a strong spirit too. The young mistress was an honest person, not part of the group. But maybe because she grew up with us bandits from an early age, she developed that kind of temperament. She was very strict with men, or rather, she had a kind of man-hating temperament. The boss and I were often yelled at. I understand. I now have a vague image of what they mean. I'm sure this rep person is the kind of leader of a gang of delinquent girls. Surely, I bet she even refers to herself with atai instead of watashi. All right, I get it. Leave it to me. I nodded to the pair who was still bowing down on the ground, then called for Anko using monster summoning. Time to set off. Thus, I asked her to use darkness transfer and darkness summon. Anko, it's just gonna be you and me for a while. Oh, my lord, Anko is so very happy. Let's not waste time and transfer right away, okay? Yeah, as you will. Where should we go? Anko leaned closer while wagging her tail and asked me the destination. The place in question is the closest point to the sacred country of Kamel at this moment. Onwards, to the shadow of Margrave's team. As you wish. Anko can transfer to any shadow she remembers. Even if that shadow belongs to a person. The shadow of Margrave's team Bitter Valley, who resides in a fort near the border with the sacred country of Kamel, was considered the most appropriate location among the many shadows that Anko currently remembers. Hey, long time no see. And so, we transferred. Margrave's team was in his office at the fort. When he saw Anko and I appear so suddenly, his eyes opened wide with surprise. Then after a few moments, his mouth opened letting out a heavy sigh. What would you have done if I was in the middle of something more private, say, masturbating? That would honestly be your fault for doing it in your office. I guess I can't beat that soundless argument. Lord Second. As expected of a man who rose to the rank of Margrave at the young age of 33, he was already at ease after exchanging a couple of words. So, what do you want from me now? No, nothing. I'm on my way to Kamel, so I just stopped by. Are you serious? You truly are an odd person. I'm just doing what I can. That was not praise. If I were to praise you, it would be me congratulating you on winning a triple crown. Thanks. And for the flower wreath too. Not a problem. I very much appreciate your thanks. Margrave's team continued, saying he still had to repay the favor soon enough. He said the world would end if the favor of driving away 14,000 soldiers from the sacred country was returned with a simple congratulatory flower. Let's say in the unlikely event, by some chance, that perhaps, the worst-case scenario, I ask you to repay that favor. That's the thing I hate the most. I have to worry about it all the time in my daily life. It's always in my mind, be it at work, while eating, or while doing my usual stuff, always. It's nerve-wracking. I'm sorry. Still, could you be prepared to do something crazy for me just once? If this trip ends up having a large impact on the entire sacred country of Kamel, the worst-case scenario would be that it could turn into a full-scale war between the kingdom and the sacred country. In that case, the Margrave would be the first person to be called to take action. So, in order to prevent that situation, I want him to make the quick and reckless decision to move an army of about 10,000 troops. That's why I laid my cards and played the "You Owe Me" card. Steam, no matter how much he hated it, had no choice but to nod. However, he laughed and replied with a look of amusement and relaxed expression. I've been prepared for something crazy since that night. I knew it. This guy is interesting. Those thoughts came to my mind once again. This time I didn't say thank you but rather see you again, and left his office with Anko in tow. And thus, I took the first step towards that religious nation that was nothing short of a prison. Chapter 115 Holy Land. Now then, how should I infiltrate the sacred country of Kamel? I'm not too worried about finding someone to smuggle myself in. After all, I have Anko's darkness transfer, so I can move anywhere as it is a shadow that can be seen. This makes checkpoints nothing to worry about. The problem is after entering the country. If I wander around town without a disguise, I'm sure to encounter the question, isn't that person second? No matter how much of a closed-up religious nation this is, it won't be uncommon that the face of the first person to win a triple crown will be known. But still, wearing a mask is just too suspicious. It would be like going around advertising, "Look at me, I'm a suspicious person." Hey, would you happen to have something like a tattered robe? In a corridor of the Margrave's fort, I happened to see a man who looked like a soldier and asked him about it. I thought that if I put on a ragged robe and cover my face deeply with a hood to hide my face, I would look like a beggar or something. Let's call it makeshift camouflage. Yeah, if you don't mind it being something I often wear. Please. The man responded very briskly to my question. After I nodded, he pulled from his inventory a black robe as tattered as a used rag. It really shows its age. This will work. This is one of the items I wear during my reconnaissance missions. Please help yourself. I received it and put it on to try it. It felt quite nice fit. I turned to the man and gave a short thanks. Huh? This man, where have I seen him? Allow me to thank you for your help that time. The man met my gaze and bowed his head with a look filled with emotion as he said so. Oh, I remember. This guy was one of the hostages taken by the sacred country's army. If it's the kind of robe a scout uses for disguise, I'm certain it will serve my purpose. I said so alongside a small laugh. The man silently lowered his head further, sniffed, and his body shook a little. He and his peers were saved in a situation where all hope was lost, so I'm sure they have a great deal of gratitude. And if the others are the same as him, it really makes me feel good. Going out of my way to help others might not be a bad thing. Saying see you later, I put the hood on and left the fort feeling quite refreshed. Anko, please move in that direction while taking care of not being seen by anyone. As you will, my lord. Right now, it's 10 in the morning, and the weather is a clear and sunny winter day. The conditions are not very good for Anko, but the shadows are clear and dark due to the clear skies. We moved from the shadow of a tree to the shadow of another tree, crossing a basin, crossing a mountain. While taking a detour from the grasslands, we entered the first city of the sacred country of Kamel. While avoiding the crowds, we moved from alleyway to alleyway, ignored checkpoints, moved to the highway, and went to the next town. There were a few times when a chill ran down my spine thinking that the townspeople had discovered us during the transfer. I almost regretted not deciding to travel during the night, but then I would have to move in total darkness with no lights except in the cities, so I wanted to avoid that as much as possible. Furthermore, there was a stupidly high chance that Anko would try to seduce me and end up not traveling at all. Our goal was the capital of the sacred country of Kamel, a place called the Holy Land among the Kamel religion. In this small place, less than half the size of Winston, the capital of the Castle Kingdom, lay the headquarters of the Kamel faith. This was, without doubt, the most closed-off place in the sacred country. If Ran's letter was really a call for help, He must be in Oldjo, the Holy Land. The Oldjo I knew was such a terrible place that I was convinced of it. However, there's one thing I just don't get. Why would a ranked player as good as Fran need rescue? I don't understand. Oh, my lord, you are truly mean. Your anchor feels I will lose my mind if I keep having your body this close to mine. Ah, it came, it finally did. Anko's heat strategy. The reason why our bodies are in close contact with each other is that when Anko summons me with darkness summon after darkness transfer, she always activates it in the form of holding me in her chest, which is not my fault. In fact, I've seen with my own eyes that when Anko summons someone other than me, she always makes them appear at a distance from her. Therefore, I can say with total certainty that this is part of Anko's plan. I knew this happening was just a matter of time, but it happened unexpectedly quickly. Anko's hot breath on my neck is starting to make me feel aroused. Transfer and summon each has a cooldown time of 60 seconds. That means, Anko transfers, summons me, then waits 60 seconds before repeating the cycle. In other words, from now on, I will continue to be tempted by Anko, who has reached the limit of her patience, for 60 seconds until I make a move. Wait until it's night. Oh, please don't be so cold about it. Will we make it to Oldjo before it's too late? The answer, no. I wonder if Yukari's special dinner still had effect today, since even after the 16 rounds from yesterday on which I should have been exhausted, I still managed to get 3 heavenly rounds today. I fell into self-loathing for a while, wondering just what on earth was I doing in the middle of the day. But if you think about it, it wasn't my fault. No, it was my fault for giving in to temptation. My lord, are you cold? This Anko will gladly warm you up. Anko has changed after a while of not being summoned. Specifically, she has become quite sweet. I also think she's becoming less and less reserved. Maybe that's a good thing. At least I want to think it's a good thing. Nah, it's okay. Let's keep going. Is that so? When I refused her, her fluffy ears dropped, and a dejected expression dyed her face. In the past, she wouldn't have made such an expression and would just follow what I said with a smile on her face. She might feel lonely. Maybe it would be better to spend some more time together. I just changed my mind. Let's just stay like this for a while. Just listen to my plan. Ah, yes, as you wish. The atmosphere around Anko brightened instantly as if a flower had bloomed. Her eyes were still sharp, but the corners of her mouth were clearly higher than usual. As I laid down, she hugged my upper body with her abundant chest and then began to stroke my head lovingly. I surrendered myself to the unusual comfort and slowly spoke. We'll infiltrate the city of Oldjo. I'll stay hiding. So I need you to visit the monastery at the headquarters alone and then make contact with an unnamed Renko. Okay, Renko is it? The monastery is basically off limits to all men except those who are related to it. A man in a beggar's rags is out of the question. Or rather, if a person like that is found wandering the area, it's over for them. That's why the only way to make contact with Renko is to ask Anko. Yeah. At that time put on the habit and disguise yourself. Pretend to be a nun and meet Renko. As you wish. Anko only showed her face to the public once, during the fight against Vogue, and it was only for a few tens of seconds while in the raging black flames. There's no way someone in Oldjo, the deepest part in the sacred country of Kamel, to remember the face of Anko with just that time. In addition, who could expect to see a monster walking in a nun's habit? Also, don't be foolish enough to say something like "you're there as my messenger." You don't know who might be watching. There's no such a thing as freedom of speech in Kamel. Eyes and ears are lurking everywhere in this society, and anyone with anti-church sentiments is immediately purged. This is that kind of country. Then, what is it that I should say? Just say something related to 7. As in the number 7? Right. If the letter sender's really Fran, and if the nun named Renko is Fran's point of contact, then this should definitely work. Just use the number 7 in a casual, everyday conversation. If there's no reaction, then it's a miss. Just come back. I understand. Please leave it to this Anko. She's extremely excellent, a deadly strong, smart, and beautiful wolf. She's truly the best. Well then, shall we go? Very well, let's go. Section. Hello, is Renko-san in here? Yeah, What kind of business do you have with Renko? My name is Anne. I promised to meet with Renko-san today. Anne-san. Is it? Please wait a moment. At the reception of the monastery of the Kamel Church, located in Old Jo, the capital of the sacred country, was Anko dressed in a nun's clothes, requesting a meeting with Renko. The nun at the reception then walked to Renko for confirmation and conveyed the message, Anne, a nun who promised to meet you today has come. She could only see Anko as a nun, and since in the sacred country of Kamel nuns didn't have human rights, she was less alert and talked to Renko without asking which branch of the church she belonged to. Anne, is it? A nun named Renko was indeed in the convent. She was a beautiful young woman with long, waist-length black hair pulled back in a ponytail, and a sharp gaze. When she received that message, she instinctively thought it might be about that letter. However, at the same time, she felt a sense of discomfort. If that person, who was supposed to live in the Castle Kingdom, took action after receiving the letter, it would still be too early. Certainly. We promised to meet today. Please lead her to the visitor's room. Thinking she had to meet her and see for herself, Renko decided to meet with Anne. Then, after about 10 minutes, Anko and Renko were in the visiting room. It's been a while, Renko-san. Was it perhaps 7 months since the last time we saw each other? It's been a while indeed, Anne. Did you grow taller again? Thus, the farce began. Renko was convinced right at the start by the word 7 months. This person is related to him. Anko also sensed it. Renko's tone of voice was not what it was supposed to be. She must be an nun hiding something, or in other words, the person they were looking for. Recognizing each other as the person they had been looking for, the pair passed the time making small talk for a while, with no substance whatsoever. It was nice talking to you today. Yeah, it was a pleasure. With the visiting hours about to end, they parted ways. Renko then stopped Anko as she stood up and was about to leave. Oh, that's right, this is for Auntie. It's a handmade good luck charm. Oh, thank you. This will surely help with my mother's illness. With an expression of a friend worried about their friend's mother, she handed over an amulet. She kept saying to herself, don't act unnatural. You don't know who might be listening. Until the visit ended, the pair continued their act as if they were friends to the very end. A while after Anko left, Renko couldn't stop her shivering and cold sweat. While facing each other at a distance of only one desk away, she could feel it whether she wanted it or not. The difference in ranks, from the moment she stepped into the visitor's room, without a sign, without a sound, without a moment to defend herself. In an instant, one-sidedly, and extremely brutally, she could have been twisted and killed at any moment. She had the ability to sense that gruesome fact. Shit, just what the hell was that thing? The woman sent by the Triple Crown winner. Second, there's a limit to being abnormal. Renko looked towards the ceiling while thinking. So simply put, that thing was a monster. She herself had raised her martial arts skill to a high level, but that person there was a genuine monster to whom even a dozen people would be no match. For now, I just have to report it. To whom? That would only be revealed at night, after everyone had fallen asleep. Chapter 116 Secret Talks. An amulet? Yes. This is the one. Anko came back from the monastery to the alleyway where I was hiding. Anko told me she had received an amulet from Renko and handed it over to me. It appears the plan worked. A letter? Picking up the so-called amulet, I immediately realized there was something inside of it. After tearing out the outer cloth, I checked the contents, and sure enough, as I expected, there was a small letter folded inside. Tonight, at midnight, in the woods north of Old Jo, an invitation to have a secret talk in a secluded forest. However, the forest north of Old Jo, there are some strong monsters there. Will it be okay? Certainly. People will rarely enter a forest where strong monsters appear. At midnight, it makes for a suitable place for a secret meeting. However, it seemed to me that, while it would pose no problem for me, it might not be the same for Fran. He even sent me a letter requesting my help. Perhaps Fran is unable to gain experience for some reason. Most likely he has been locked up in the Kamel Church ever since his rebirth, or whatever should you call it. If so, then it would be suicidal to go to the North Forest alone. Will someone be coming in his stead? Or are my fears unfounded? Well, We'll find out eventually after we get there. Shall this Sanko clear the monsters in the surroundings while you speak, my lord? Thanks, that'd be great. You're very helpful, Anko. Yes, leave it to this Anko. How cute. After that, until the appointed time, we spent the rest of the day strolling around the outskirts of Old Jo. We couldn't walk in the sunlight, but just walking hand in hand from tree to tree in the shade gave us a cozy feeling. I guess sometimes taking a laid-back day like this isn't so bad. However, we had an argument once it came to what to do for dinner. I suggested that we went back to the mansion, had dinner, then came back again, but Anko apparently wanted to eat just the two of us in the dark forest. I was reluctant to accept since it was cold and dark and there was nothing good about it, but Anko was still firm about it. So we clashed. In the end, I had no choice but to give in and concede. We set up a fire and ate the salted grilled meat of some mysterious animal that Anko hunted. It wasn't very tasty, but Anko seemed happy, so I think it was okay. Well then, it's about time. The long and short hands of the clock were about to meet at the top. I was standing alone at the appointed place. Anko was going around, cleaning up the monsters around, slaughtering them as they appeared. Then, 2 minutes past midnight, a woman dressed in all black showed up. I was surprised. There are no monsters at all. A young woman with long black hair pulled back in a ponytail and a sharp gaze. She was rather tall for a woman, and the red lipstick contrasted against her white skin. My partner likes it to be clean. Oh, that woman? Then I am second. And you? Name's Renko. Oh, so you are. I was Renko, the nun, the one who came to the secret meeting. She was staring at me with an even sharper gaze as if sizing me up. As expected, Fran sent a messenger. That means there must be some reason why he can't move. No, before all that, there's one thing I can't help but wonder about. This person referred to herself with that I instead of watashi. Can it be? Say, can I ask you something before we get down to business? What is it? Just don't start on any nonsense. Is your real name Ray? Exclamation mark. Oh, nice reaction. She had a look on her face as if asking, how the hell do you know my name? It appears she's like a child who can't hide her emotions. Thanks. I understand with just that. What are you talking about? You got the wrong person. I don't even know someone with that name. I leave it up to you to decide whether to believe me or not. But right now Kubero and Besade are at my house. They asked me to check on the safety of their young lady if I came to the sacred country of Kamel. The woman called Ray is dead. Right here is just the nun called Renko. I see. Then shall we cut to the chase? Geez, what's the deal with you? I sensed the atmosphere becoming strained, so I cut that conversation short. As expected, Renko was surprised since I just simply shrugged off that matter. So, what did you call me for? No. Let's not try to probe each other. Who am I supposed to help? Exclamation mark. If you understand that much, it makes the story easy. She was very expressive, both stunned and surprised, then took one deep breath and opened her mouth, her expression turning serious. I want you to help my master, Raspberry Bell-sama. Her expression after saying that screamed. How about it? Surprised, huh? Still, who? Are you kidding me? She almost screamed in response. Sorry, I don't know them. Are they famous? She's the saint of the Kamel faith. That's a name that even babies know across the sacred country. Oh, the saint. I've always been curious about her existence. I see. So her name is Raspberry Bell. No, wait. So then is that so? Did Framboise become a saint? That macho-looking guy? The Kamel faith saint? You got to be kidding. Wait. I need a moment to take it in. I feel dizzy. It's so far removed from the image I had in mind of him that the word Saint Raspberry Bell didn't register in my brain properly. Or more like, my brain stubbornly refuses to accept it. HMPH. If you were going to be surprised, you should have been honest and been surprised right from the start. No, it's not that simple. In the first place, the vectors are completely different. However, although I was surprised, I was also convinced. In other words, Fran, for some reason, is being celebrated as the saint of the Kamel Church. In addition, she's being revered, not like some novelty to attract attention, but as a saint to attract believers. I'm sure the church doesn't plan on letting her go. No wonder she's on house arrest. In any case, I understand now. I only need to help the saint. Where is she right now? Wait a minute. What's with that wording? It's as if saying you're going to go help her right now. I can use transfer magic. I can just transfer the saint to my house and we're good. Oh, now it's me, the one who needs a moment. I'm feeling dizzy. Did I say something strange? It's that. I'm sorry, I see now. If she were to suddenly disappear, they'll hunt her down. And you don't want her to live in fear of others seeing her, right? I totally agree with you. All right. Then let's go and destroy the Kamel religion. Hey, I'll hit you. I was scolded. But why? I don't understand. I think it's a good idea to crush the problem at the source. Are you trying to place Raspberry Belsama in such a dangerous situation? Besides, if they find out who you are, it'll become an all-out war. It's not that simple. I see. She might be right. At present, there is no way for me to successfully hide my identity. If by some chance, it came to light that I was the culprit who had wreaked havoc in Kamel, there's no denying the possibility that it could trigger the outbreak of war. Then, how about we kill the Pope and all the cardinals? Stop with this idiocy. No matter how strong you are, there are things you can do and things you can't do. Do you plan to lurk all around the sacred country and look for each and every one of them? Isn't there a chance to get them all together or something? When I ask, Renko puffed hair with a surprised expression. If you ask me if that happens, they do come together. But are you crazy? Who knows? What do you think? As I answered and stared back at her in a perfectly sane manner, she crossed her arms and fell silent. Then, after a few seconds, Renko broke the silence, probably after having gathered her thoughts. I'm against it. It's a bad bet. Then, do you have a plan? With the current cards we have, it seems that your first suggestion is the best. The one to get the saint and use transfer to get away, huh? If you think about it, it's indeed full of problems. If the saint were to suddenly disappear, the sacred country of Kamel would be in chaos, and if by chance she were to be found in the Castle Kingdom, there would surely be a major war. In other words, she wouldn't even be able to leave the house. The only thing that would change would be the location of their confinement. It might work as a stopgap measure, but not as a fundamental solution. I don't know if I can agree with that plan. No, after you said it yourself, it would be a bother being chased. And you want to steer away from problems, right? Yeah. Then there's not much to say. I didn't like the idea of an escape that might leave a bad mark and potential future problems, and Renko wasn't willing to take unnecessary risks. Our opinions clashed head-on. At this point, the conversation wasn't moving anywhere. If I had a better idea, the story would be different, but this seemed to be the limit for me and Renko. Remaining silent, we continued to think. Then, after a few dozens of seconds, Renko took a look at her watch, raised her eyebrows, and said with a sigh, time's up. I'll try asking Raspberry Belsami about it. I'll meet you back here tomorrow at the same time. All right. Got it. With only that, she quickly left. Her speed showed the height of her agility. If Saint Raspberry Bell is really the Fran I knew, she would probably agree with my idea. She was a strict hierarchical person who placed more importance on those relations regardless of things like online games. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if she lectures Renko saying something like, "You should listen to what Senpai says." In that case, I think it's best to have a better strategy set. I'll go back home and ask Weineman. Section. You should listen to what Senpai says. But seriously, don't make me repeat myself. Yes. An extremely beautiful woman with long red hair with white mixed in, and a slender figure like that of a model, was giving instructions to Renko, her handmaiden. She stroked her own hair with practiced movements and then gazed gloomily at the sky outside the window. A window with a lattice that never lets you out. After blowing air, the window pane became cloudy. With her finger as white as snow, she drew an umbrella. She then started to write her name on one side but rubbed it off with the side of her finger. This happened all the time, and the love umbrella was never completed. It's difficult, really. Chapter 117. All good things come with a price. After sleeping soundly in my bed at home, The next day came. I asked Yukari to use spirit summoning to call for Winfield and ask her for advice. Only for a bit. Yukari twisted her mouth and reluctantly called out Winfield. That's jealousy. I understand exactly how she feels. I would also hate it if Yukari were to meet someone who clearly has feelings for her. She's a particularly possessive person, and she probably doesn't think too well of my trip alone with Anko, even if it was just a one-day trip. No, I don't think it's only Yukari. Sylvia may also feel lonely. I'll have to make it up somehow soon for both of them. I totally feel like a scumbag that's dating many girls at once. Well, it's technically just 3 timing, but let's not think about that. Still, that barely categorizes me as a scumbag, right? Who am I kidding? I am a scumbag. Hi, second san. I wonder what you want? Can I get straight to the point? Oh, please do. Is it a way to collapse the sacred country of Kamel? How to get back the saint? Maybe both? Perhaps another way? Yes, as always, you pretty much read my mind. That's not much. I swallowed my not much. My ass response. Come to think of it, Yukari told me that Winfield was using a team of maids to conduct a reconnaissance survey around the sacred country of Kamel. She must be doing a lot of work in places I don't even know. There are many ways to attack the church, but what do you want? I want one that's easy as possible, as safe as possible, and with the least problems as possible. Seems like she has lots of ideas, so I'll try to consult while keeping Renko's opinion in mind. Then, let's go with revolution. Revolution? Yup. There are anti-church forces hiding west of Old Jo. They call themselves the Revolutionary Army, but they consist mostly of armed peasants. Guerrilla resistance? Partisans? Well, I'm not sure, but it's probably a force like that. And we're going to use them? Yeah. We'll make the Revolutionary Army rise and take advantage of the chaos they create to take the saint. Let's go with that. I see, that would certainly make things easier. It would mean that the troublesome work that Anko and I were going to do alone can then be entrusted to the Revolutionary Army to some extent. However, will it really go that easy? Obviously, you will work behind the scenes, second san, while cooperating with the Revolutionary Army. However, that army is very weak. So, if you could assassinate the Pope at the same time the uprising is happening, that would be great. To assassinate the Pope. I get the feeling she's asking me to do that just as casually as one would order one more beer. Will it really be that simple? Or could it be that the Pope is the root of all evil in there? In the first place, what crimes has the Pope committed? He's bad news. His name is Pope Black, and he's taken over the sacred country of Kamel. He has robbed everyone of their wealth and power and has taken away the people's knowledge. It is preached that everyone is equal before the god Kamel, but in fact, that's just a plot to keep people from rebelling. They purge the people who seek knowledge, as well as the people who try to make more money and the people who pursue the learning of skills, among many other things. Oh, and by purge what I mean is execution. He rules over the church with fear and forces the people to believe in his lies. The doctrines he makes up are those that suit his needs and make his believers work for free. Wow, how nostalgic. I remember the name Pope Black. He used to be a thing. If my memory serves me right, I believe he was an NPC who died rather early in the story. I wonder why he's still the Pope here. And I got to admit, even in the story of Mobius, he was the worst, the scum of the world. But it seems that Pope Black in this world is even scummier. I see what you mean. And it would seem that assassinating that guy might be quite effective. Indeed. However, the timing will be the key. Otherwise, if you were to simply assassinate him, it would do nothing more than stir things up and won't be as effective. A successor might come into play. You mean the revolutionary group has to come to power at the same time as the assassination? Yeah, just like that. And it mustn't be known that you were moving things behind the scenes, second san. Otherwise, it would be troublesome later on. If the revolution fails, it might turn into armed conflicts here and there. And well, if it succeeds, I will be seen as a hero by some, but resented by others. In addition, it will be stupid to let the fact that the ambassador of Zipang in the Castle Kingdom interfered in the internal affairs of the sacred country of Kamel be known to the public. I will be placed on an international watch list as a person of interest. and my credibility will be destroyed. What's more, if then it's known that the saint moved to my state, I would be in a place where making an excuse would be virtually impossible. If it was just me it would be one thing, but just thinking that it would involve the whole firstest household makes my head hurt. Indeed, that would be nothing short of a pain in the ass. I get it. Still, is there a way to ensure they don't find out I'm the one? A ragged robe obviously isn't enough. It might be a good idea to let Anko loose and have her take care of everything, but that would then make it difficult for me to summon her in public later on. Maybe I can have her wear a mask and a robe, but still, I believe people will likely know it is her after the dust settles. We were lucky in the monastery that she wasn't exposed, since it wouldn't be surprising that people closer to the upper echelons of the sacred country of Kamel might be more familiar with information like the winners of the title tournaments and the summon that one used. Second San, could you tame a wraith? As I scratched my head, looking for an answer, Winfield suddenly asked me. A wraith. There was also that hand to play, however. It might be a bit difficult. I'd say it will take about a week. I see. Wraith is a monster that specializes in transforming into other things, and even while not in combat, they wander around while disguised as other monsters. I know the location where those monsters appear, but the area is quite large, around the size of a mountain. Moreover, wraiths are considered rare monsters, so even then it is very difficult to actually find them. Furthermore, the taming method is highly challenging. Since they have inherently low HP and vitality, it is easy to fail the requirement of taking out 80% of their HP, which is the condition to use tame, and kill them in a single blow. With my current stats, even the lowest damage 16th class soldier spearmanship might one-shot them. There's also the option of hitting them with my bare hands, and that would be all well and good if not for the fact that, while it will not kill a wraith, if it turns out to be another monster, I will be really hurt by their counterattack. Well, there's nothing but to try. Please do your best trying to tame a wraith until the last moment. If that plan doesn't work out, we can always leave the assassination to the weapons the other party is giving us. The weapons from the other party, I'm talking about Renko, our point of contact. Isn't she pretty strong? So you also saw through that. As Winfield said, she is quite strong for an average person. Most likely Fran has secretly trained her and nurtured her by teaching her the conditions to learn skills and the efficient ways to earn experience. In other words, Fran wants to use Renko, or rather, wants us to use Renko in order to free himself from the grasp of the Kamel Church. Yeah, that makes sense. And it would make things easier for me to let her handle the assassination. However, I just can't feel good about leaving that matter to her. Ideally, I would tame the wraith and get a perfect disguise. All right, I get a general idea. I'll inform Renko about the plan to tame a wraith in tonight's secret meeting. After that, I'll focus on taming a wraith until the day of the revolution. Well then, I'll get in contact with the Revolutionary Army. Great, that'd be a lot of help. Thanks, Winfield. Hey, I'm the one who's feeling grateful. This is going to be interesting and exciting. After expressing her gratitude, Winfield laughed with a happy expression. As usual, she seems to think of stuff like political disputes like some sort of game or something. Seeing her smiling like that, I can help it when the corners of my mouth also rise. That's what I like about you. Shit, my mouth slipped. A small A escaped from her lips, and after her eyes darted around for a second in silence, her face turned bright red. Okay, that's enough. Bye. You too, Master. Go tame that monster already. With the consultation with my strategist over, Yukari quickly used unsummon while having a quite scary face. Yeah, thinking about it again, I believe I'm really a scumbag. The young mistress? Before leaving to tame the wraith I had something else to do. I called Kubero to give him a brief update and told him about Renko's situation. Yeah, but there seemed to be some special circumstances. She said the woman named Rose already dead. Is that so? No, for now. I should be glad that she's safe and sound. Second Sama, I would like to express my gratitude in the name of the whole R6, and especially this servant of yours, Kubero. Kubero has a look of relief, then bowed to me. He's a bit louder than usual, unlike his normal self. but he has finally found another survivor since Besaid, so I'm sure he is feeling overwhelmed. Well, thanks aside. Do you know any reason why she said something like that? A reason for her change? Yeah. Why did she abandon her name and decided to live as Renko? If I know that, I might be able to find a way to bring her back. If possible, I'd like for them to meet each other at least. And so, while thinking so, Kubero fell silent for a moment with a pose of consideration. Then after a few seconds, he opened his mouth. The young mistress has always been a straightforward person. You could say she's more chivalrous and kind-hearted than most people. And she also has a strong sense of duty. I suspect this sense of duty has something to do with her calling herself Renko. Sense of duty? Yes. Even if she were to abandon her identity as Ramuzuma's daughter, I'm sure her sense of duty would remain the same. A debt of life should be paid with a lifetime of work. I'm sure the young mistress is thinking along those lines. I understand. I kind of see what you mean. In any case, please let me show my gratitude for all your consideration towards the young mistress. No worries. I left the house behind with a Kubero that still had his head bowed down. Duty, huh? And that sense of duty, that responsibility, she might be feeling it towards the saint. Raspberry Bell. Now then, will this go smoothly, or did I keep you waiting? No. You were actually 1 minute faster than yesterday. HMPH. I hate guys who obsess over such petty matters. Well, I think that's better than a woman who can't keep proper track of time. Right now it was a minute past midnight. I met up with Renko in the same forest as last night. Eh? Do you want to know how the tame went? Shut up. I'm not in the mood. So? What did Saint Sama say? I bet something like, you should listen to what Senpai says, right? TCH. I really don't like you, you know. Seems like I hit the mark. Anyway, I've got a plan and I've come to share it with you. I decided to get right down to business and tell Renko about the plan I discussed with Winfield this morning. However, before I could continue, Renko interrupted me while clicking her tongue. Can I say something before we start talking? This was the most serious expression I've seen from her. And then, she uttered a phrase that surprised me. Fight me. Eh? But why? Chapter 118. Those who use and those who are used. Eh? But why? Second spoke the same words as he was thinking. He couldn't understand the meaning or reason behind Renko wanting to fight against him right here and now. I just want to confirm for myself if you are as useful of a guy as you claim to be. Renko's provocation was like a net that caught Second in a spectacular way. Or rather, he couldn't help but being caught. The world's #1 can't be looked down upon. That was a challenge that exploited his particular way of thinking. And yes, Renko strangely felt she had a chance of winning. That confidence to fight and win against an unprecedented Triple Crown holder. I'll show you what a real fight is like, and not that pretend play you do to get titles, she proclaimed as so with a smug expression on her face. The perfect provocation. However, she had gone a little overboard. She hadn't noticed the impact those two words had on Second. Go and show me then. I'll even let you have the first move. Well, isn't the Triple Crown Sama confident? All right then, I'll take you up on your offer. Renko quickly backflipped to distance herself from Second, then smacked both her fists in front of her chest. Now, that's a spirited pose to start a fight. There's no way, right? That's what Second thought, but his expectations were immediately shattered by the activation of her skill, Transform. The Transform skill whose conditions to learn were thought to be only known by Second in this world, yet she had acquired it. Needless to say, it was obvious who was the person who had taught her this skill, an existence similar to Second, and his fellow countryman, the Saint. Raspberry Bell. I see now. By this, Second was convinced about the source of her confidence. Renko's line of thinking went along the way of no matter how much of a Triple Crown holder he is, now that I've used Transform, there's nothing he can do against me. As a matter of fact, Renko had raised all of her martial arts skills, except for Dragon Horse and Dragon King, to the top ranks. Furthermore, even her swordsmanship skills were the same, all top ranks except for Dragon Horse and Dragon King. This meant that with her status multiplied by 3.6 after Transform, She was now overall superior to second in raw stats. Or to put it another way, Renko had an overwhelming advantage. And adding to that, this was an anything-goes fight, not a title match. Like this, she could beat the Triple Crown holder. Or so she could have been forgiven for mistakenly believing so. Come, let's do this. Renko completed her wind attribute transformation while holding up her fist. The religious clothing she wore had transformed and now resembled that of a sukeban, the delinquent girls that one could find in Japan. Her hood fluttered, revealing her long, black hair, and her face was covered with a mask with the motif of wind hovering over her eyes. Her shapely lips, gleaming with red lipstick, showed a fearless smile filled with unwavering confidence. Now you'll see I'm not underestimating you. Her line of thinking was in part similar to second. Those who underestimate their opponent are bound to lose. This was a belief ingrained deep in their bones, and both she and second had an unyielding pride they just couldn't compromise. Seeing Renko's transformation, second fell silent. But just as Renko was about to try and provoke second with "Don't tell me you are scared now," she closed her mouth at the last moment. This was because second's state was strange. At a time like this, second was leisurely taking his time to think. What should I do? This phrase was repeated playfully in his mind. Like worrying about what to have for dinner, soba noodles or udon noodles, or wondering how to cook a fish he just happened to buy at the market. He wasn't even recognizing her as an enemy. Sensing this, Renko suddenly became enraged. "Don't look down on me." Renko's feet slammed into the ground as she closed the gap between them with the speed of a bullet. On her right fist was the powerful attack skill, Silver Martial Arts, ready to unleash. Her approach was fast and so was the potential for her attack due to the increase in agility and strength by 3.6 due to transform. There's no way he can avoid it, and if he gets hit by it, it will surely be a decisive blow that will end the game. Shouting inwardly, "Got you!" Renko was convinced of such, but the next moment, she was lying on her back. And, shortly after, a bone-shattering shock hit her, and her HP, which had been boosted by transform, was reduced by about half. Why? Between the intense pain and confusion, she desperately thought as she managed to get up. However, before she could come up with it, the answer came from second's mouth. "Silver Shield Arts Parry has a counter-attack effect. Your strength was unnecessarily high, so the damage was similarly large." What did you say? Renko felt extremely confused. Second said that he had parried her attack in that instant. However, second was not equipped with a shield right now. In other words, the moment Renko activated Silver Martial Arts, second took out a shield from his inventory, activated Silver Shield Arts, parried just at the perfect timing, and then returned the shield to his inventory. It no longer made sense. That was something beyond the realm of comprehension. Huh? As Renko was stunned, a liquid was splashed on her head. Second had doused her in a high-class potion, and Renko's HP was fully restored in the blink of an eye. "Hey, hurry up, show it to me already. Didn't you say you'd show me what a real fight is like?" Mean words were thrown at her. "I have to get up. I have to face him." Renko had nowhere to run. Or rather, from the beginning she had no way out of this mess. While standing up, she unleashed a surprise strike. At that moment, she unleashed a night swordsmanship strike with a sword taken from her inventory, rapidly accelerating as it approached second's abdomen to pierce it. The perfect surprise attack. The reach of the sword had increased suddenly by the fact it was taken out from the inventory. It was a thrust that Renko herself was convinced nobody would be able to avoid it. And that was the exact reason why she couldn't comprehend what had happened. Counterbalance. Don't tell me you don't know about offsetting. Just as magic has it, swordsmanship has it too, second said as if to mock her. But at that moment, Renko's head was a mess. The attack that she should have unleashed had just vanished. She couldn't understand. Counterbalance? Of course, I don't know. I guess you don't know, huh? The way to perform it is to align the speed and direction of the sword and activate the same skill at about the same time! Then, surprisingly, second mentioned the how-to for the counterbalance. It would have been a loss to teach this to Renko. but he spoke with a relaxed expression on his face as if this was knowledge everyone should know. But the more frightening fact among all these was that, assuming counterbalance was the technique Second described, he had taken a sword out of his inventory, aligned its speed and direction with her own, then activated night swordsmanship almost simultaneously, as if anticipating Renko's surprise attack. The difference between the two was just too large. Such difference was at a magnitude that calling it overwhelming was almost an understatement. This makes it look like I'm being led by the nose. Straining her trembling legs, Renko slowly got up. He was on a different dimension, and she was made to understand this fact painfully, but she still stood up courageously and confronted him with her willpower. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be. Second merrily responded with a laugh, and he placed his sword away in his inventory. After that, for the next minutes, Renko was one-sidedly harassed, and like this, she learned it firsthand. In a real fight, that is, with the anything goes rule, it was more advantageous to have a wide variety of skills than to have a large difference in status. Still, maybe by fortune, she had yet to notice another fact. A fact that would have been painfully obvious to notice if she were a title contender. In an anything-goes type of fight, the man named Second will demonstrate his abilities even more than in a title match. Because when compared to a title match where contestants are limited to a single skill, in this type of match, where players can combine multiple skills, the array of tactics they can use numbers the hundreds or even thousands, making them more extensive. Therefore, Second's set of game plans, called Seven System, extends its roots deeper, with branches and leaves spreading even further. In the end, Renko couldn't do anything. Nothing. Not a single thing. Even after using Transform, she couldn't manage to lay even a finger on Second. This was beyond being led by the nose. If you didn't know the best counter for Second's moves, or you couldn't instantly recognize them, you would be unable to act upon them and would be put in a state of complete defeat, unable to do anything against it. It was simply inevitable. Ha ha ha. With little HP left and her SP totally depleted, Renko fell to the ground while gasping for air, and just as Second approached her to pour a potion on her, she held up her right hand as if to refuse. Right after, her transform skill was released. Section. I get it. Oh, how I get it. You're too strong. Awfully so. Well, thanks. Renko praised me while being out of breath. Feels good if I say so myself. If I had to describe the result of the match with one word, it would be terrible. Still, as one would expect from the former young lady of the R6, she had a lot of guts. The way she was trying to fight back again and again with a desperate look on her face. It reminded me of those sumo wrestling practice bouts. I tried to think of some appropriate words to compliment her, but Renko opened her mouth before I could. I guess I can trust you to take care of Raspberry Bell-sama, right? What she mentioned were not her impressions of the earlier fight, not her ramblings about me, nor her personal story, but about Saint Raspberry Bell. It suddenly occurred to me. Can it be she was taunting me for the sake of Raspberry Bell? Hey, what would you have done if I were the unforgiving type? You'd be dead more times than you can count of both your hands and feet. If that happened, it was bound to happen. But you see, I'm not dead. You were that senpai that Raspberry Bell-sama thought you were. That's all. I now know I can trust the man who I walked the line between life and death with. Did this girl risk her life just to confirm that? Just in order to keep Raspberry Bell out of harm's way, she wanted to know if I was the real senpai or not. What a crazy gal. What the heck? How can she carelessly offer her life to others? You understand where you stand at, right? Well, of course, it was undoubtedly Framboise, or rather Saint Raspberry Bell, the one who taught Renko the transform skill. In this poor and heavily monitored environment, trying to secretly gain experience and acquire skills would be similar to walking a tightrope. Renko is certainly in a very dangerous position right now. And the person who got her here is none other than Raspberry Bell. In other words, Raspberry Bell is using Renko to escape from the sacred country of Kamel. Then, why does she go this far? Isn't she aware she's being used? You see, I would never shy away from repaying a favor. A favor, huh? When I fled for my life to this country, I was saved by Raspberry Bell-sama. How can I not use this life for the sake of Raspberry Bell-sama? Sell a favor to get them to follow you. This can be called an extension of the method I used with Sylvia and Eiko in the past. It's a very cliched way of doing things, but I just can't like the fact that it's putting you in harm's way all the time. HMPH. It can't be helped. You two will come to understand eventually. Can't be helped. Renko said so as if to swallow the unreasonableness of it. I crossed my arms, thinking, not understanding the true meaning of those words. But then, a moment later, she broke the silence, interrupting my thoughts. Now then, it's time to share our strategy. We only have one demand. How are things going on your side? She asked with a defiant smile while wearing the nun's hood. She also implied that, no matter what she did, rescuing Raspberry Bell should be the top priority. Admirable. After heaving a sigh, I told her what I discussed with Winfield. We will incite the anti-church forces to cause a revolution. We're in the process of preparing for it. On the day of the revolution, we will assassinate the Pope and let the revolutionaries take control. In order to carry out the plan smoothly, we need at least a week to prepare. There's a monster called Wraith. Getting hold of it, it can transform into anyone we want. We can go ahead with the assassination in that way without showing our true identity. You're awesome, man. It's not so much that I'm awesome. It's more that I have an awesome strategist. Renko opened her eyes wide in surprise. It seemed the both of us didn't expect the conversation to go this far after only one day of contact. Well, I understand. I was the first to suggest the plan to assassinate the Pope. I've been working towards it for a long time now. I've researched his whereabouts and actions to perfection. I'm ready to kill him at any time. Nicely done. All right, give me the Pope's information. I'll assassinate him myself. With the certainty to complete the plan in mind, it would be better for me to take a wraith and then disguise myself as someone close to the Pope to assassinate him, rather than leaving it to someone else. However, at my suggestion, Renko's eyes glared while she replied, I will kill him. That won't work. Seriously? I wondered what she was going to say, but if that's the case, I'd rather let Anko loose and take care of everything, hoping they don't find out who she really is. True enough, Renko might be overwhelmingly stronger than ordinary people, but no matter how you look at it, she's not suited for covert operations. Not only her identity will be exposed, but there's a high chance the assassination attempt will end in failure. Even Raspberry Bell-sama said she would leave the Pope's assassination to me. Still not enough. Wait for my tame. Complete silence, and an utter unconvinced face. While I was trying to figure out how to convince this girl, Renko turned her back on me and spoke while looking back. Time's up. The next contact will be the day before the event. She ran away. Shit. This could turn really bad if I don't tame a wraith soon. Chapter 119. Thought stopping. I lost. Absolutely and perfectly so. How many months has it been since Raspberry Bell-sama taught me? I can say for certain that my skills have improved far more than anyone I know. I raised my martial arts and swordsmanship skills to where I could be called a master, and I even raised the divine skill, transformed to the 9th grade. Even in a title match, there's no way a 17-year-old as strong as me would be competing. That's how strong I've become. And yet, I lost. Not enough. I'm still far from the savior that Raspberry Bell-sama is looking for. I'm not enough. My current self won't be able to save Raspberry Bell-sama. It's frustrating. Second firstest. I know that I've gained a reassuring ally. I know, but it's still frustrating. I thought that as long as Raspberry Bell-sama could be saved, anything would be fine. But what's this? This hazy feeling in my heart? Envy? Selfishness? Need for approval? Cowardice? Displeasure about being used? I don't understand. Even though it's about myself, I don't understand it at all. What the hell should I do? In the night forest, I muttered to myself, but as expected, nobody replied. Section. Brighton. There's a letter for you. What? For me? A letter arrived at the anti-church force desert, whose hideout was located deep in the steep mountains beyond the farming villages west of Old Jo, the capital of the sacred country of Kamel. A strong, middle-aged man, about 190 centimeters tall, called Brighton, received a letter from a man who appeared to be one of his companions. What does it say? Is it something beneficial for us, and is it? As Brighton quietly skimmed through the letter, one of his friends approached him with interest. This was a letter to Brighton, the leader of the anti-church group Desert. In other words, it was a message from a person who knew where Desert was hiding and also knew of its leader's name. It would be strange if you were a member of Desert and not be curious about it. In a week, there will be a conclave at Tolja. What? That sounds too far-fetched. Yeah, I agree with you. A conclave was a secret meeting between the Pope and the cardinals. The conclave in the sacred country of Kamel was originally a meeting to elect the new Pope, but as long as Black reigns as Pope, his position will never change. Therefore, it's not a conclave to elect a Pope, but one where the Pope unilaterally decided on the appointment of cardinals and below. Are they trying to mess with us with their bullshit? No, wait. Brighton stopped his friend, who assumed this was simply some false information. To begin with, something was off. A conclave was a secret meeting, and therefore, the information about said meeting was only given to the attendees with the strictest of confidentiality. It was meaningless to lie in order to cause confusion by making up a lie. Nobody would believe it. In short, has someone of the rank of cardinal switched to our side? Conversely, the information could be extremely credible. It would be reasonable to assume that someone at the center of the Kamel Church has betrayed them. And then, exclamation mark. What's wrong, Brighton? At the bottom of the letter, Brighton's eyes widened when he saw the sender's name. There it was written. From someone who knows Kongu. Kongu. Nothing came to his friend's mind when he heard the word Kongu, but it was different for Brighton. Someone who knows Kongu. Telling this to Brighton would mean his relative or someone who was very close to him. He was sure of it. We'll begin preparations. What? At this moment, Brighton, the leader of the anti-church force Desert, made up his mind. The showdown will be in a week at the conclave. Everyone, get ready for the revolution. He had no way of knowing at the time that the sender of the letter was a sleepy-eyed, female spirit who was not at all close to Brighton. Section. The more I look, the more similar he seems. Your words are too kind. In the holy temple located in the center of Ulja, inside the Pope's own room inside the temple, Black muttered curiously while rubbing his chin. In contrast, the man who looked just like Black, faced Black while bowing reverently. That's no good. You're my body double, aren't you? Then tried to imitate my tone. With all due respect, his face, hair, and height all resembled Pope Black's. Indeed, the man was Black's body double. He was the man who looked like Black the most out of the 10 men who resembled him, that the soldiers of the sacred country had scoured all over Kamel and abducted. The remaining 9 were beheaded the moment this man was chosen to be the body double. Aware of this fact, the body double opened his mouth a little while trembling with a nervous expression at the instructions from Black's similar, right? Rest assured and leave the conclave to me. A sudden silence, and then, 3 seconds later, Black's smile, which had been on his face until then, suddenly disappeared as he broke the silence. Nex, cut him down. Certainly. The young guardsman called Nex gave a short reply, stepped forwards, and quickly drew his sword from his waist. His extremely refined movements gave the viewer a sense of his skill. Whoa! Please, have mercy. Please! The body double screamed and backed away, desperately begging for his life. Nex ignored his words and strolled lightly, closing the gap between them. Seeing this, Black suddenly laughed, in a good mood. Hi hi hi. This is a masterpiece. Nex, that's enough, back off. As you wish. The body double, dripping in a cold sweat, stared back at Pope Black, who opened his big mouth laughing while saying how comical. I'm joking, but if you're going to imitate me, you should remember this kind of mischief. Why yes, I'm truly happy and appreciate your direct guidance. However, just remember one thing. Never use the phrase rest assured with me again. I don't need the reassurance of anything since I have nothing I'm anxious about. Try saying that again in front of me and I'll rip your head off. Section. A decoy? Yeah, a decoy strategy. Early morning. I'm planning to head out to Tamarath today as well, but before that, I'm having a strategy meeting with Winfield over breakfast. With the time limit being a week from now, I want to spend as much time as possible on taming. Hence, I'm eating my meal while talking, even though it is a little ill-mannered. First, Renko-chan will assassinate the Pope on the eve of the revolution. I think that will probably fail. No. She will most likely succeed. Seriously? But just as I was about to ask, what's the basis for that? Winfield spoke the answer, because that Pope will be a body double. What? But then, wouldn't you call that a failure? Renko-chan will assassinate the body double and will get herself captured. Hey, she's gonna die. It'll be fine. First of all, they are going to torture her. They won't kill her during that time. Oh, I see. That's why she called it decoy. How evil. Also, there's a meaning in killing the body double. Chances of the next person to come after the body double will be the real thing. Oh, certainly. Then, while Renko-chan is acting as a decoy, Second San will morph using the Wraith, infiltrate, locate Pope Black, and cling to him. Understood? Then, it'll be bad if I don't finish the tame in time. You can do it. If it's you, Second San, you can do it. Fufu. She says it so lightly, but in the end, it's simply just hard work. Well, since Winfield is being this positive, there's probably an alternative plan even if the taming isn't done in time. Thinking about it makes me feel better. So, if I discovered the Pope's whereabouts, should I kill him? No, wait until the moment when Desert launches their surprise attack. I think I'll be from some tens of minutes to an hour. What? How is the Desert going to help us? What's that? I said Desert. That's the name of the anti-church forces, the Revolutionary Army, sort of. Oh, so it's the name of the Revolutionary Army. Really easy to understand. Yeah, gotta give it to smart people. They are very good at explaining stuff to dumb people. I am guessing, Desert will launch a surprise attack around dawn. The Pope and the Cardinals are all in Old Jaw having a secret meeting called Conclave, so it will be all chaos. Oh ho. Then, there are probably two choices. Either the Pope defends Old Jaw to the end, or he runs away like a cockroach. It'll be the former. Are you a mind reader? Oh, scary. This spirit truly is scary. The difference in their strength is obvious. The Pope will think they can be suppressed without much problem. So, he will only think about defense. In other words, we should assassinate the Pope around that time. That's the play I've staged. No wonder. Also, I have another plan to make Desert's surprise attack more effective. Oh? It is rare for Winfield to mince her words. Tell me. I smiled, urging her to quickly tell me, adding don't be shy. Winfield's expression brightened and as she nodded, she opened her mouth to speak. Can you ask the Margrave to organize a large-scale military exercise near the border, starting from about 2 days before to the day of the plan? Whoa. I see why the shyness. After all, she was telling me to put the groundwork in place myself. All right. Leave it to me. I've already talked about that. Wow. As expected. When I responded in a cool way, Winfield smiled happily and told me this and that while leaning in. I'm happy I met with Steam Gohan. Oh shit. Yukari suddenly appeared behind us, clearing her throat. In an instant, we moved away from each other. The strategy meeting hasn't ended yet, so I can't afford her being unsummoned yet. So I want to assassinate the Pope when he comes out to protect Old Jaw. I'm going to kill him, aren't I? Yeah. That's the most certain and reliable way. Renko-chan is next. And if it's unavoidable, Anko-san. I don't want to expose Anko too much. I've attacked the soldiers from the sacred country of Kamel before with her, so there's a big enough chance of them finding out who we are. And if the surprise attack is at dawn, Anko can't do much unless the Pope is indoors. Even the slightest exposure to sunlight weakens Anko, to the point that she can't even move on her own. Well, Renko-chan it is, then. Say, wouldn't Renko be captive at that time? The ultimate goal is to rescue the saint, right? Then, wouldn't it be more efficient if you disguised yourself as a prison guard or something, rescue Renko-chan, and then leave her in charge of assassinating the Pope, while you get the saint out, Second San? I see. It would certainly be a painstakingly hard task for me to assassinate the Pope and then retrieve Renko and Raspberry Bell on my own. If I leave the Pope's assassination to Renko, all I have to do is rescue Raspberry Bell and then leave. It doesn't get any easier than that. That girl was so set on killing him herself, So maybe this is for the best. Still, one concern I have is, will it succeed? I'm a little uneasy. She's indeed strong, but I feel like she's trying too hard, or more like she's prone to run out of control since she's trying too hard. When I met her in the middle of the night, she seemed somewhat emotionally unstable. The success rate, I'd put it about 96%. Isn't 4% a bit too much? But it's only 4%, you know? Seems like there was a difference in the way Winfield and myself perceive that number. For me, I think 4% is a reasonably high chance of failure. Besides, since there are a lot of human factors to consider, an unexpected thing might happen. Depending on the person, the percentage might be higher than 4%. Well, in the end, numbers don't tell the whole story. No, not good. I'll kill him then. If so, what's the chance of success? I ask as if to conclude our strategy meeting while stacking the empty plates of our meal. At my question, Winfield smiled and responded, in a happy tone. 120%. Chapter 120. Lend me a hand. Too many? It was when I was about to go wraith taming. I saw 10 servants lined up in front of the main gate, so I unintentionally let out my impression. In the morning, I asked Yukari to gather the top-ranked servants that wouldn't be busy today, to help me with the tame. However, I had not expected 10 people to gather. No, it's not like I'm grateful, you know, but I'm concerned about the normal operations being understaffed. Don't worry. All my subordinates are up to any task. Guessing my concerns, Kubero said something to reassure me. I see. I guess I'll have to make a special allowance for his subordinates. Huh? Suddenly, I came across an unfamiliar face among the servants. At a quick glance, he was a boy with short hair, about the age of a junior high school student. I brought him to fill the gap left by Severani-san. He's my subordinate. Come on, say your greetings. I am Poo-Poo-Poo-Plume. The stable master introduced him to me. His name is apparently Plume, a stable hand, and it was quite obvious he was very nervous. Is he okay? Poo-Poo-Poo-kun, was it? Yes. He's still a wet behind the ears kid, but I'll take responsibility for him. That's not what I was referring to. But, well, whatever. All right then, you'll be searching in pairs. When you encounter a monster, attack it first with the least damaging attack you have. If it's a wraith transformed into another monster, then that should be enough to break the transformation. If you manage to find a wraith, keep track of him and contact me via team-only communication. After I gave my instruction, everyone nodded in acknowledgement. 10 servants joined Team Firstist for this occasion as guests, so communication shouldn't be an issue, and thus, this time we explored with a team of 11 people plus one monster girl. Sylvia and Iko said they wanted to come help, but I wanted them to prioritize the special training for the summer title match, so I declined their participation for today. Master, is it fine if we too are a bear? It's what she said. While the servants were being moved one by one to the mountain where the wraiths lurked using Anko's transfer summoning, 2 maids talked to me. Ivy, an albino girl with pure white hair and skin, and her interpreter, Luna. I don't see anything wrong with them being a pair, but what does she mean by that? From what I saw, the servant pairs were Kubero and Lily, Just and Plume, Ellen Des, Cosmos and Champani, and Ivy and Luna. Ah, I see what she means. I get it. I suppose she's asking since she's worried about the balance of power in the Just and Plume pairing, so she's wondering if it's okay to keep the groups as they are. In the mountains where wraiths lurk, monsters of about the level of an upper C-class to lower B-class appear alone. The fact that they appear alone is the key point. Don't worry. Since monsters only appear alone, there's no such thing as them being overpowered and dying helplessly. In case of a problem, they will have plenty of time to send a message asking for help. If that happens, I'll transfer there. So it's okay. So yeah, you girls are fine as a pair. Thank you very much, Master. It's what she said. When I told them that to reassure them, both of them thanked me with a somewhat happy expression and left. Certainly, if those two were separated, they would each have a hard time with their pairing partner. Ivy's partner wouldn't be able to hear what she's saying, And Luna also seems to have quite the communication problem herself. I've spoken to Luna one-on-one only once in the past, but she never once changed her expression and simply talked nonchalantly about her pet spider. Apparently, it's called cide. I didn't know how to respond when she said, "It's an anagram of your name, Master." And I think I remember only saying thank you as a response. I got a transmission saying that everyone's transfer will be completed in 4 minutes. Then, sometime later while waiting for the transfer, Kubero, who was standing next to me, told me so. After I replied with a "got it," Kubero continued speaking with an expression of admiration. In any case, this communication is wonderful. How many people can use it at the same time? I think it was 300 people. There was also the 1,500 limit if you were to meet some requirements. I didn't play in many team battles during my Mobius days, so I didn't know the details. 1,500 people is incredible. If it were to be used by the military, it would certainly revolutionize warfare. Eh? What? It can't be. Say, do you know how to form a team? I at least do know of a way to do so. Probably only a few people in the country know about it. Probably it's a state secret or… Seriously? 3 or more people must do a complete clear of a C-class dungeon within 2 hours. That's the condition to form a team! Exclamation mark. When I told him, Kubero looked at me with wide eyes. Is it okay to share those details with me? I don't know if it's good or bad, but at least it's something you should know. Especially if you're part of House Firstist. What an elite-sounding statement. This Kubero here is very impressed. As the steward of the Firstist family, I will engrave it deeply in my heart. Then, may I ask you another question? Yeah. What is a complete clear? Defeat all the monsters that have appeared when you step into the dungeon before defeating the boss. The only hassle is that you have to go all the way to the back ends of the dungeon, places you'd normally skip, to kill all the monsters. In a dungeon, monsters basically spawn up over time. However, there are 2 upper limits to the number of monsters that can be spawned, the unmanned saturation number and the manned saturation number. The former is the upper limit reached when no player is inside the dungeon, and the latter is the maximum number of monsters that will respawn when a player defeats a monster inside the dungeon. The latter is set higher than the former, so the more monsters you defeat, the more monster will spawn. The condition for a complete clear is to defeat all the monsters that have already finished spawning in an unmanned saturated state at the time of entering the dungeon. The monsters that respawn after that do not count. I somewhat understand, but I think it's quite difficult to understand the details of a dungeon's structure and its mechanics. I don't think so. It's more like something of a feeling you get. No, it is difficult. Furthermore, the condition to complete a C-class dungeon within 2 hours makes it even more difficult. If that were the case, then 3 people clearing a B-class dungeon with leeway to spare wouldn't happen. Well, I will admit that the conditions were a tad bit complicated. It was rumored among players that this was an adjustment made by the Mobius management team to prevent beginner teams from being overcreated. There were pros and cons to this, but as a matter of fact, the adjustment, which was set a little higher, worked well. Beginning players who start Mobius with a group of friends will work hard to form a team, while those who cannot work hard will not form a team. Beginners who started alone drifted towards joining a team rather than forming one. In this way, the absolute number of teams decreased while the value of each team increased. Most of the full immersion virtual reality MMORPGs that were popular at the time, other than Mobius, had a system that allowed even one person to create a team or guild, so it was a mess of shitty groups with only one member in them. Compared to that, I remember Mobius having a relatively clear and nice environment. Prime Minister Valmoro probably formed a team. And I'm sure there are a lot of people in the Marubel Empire who know how to form a team. If some bastard like him managed to do it, then it shouldn't be something that's hard. I guess you're right, but just as Kubero said, though, this might be something treated as a state secret. Look, it's about time to transfer. With the chit-chat out of the way, we made our way to the mountain where the wraiths hid. Travel time, about 10 minutes. Indeed, Anko beats and Yuba any day. All right, let's get to work. As soon as the transfers were complete, I gave the order. The 5 pairs of servants ran valiantly into the mountains. Anko and I too followed after them. The long and deadly battle against the Wraith has now begun. Section. Can you see it at 1 o'clock? I can see it. Is that a monkey? Yeah. It would seem so. The Cubero and Lily pair were advancing through the forest near the foot of the mountain while carefully searching for their enemy. Suddenly, a muscular ape monster, with the physique of a karate practitioner, appeared in front of them. It was called Okaratazuru, which was also sometimes called Big Karate Monkey. It looked more like a gorilla than a monkey, but since it had a monkey-like face, the pair decided to call it a monkey. I'm going to start the attack. Kubai-chan, you cover for me. Understood. Lily quickly approached the Okaratazuru with a speed that did not match his muscular, hulking body, and stopped just in time to chant a water attribute first form spell. Since second coaxed Main to give him the grimoires of the first to fourth form spells of all attributes, the servants were able to learn magic at any time. Lily was no exception to this and had mastered several magic skills. Receive my love. With a single shout, Lily released his water attribute first form spell as if throwing a kiss. Muak! It hit the Okaratazuru directly in the face. Since its rank was 9th class, and probably the least powerful attack that Lily had, it did almost no damage at all. It looks like it's the real thing, right? Perhaps because of the pain caused by the attack, the furious monkey rushed to attack Lily. I won't let you. At the same time, Kubero's support came. A flying kick from a 5th grade night martial arts skill thrust into the chest of the Okaratazuru. Screaming Uja, the Okaratazuru lost its balance and fell backward. Take care of the rest. Lily-chan, leave it to me. Lily approached the Okaratazuru as it tried to get back up while cracking his neck from side to side. Then, about a meter in front of it, he activated a grade 6 gold martial arts skill. Gold martial arts is a short-range attack forward plus defense skill, so to speak. It's what you'd call a tackle. HMPH. A manly voice escaped from Lily's mouth, and immediately afterward came a loud thud sound. Then, with a creaking sound, the Okaratazuru was flung away as if it was hit by a truck and crashed into a tree 5 meters behind, where it died. If you don't include the probing attack by the first form spell, it was only 2 attacks. Most of the monsters here were at around this level. As expected of your power. Kubai-chan too, nice power. After defeating the monsters with ease, the two praised each other's power. Since the two were frequent opponents in the ranked matches and they were both martial arts users, they got along very well and were good rivals at the same time. Let's keep it going. Understood. Let's go. We're the ones who will be praised by Master. Hey, Bloom, you go and attack it. Got it, Aniki. Meanwhile, the pair of Just and Plume, like Kubero's group, had found an Okaratazuru. As for their tactics, it appeared that Plume, with his low stats, would make the initial attack, and Just was to take care of the rest of the fight. Plume's Class 5 soldier archery attack hit the giant Okaratazuru in the arm. Needless to say, the reason Plume raised his archery skill was that he admired Just, whose main skill was archery. Alright, is it a fake? Nah, it looks like the real one. Anyway, leave the rest to me. The Okaratazuru wasn't a wraith. The best proof of that was the fact it performed a mad rush towards them. Just simply drew back his bow and unleashed a 5th grade silver archery attack. It was a direct hit to the head, and a critical one at that, causing the Okaratazuru to die in a single blow. Whoa, that was awesome. There's nobody like you, Aniki. Well, it was nothing really. Plume happily clapped his hands, and Just was also in a good mood since he got to show his good side to his Plume, who was like his little brother. And so, the search for the Wraith was going generally well, even for this bear, who had the lowest fighting strength overall. Thus, Kubero and Lily were powerful. Just and Plume were nimble. L and S were like each other's complement. Ivy and Luna were, obviously, silent, and Second and Anko were super fast, as they continued their search for a wraith until the sunset. The first day ended yielding no results. The second and third days also flew by. On the fourth day, Sylvia and Iko joined the search, but it still ended without success. 2 days left, only 2 days. I have to tame it at all costs. Second and the others continued their desperate search for a wraith. Chapter 121. Even misfortunes have their upsides. Around the time Second and the others were struggling to tame a wraith, Dizzt, the anti-church forces were steadily preparing for the revolution. In the midst of all this, the key members of Dizzt, led by their leader Brighton, were holding a meeting with a map spread out on a table. The conclave happens early in the morning. Therefore, the surprise attack should be carried out from dawn to early morning. Wait. Wouldn't it be more effective to strike directly when the conclave takes place? No. It's better to do it before Old Joe's security is set in place. If it's early at dawn, it should be lacking. Are there any other opinions? Then, a surprise attack at dawn it is. Brighton, what method would be used? Let's take the northern route. We'll use Operation White Silver. Operation White Silver was one of the surprise attack methods that had been planned for the coming day of the revolution. This plan was only effective in winter, in the northern part of the sacred country of Kamel, and especially so in the mountains north of Old Joe. Snow fell and blanketed the mountains. By making use of this geographical advantage, all members of Dizzt would don white cloaks and carry out a surprise attack under the cover of the white snow. On one side were the members of Dizzt, who had lived every season of their lives in hiding in the mountains, and on the other side were the soldiers of the sacred country, who had not fought a war of any kind in decades. It was hard to imagine which side would be better prepared. However, Dizzt was a collection of oppressed people and less than 1,000 at that. It was inconceivable that they would be able to put up a fight against the standing army of the Kamel Church, which was around 10,000 men. Still, if one could hit while the conclave was taking place, it was a different story. They believed that no matter the cost, they could turn things around by killing the Pope, the root of all evil, and the cardinals who sucked up to him. The Pope and all cardinals were in one place. There was a 1 in a million chance of success if they aimed here, but conversely, there was no other chance of success for the Revolutionary Army, however small, if they didn't target this meeting. Therefore, with the desperate resolution to abandon everything but this sliver of hope, they were about to rise up, betting their everything on this chance. Brighton looked at the ring that dangled at the end of his necklace with a sad expression while holding it in his hand. His wife's ring, who was now deceased, their wives, children, fathers, and mothers, they had all been killed. Brighton's only living family was now his brothers in arms. Closing his eyes, he grasped the ring tightly. Then he took one deep breath. Almost everyone who arrived here at Dizzt had some sort of tragic story to tell, as deep and as sad as Brighton. So for their sake, and my own, he thought, we must avenge our dead. No matter the cost, the revolution must take place, and that time had come. Anarchy, they're over here too. There is an old proverb. It says traffic accidents are most likely to happen to those who are just starting to learn to drive. Plume, don't get carried away. You're being reckless. Plume readied his soldier archery attack as before. However, the situation was different this time around. Plume had gone too far forward. Before Plume could shoot the arrow, the monster noticed their presence. It was a monster called Madarada. It looked like a deer with a poisonous-like spotted body and large horns and was characterized by its quick movements. With a click of his tongue, just immediately prepared a soldier archery attack and fired it before the dumbfounded Plume could. He had come to the conclusion that there was no time to investigate whether or not it was a wraith, so he fired the first shot. A clean hit. The Madarada, who had received a critical hit in its left shoulder with that arrow, switched targets from Plume to Just. Sure enough, the Madarada was the real deal. Plume, back off. Oh, okay. At Just's command, Plume ran backward. However, the order he gave was wrong. What he should have said was out of the way. No, idiot. That's not it. Plume was stupidly honest, and foolishly ran straight back. That is, straight back at him. Just wanted to move back while staying out of his line of fire. It was common sense for those involved in archery to not interfere with the line of fire of others, but Plume had yet to acquire that common sense. That was all there was to it. Shit. The chase turned around. In that time, the Madarada was closing in on Plume and Just. The moment Plume retreated to his side, Just unleashed the silver archery attack he had prepared. Shit. The Madarada dodged the incoming arrow. When dealing with agile monsters, such things can happen, so an archer can't let their guard down even for a moment. Therefore, the distance from the monsters is a very important factor to consider. Damn. Take this then. Just immediately readied soldier archery and fired it at the Madarada at 0 range. The Madarada launched a body slam attack just before receiving Just's blow, and both sides ate both attacks almost at the same time. The soldier archery was a critical hit to the head, killing the Madarada instantly. However, it seemed the momentum of the body slam attack remained, and Just received a direct hit from it and was blown backward. Aniki! Plume shouted at Just, who fell to the ground 3 meters behind him. It was my fault, he thought, and regret washes over him, but in reality, 80% of it was Just's fault for bringing him here. Therefore, both of them should be expecting a scolding from Yukari when they returned that night. Half crying, Plume rushed to Just. Just was sprawled on his back, stunned and unconscious. In Mobius, the stun effect had a 6.25% chance of occurring when a strong impact was applied to the head. Perhaps he had hit his head hard when he was blown away and fell. Seems like he was unlucky enough to hit the stun lottery. Aniki, are you okay? That's right, a potion. There is an old proverb. It says when it's not your day, it's not your day. Plume took the abnormal status recovery potion he had received earlier, out of his inventory. However, perhaps because his hand was trembling, he dropped it. Wait, come back. The potion then rolled down the slope, and Plume chased after it. Suddenly, his foothold was gone. The place the potion had rolled off was a cliff. But by the time he realized it, it was too late. Plume's body was completely off of the cliff. I'm falling. Plume immediately noticed this fact. Seriously, I can't be taking care of you, is what she said. As Plume's body hung tied by a string, came a voice that seemed to be in a bad mood. He was rescued by Lunas, an assassin from the IV squad. Gold thread manipulation, a skill to bind opponents within a 4-meter radius with a thread. Thank you Vergugua. Plume was hanging by a thread from the cliff. I was a very hard restraint, but given the circumstances, he couldn't complain, not that he could even do it if he tried. Given that even giving his thanks was hard. I won't let you waste a potion given to you by Master, is what she said. IV, on the other hand, was twirling the potion that should have fallen on a string. Her own body was hanging by another thread that hung from a tree that was growing on the side of the cliff. It hurts. Thank you very much. Ouch, hurts. Luna jerked up the string, pulling Plume up and throwing him roughly over the cliff. Plume had bruises all over his body, but it wasn't a big deal considering that she saved his life, so he thanked her again. Next, using centrifugal force, Avi threw the abnormal status recovery potion over the cliff. With quick movements, Luna caught it. Everything seemed to be settled now, but crack. The tree Ivy was hanging from made a scary noise! Luna, who immediately understood the situation, without a moment to waste, stretched out her thread in order to restrain Ivy. At the same time, Ivy too searched for a place other than the tree to hold onto. However, they didn't make it in time. Crunch, crack, crack 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 crack, a loud sound echoed and the tree broke. Ivy was thrown into the air, falling down helplessly. The cliff was quite high, and no matter how high your skills were in rank, a fall from this height was not something one could get away with. Hence, Luna, with an unusual expression of impatience on her face, moved her legs in order to jump off the cliff to save Ivy, but Plume pulled her back by the hand before she could do it. What are you doing? It's okay. Luna let her anger be visible on her face. After causing so much trouble, this guy still tries to get in my way, she thought. However, even on the receiving end of such an accusatory look, Plume continued to speak as if to reassure Luna. I've called. So, I'm sure it'll be fine. Plume had already called when the tree started to creak. Called using the team limited communication, informing that Ivy was about to fall off a cliff right now. How many more seconds until she reached the ground? Ivy was in a strange state of mind, as if 1 second felt like 10 or 20. And all the while, she was desperately racking her brain, trying to figure out a way to soften the impact of her landing. But then, those thoughts suddenly vanished, and in their place, fear took hold. An emotion she hadn't felt in a long time took over her mind. It will be very painful. Worst case, I might die. When she started on that line of thought, Ivy was scared and helpless. I wonder if Luna, who's said to know being able to feel fear, would deal with this situation calmly, she wondered. At that moment, she had given up hope, and her mind was wandering into unnecessary thoughts. Suddenly, she felt a shadow swell up behind her. And then, something softly enveloped Ivy's body. Don't bite your tongue. Was this a dream, or an illusion? The one who spoke those words into Ivy's ear was the master she served, second firstest. She will never forget the sight of that moment. Looking up from his chest, she could see a halo shining behind his face. She had never looked directly at the sun, but it was at this moment that she saw it for the first time in her life. What an amazing person, she thought. And she felt that way from the bottom of her heart. He was exactly like a knight who gallantly rushes to save a princess in peril. She had read that tale of the knight in a dimly lit prison cell when she was a child. And right now it was a beautiful reproduction of that scene, leaving a sweet numbness as if she had just become the character of that story that she had longed for all that time but had to forget about. And this time, she had indeed fallen. While falling out, she had fallen in. And as to what, it would be a tactless thing to say in this situation. Well then, what the heck? This is one hell of a situation, seriously. What should I do? If I just land like this, well, it will hurt like hell, but I won't die. Still, even if I'm fine, I should absolutely avoid a situation where my innocent servants are hurt. Hence, the need to nullify the fall damage for 2 people. And I know of 5 main methods to do so. First, maximize the value of fall damage resistance with equipment effects. Second, use the 8-second invincibility window of transform. Third, use a skill that automatically starts a specific motion just after activation, moments before landing. Fourth, log out just before landing, then log back in. Fifth, immediately before landing, activate the horse riding skill within a radius of 2 meters from the riding unit. Of these methods, one that can be chosen without inconvenience at this moment and that satisfies the requirement of serving 2 people, it's only the 5th one. Anko, transform as you wish. The above decisions were made in less than 1 second, mostly as a gut feeling. As soon as I realized that I was falling off a cliff, I had given Anko the order to use darkness shift to transform. To be honest, I felt a little impressed, to think the human brain was such a wondrous thing to accomplish such feats even while falling. The same was true of the moment I was transferred. I immediately understood with my senses that Anko has used darkness transfer into Ivy's shadow that was cast on a side of the cliff, and darkness summoned to call me to Ivy's back. I'm really amazed at my brain. I wonder how I was able to grasp so much information in such a short period of time. Now that I think about it, the fact that Pupu-kun said in the team communication about to fall was also very helpful. It's probably thanks to him that I'm taking this situation so easily. Kaya IV, who was being carried by me in a princess carry, let out a short yelp as we landed on Anko's back using the horse riding landing. Maybe she was scared. No. I think it would be normal to be scared in this situation. Probably she couldn't help it. After all, where had all that energy from them falling down gone? It's indeed a mysterious phenomenon that defied the laws of physics, and it occurred right in front of her eyes. I'm sure I let a scream or two when I first experienced it on my own. Now, we're straddling the back of Anko, who has turned into a wolf, making it seem like the falling off the cliff from a couple of seconds ago like a lie. The way it worked is quite simple. The moment the horse riding skill was activated, the starting position of the fall was reset, and so was the velocity. That's all there is to it. Incidentally, whether the target unit is a horse, a flying dragon, or a darkness wolf, the skill to ride them is horse riding all the same. I wonder why is it called horse riding when it's not for riding only horses? Anko, that's enough. Having landed safely at the bottom of the cliff, I ordered Anko to transform again. When Anko returned to her human form, She then slumped down into my body. Can't move. Seems like she was overexposed to the sun since this place has a notorious lack of shades. I thanked her and told her go get some rest before using unsummon to send her back. She really did great. I'll have to think of some kind of reward. What a disaster. Huh? M.B. Huh? Oh. Don't worry about it. Well, stuff like that can happen. Are you relieved? You can cry if you want. Unfortunately, this is the only place available. When I said so as a joke to try to calm her down, Ivy buried her face in my chest and quietly started crying. In the meantime, I'll send a rescue successful message via team communication. I'm sure Luna and Pupipu-kun will be worried. One moment. Now that I think about it, I was able to hear what Ivy was saying. Was it because we were near each other? You're fine already? That was really fast. Isn't your face way too red? Ivy looked up saying, I've calmed down, master, but looking closely, her cheeks, ears, neck, and even her hands were bright red, which was quite the contrast with her usual snow-white skin. In addition, her thin body was trembling. I can tell for sure, this girl has definitely not calmed down. I won't get mad, you can stay like this for a while. Okay? Okay? Regardless of what she responded, I plan to keep her in a princess carry for now. It's sort of weird that she, the most combative and silent maid among the servants, would be so distraught just by falling headfirst from a cliff. Could it be that she also fell in another way? No way, right? Suddenly it's getting very cold. Ivy was still shivering. Maybe her shivering isn't one of relief, but she's simply cold. That's one thing that's both good and bad in this world, the temperature. Back in Mobius, it was neither hot nor cold. Thinking about it, I think it would be for the best to try and find some equipment that feels cool and fresh for the next summer title matches. As I looked around, taking in our current situation, I found a cave on the side that seemed to be able to be used as a shelter from the cold winds. I decided to walk over with Ivy in my arms. However, if winter gets this cold, it must be hard for the animals. I wonder if they are hibernating or something. Hibernation? No way. That can't be, right? Monsters hibernating? Do they do it? Is it something normal? Wait a moment. The Okaratzaru and the Madarada are monsters modeled after monkeys and deer, right? Do monkeys and deers hibernate? Then, what happens with the rest of the monsters? What about the Judo bear and the Hanton lizard? Now that I think about it, I haven't seen any of those monsters in the past 6 days. What was the wraith modeled after? A ghost? An urban legend? A doppelganger? A chameleon, right? Look at that. Yes. It's a huge discovery. Deep inside the cave we've entered, some Hanton lizards were sleeping huddled together in a natural bed of soil and dead leaves. There are, let's see, 3, 4, 5 in total, but there were some strange ones mixed in. For some reason, an Okaratzaru and a Madarada were sleeping next to the Hanton lizards. And, you see, those aren't monsters that have to hibernate like reptiles, right? These 5 monsters are definitely wraiths. No wonder we couldn't find them. They didn't want to be exposed to the freezing winter, so they came to this place. Chapter 122 The Eve of the Revolution. Monsters hibernate. That fact came as a somber shock to me. Until now, I had always thought that monsters only acted according to programmed patterns. But with this case, it was proven that there are multiple exceptions to this rule. The obvious exception is Anko. From the moment she was successfully tamed, Anko began to act as if she were actually alive. Up until that moment, she was, without a doubt, a mere monster just following a program. She called it God's binding curse. God, I don't know if that's an appropriate word to use, but I guess it refers to a higher dimensional being. He's the one who controls and adjusts the world, I'm sure. But in this case, what is it? An adjustment? It's a delicate point. In the first place, why would a monster need to hibernate? It's more of a staging, as if to increase the sense of reality, as if deliberately trying to adapt to the providence of nature rather than an adjustment. Unrealistic aspects that were allowed in a game had been changed in a way that adapts to reality, but it's not all the same. In fact, it's possible to do crazy things that defied the laws of physics, such as horse riding landing. On the other side, there are also realistic monsters, such as the Wraith, that hibernate over winter. Then, I noticed just by chance, until now, I've thought of this world as a reality that's as close to what Mobius was, but perhaps I should change that view to a Mobius that is as close as to what reality was. I can't. In fact, I'm just an elementary school graduate at most, that's my limit. Well, I did go to junior high and high school, but I was playing Mobius all that time, not studying at all. Thinking this much is starting to get me a headache. Let's keep those thoughts aside for now and just focus on what's in front. I'll tame that. So for now I'll put you down. Oh, why? After saying so, I put down AV, letting her stand on her own. I then grabbed one of the sleeping monsters, an Okaratazuru, by the neck and brought it in front of me, then kicked it in the abdomen. Immediately after, the Okaratazuru changed its appearance. What appeared in its place was a colorless, translucent, jelly-like monster, exactly the Wraith that I knew of. I really hate to put it this way, but it's all thanks to you falling off the cliff, Ivy. I activated Tame on the Wraith that was on the brink of death from a single kick, and after turning around to thank Ivy with a smile, she turned red and looked down. Seems like her carelessness of falling off a cliff is truly making her embarrassed to the point she's turning tomato red. Haha, sorry for teasing you. Well then, shall we go home? The taming was successful. Now that I've accomplished my purpose here, I do not need to be in such a cold place. I used Unsummon to send the Wraith back and Monster Summoning to call Franco. Then, very different from her usual self, Ivy uttered a voice that was by no means quiet. I listened, wondering what she wanted to tell Luna-chan. Also, I want Luna-chan to also get one tamed. That is what she said. My answer to that question was quickly decided. Be my guest. Still, why was it that Ivy decided to speak up loudly now? I was curious, so I asked her. I don't mind. But why did you ask? Yeah, soon. Be us. I'm sure soon it'll be useful. I was aghast when I heard those words. Winfield had been using the IV squad to conduct her research on the area surrounding the sacred country of Kamel. In other words, the IV squad members know the inner working of the sacred country. Therefore, I guess it's only the IV squad that is aware of what I'm trying to do in Kamel. Among all of them, the one who would be most useful to me was chosen, and it was none other than Luna, with the recommendation from her captain with zero hesitation. According to Yukari, the IV squad is a unit for covert operations, and if we speak about the match between covert operations and a Wraith, it can easily be called a match made in heaven. It certainly fits. If it's these women, who are masters of their craft, I might be able to have them assist me in my work in the sacred country of Kamel. In fact, that might make it all go even smoother and without danger. Based on all that, I guess she's asking me to take Luna, who would have tamed a Wraith. Even though Ivy looks like this, she has a firm idea of what it means to be a captain and is properly fulfilling that role. It kind of touched my heart. I understand. Then, not only Luna but let's get all the main members of the IV squad to tame a Wraith. You too? Yeah, it's fine. You two get one, Ivy. Why? When I told her what I thought, Ivy nodded with a blank expression, but someone looked happy. Her face was still bright red though. Well then, if that's decided, let's quickly settle this. I ordered Anko to summon all the members of the IV squad here. After this, in addition to preparing for the assassination, I need to have a secret meeting with Renko and a meeting with Luna. Seems like the eve of the revolution is going to be busy. Section. What? The Castle Kingdom is moving soldiers to the border? Yes, it was confirmed late yesterday. The size seems to be about 20,000. We just got confirmation. Just now? It's been more than half a day. However, considering the distance from the border, even using a fast horse takes. Don't talk back. Who do you think I am? Next. The soldier who came to report to Pope Black was cut down by his personal guard. Next. Even without being given time to beg for help, the soldiers standing guard simply watched in silence. Inwardly they were sighing deeply, thinking, not again. Tell them to fortify the border defenses. You may send reinforcements if necessary. Right away, sir. Seemingly satisfied after purging the soldier that he didn't like, Pope Black gave instructions and sat down on his chair. He thought he had given the right instructions. In fact, that would seem to be the correct direction to take. That is, unless a revolution were to take place tomorrow. In the past, the Sacred Country's army had attacked the Castle Kamel, which at the time was in the midst of a civil war, with the aim to profit while others fought. At that time, they experienced a terrible defeat in a battle that at first seemed advantageous. The commander from that time had been obviously purged, but the bitter experience was still fresh in the mind of many soldiers. Hence, it could be said that Pope Black's instructions this time were quite correct and extremely wrong at the same time. For those who knew what had transpired that day and night, the kingdom's army, and especially that man and the woman in black, were nothing less than objects of fear. Fortify the borders and send in reinforcements if necessary. Excellent instructions indeed. However, from the perspective of those who had been through the trauma, no matter how much they fortified the border, or how many reinforcements came, they simply had no peace of mind. In the end, Pope Black's instructions, which could be interpreted as "I leave it to your discretion," caused the Sacred Country's army to fortify its borders way too much, dozens of times more than necessary. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to triumph over the horrors of the past. Pope Black should have given specific instructions himself, from the number of soldiers needed to fortify the borders, to the number of reinforcements allowed to be sent. It was a stroke of luck that he left everything to the Sacred Country's army, which had been through a lot of trouble and had been traumatized by the Castle Kingdom. This was Winfield's aim. By taking advantage of the hellish past deeds of Second and Anko, and having Margrave's team conduct a large-scale military exercise near the border, she had stripped the capital, Old Jaw, from its protection in a single move. Tomorrow is the conclave, huh? Pope Black muttered softly, sipping from his hot tea, and elegantly looking at the scenery outside the window. It would be fine to let her go outside once in a while, he thought while having the saint in his mind. Although he was convinced that Raspberry Bell was a genuine saint, he only thought of her as a tool to help him gather faith. Why would he think so? Because Saint Raspberry Bell possessed a power that could only be called divine, one that normal people would never hope to possess, a truly holy being. But even the saint was helpless before the power of the Pope, and that was part of his presumptuous attitude. There was nobody who could stand against him, who kept the saint on a short leash. However, at the same time, he was afraid of the saint, because he believed that she was a genuine saint. That's why, while he confined her and used her, he never did anything too brutal and instead gave her a wealthy life, occasionally letting her out to the garden, taking meticulous care not to antagonize her completely. Those who rose to the top always had the fear of being overtaken. It would be a lie to say he had no anxiety. Pope Black lived with worry at all times, in fear of that loomed below. I won't let anyone go against me. The conclave was a very important place for him. It was a massive exhibit of the Pope's great power to those below, pruning the will to rebel, and for that, the existence of the saint was essential. The Pope's dictatorship could no longer be maintained if he lost the saint and the faith that came with her. On the eve of the revolution, Pope Black spent this time with unfathomable anxiety. Section: I never expected you to bring in a different woman. You sure are a playboy. Right at midnight in the forest, Renko showed up at the secret meeting place, and the first thing that left her mouth was a hateful comment. Unlike last time, it was Luna, and not Anko, who told her they would be meeting tonight. Luna used the wraith to morph her appearance perfectly, and she now looked like the run-of-the-mill nun that you could see anywhere. It was during her infiltration that she made the appointment with Renko. As easy as that, Luna had infiltrated the insides of the Kamel church. As if she had become mayor, she blended in without raising any alarms and slipped in very naturally, effortless one might say. It was a brilliant technique as one would expect from a specialist. Anko, on the other hand, was working behind the scenes to make sure that Renko and I are able to have a calm and confidential conversation, as she had done in the past. Do you hate playboys? Who knows? At least I don't like you. I guess that one's on me. I lightly brushed it off with an I see, and then spoke up, getting to the main point. The revolution is at dawn. At sunrise, desert, the anti-church forces, We'll launch a surprise attack on old Joe. I want you to assassinate Pope Black just before the sun rises. We'll infiltrate during the night and get hold of Raspberry Bell, then assist with the success of the revolution. That's basically the plan. Is that okay? What is? I'm asking if you're okay with me killing him. It's fine, but you have to promise me two things. Say it. First, you have to make sure you succeed, and second, you have to make sure you do not die. HMPH. Got it. Renko snorted and then uttered words of understanding. According to Winfield, the Pope Black that Renko is trying to kill is a body double. However, if I tell her that at this point, it will no longer work as bait. Therefore, although it pains me a little, I will have to let her be fooled for the time being. But in return, I will definitely help her. I'll take full responsibility. I won't let her die. I will not even let her be tortured. I will not waste the opportunity that she'll be betting her life on to create. Our goal is to make the revolution started by Desert succeed and rescue Raspberry Bell, without taking any damage and without getting our identities exposed. So finally, the revolution begins. Chapter 123 Suzuki Itchygo 1. Before the revolution, Suzuki Itchygo. He was born to very strange parents. His father didn't recognize Itchygo as his child and disappeared the day he was born. The mother stubbornly insisted that the baby was her daughter and decided to name him Itchygo, as in strawberry, a very feminine name. This was even though the baby had a penis attached. From then on, Itchygo was raised as a girl by his mother. His birthday was April 1st. All of his relatives called him a child. That was a mistake. One turning point in his life was the day he entered elementary school. Bullying Suzuki Itchygo, that girly name, should have been enough to gather the attention of the bullies, but he also wore girls' clothes and had a pretty face. The 6-year-olds around him looked at him weirdly. They avoided him, made fun of him, treated him like a germ. Why are they being like this? The 6-year-old Itchygo couldn't understand why he was being bullied, why he dressed like a girl, and why he only had a mother. Day in and day out he continued to be bullied, and he kept on enduring without understanding why. But even so, Itchygo continued dressing like a girl, and one day, his classmates stopped even talking to him. Don't ever get close to that child, they said, and within each family, this warning was passed to their children. But that was only obvious. Something was wrong with Suzuki Itchygo's mother. As the mothers interacted with each other, people began to notice the craziness of his mother, who was convinced that Suzuki Itchygo was a girl. Thus, Itchygo was left alone. And as usual, he continued to dress and look like a girl. In the 6th grade came the second turning point, the junior high school entrance exam. Itchygo decided to leave his hometown and enroll in a public school in the Kanto region, and with the entrance ceremony, he experienced a culture shock. A classmate with shiny blonde hair and no eyebrows, a uniform so modified it was hard to believe they were wearing the same one, makeup, extensions, false eyelashes, metal bats, and so on. It was a den of delinquents. If it's here, then I won't stand out. At that time, Itchygo was finally becoming aware that he was cross-dressing. He entered this school with the positive feeling that he would be able to do well. But, the reality wasn't as forgiving. His uniform was, of course, a girl's uniform. And he looked and sounded totally like an adorable schoolgirl. At first, his classmates recognized Itchygo simply as a girl. But one day, an accident occurred. Itchygo rushed straight into the men's restroom. To the astonished boys, he only had one thing to say. I'm a boy, you know? The boys, in the midst of puberty, were instantly unsure of how to interact with Itchygo. The girls, on the other hand, didn't know how to treat Itchygo either, who was not necessarily truly a woman. The result? Itchygo was left to wander, not having a place to belong. The delinquents clumped together with other delinquents. The cheery people got together with other cheery people. Even the antisocials made their own group. It would have been fine if he could have made a group with other cross-dressers, but unfortunately, Itchygo was the only one in that junior high. Alone again. Since there was no point in being depressed, Itchygo decided to concentrate on his studies. His classroom, however, was as noisy as a zoo, making it very difficult to concentrate. There was nothing fun about being in the classroom. He didn't have any friends there either. Therefore, Ichigo started to run away to the infirmary, as if to take refuge. The infirmary had become a safe haven for students who were being bullied. Thus, early in his first year, Ichigo began attending school mostly inside the infirmary. Then, 3 days after this started, the biggest turning point in Ichigo's life happened. In the morning, while he was studying at a desk in the back of the infirmary, as usual, a noisy boy walked in after almost slamming the door. My stomach. It hurts. I'm gonna die. My stomach hurts. It hurts. Sate-kun, you again? No. I'm dead serious today. Please lend me a bed. It's already the 5th time since the semester started, you know? Don't you think this is still better than not coming to school? Seriously. A boy who looked healthy and a pushover nurse. The place that had been so quiet until now suddenly became noisy, and this soured Ichigo's mood. Ichigo wanted to see the face of the boy who was lying in bed with an obvious feigned illness, and see how thick his skin was, to do such a thing. When the boy was asleep, he gently moved the curtains to take a peek, but the sight before Ichigo was completely opposite to what he expected. What the hell is wrong with this guy? The boy was lying down, wearing a VR headset, and playing a game. Why do you even come to school for? Retorted Ichigo inwardly. For the next 3 hours, Ichigo was so concerned about the boy that he couldn't focus on his studies. It was past noon. The bell for the end of the 3rd period chimed, and Ichigo closed his notebook and textbook to take a lunch break, spreading his lunch out on the table. Sate-kun, Sate-kun, wake up. Sate-kun, wake up. Hey, Sate. It's you, Yoshida-sensei. For a moment I thought you were a beautiful college girl. That won't work anymore. Get up. You need to eat lunch. Here, I guess Yoshida-sensei has it hard too. Ichigo ate his mother's homemade lunch while thinking about that. Then, the boy called Sate got off the bed and, to his surprise, sat down on the seat opposite the table where Ichigo was sitting. Having lived his entire life without being involved with other people, Ichigo froze up at the sudden close approach. However, Sate didn't even bow, greeted, or tried to make eye contact with him. His mind seemed to be 99% occupied with the game. Sate rummaged through the pockets of his uniform and pulled out a jelly drink labeled Energy Supplement Max. Ichigo glanced at it and predicted that it looked like that was Sate's meal. After finishing lunch in less than 10 seconds, Sate laid down on the bed again, taking a quick glance at Yoshida-sensei's judgmental stare. I'm sure he's going to play games again, Ichigo thought. And as he expected, the next time Sate woke up was around the school bell chimed signaling the end of classes. This odd behavior of Sate continued for a month or two, right in front of Ichigo's eyes. Why is he so passionate about that game? Ichigo gradually began to want to ask him. For some reason, he couldn't help but feel curious about Sate. Then, on a certain day, Senpai, what game are you playing? Ichigo mustered up the courage and asked. It's Mobius Online. Is it that fun? Yeah, it's really fun. The above conversation they were able to have only happened during the 10-second gap of Sate's lunch period. Ichigo had been secretly observing Sate's habits for more than 2 months and had figured out that this was the only time to have a conversation. Otherwise, Sate would always put his game first and foremost, and he realized that if he was not careful, he would be ignored. Sate Shikiru, a weird senpai 2 years older. The game he plays is Mobius Online. A large first page was added to Ichigo's Sate observation diary. This was, for better or for worse, a fateful encounter for Ichigo. 1 year passed since the school entrance. Ichigo became a second-year student, and Sate graduated. When the new school year began, Ichigo was struck with an indescribable loneliness. Sate didn't come to the infirmary, although he had only spoken to him once. Ichigo observed Sate in his spare time, and his sense of loss was greater than expected. Yoshida-sensei, the school nurse, also seemed somewhat lonely as she worked. At this moment, Ichigo's resolve hardened. All right, let's try Mobius Online too. If meeting Sate was the biggest turning point in his life, this decision turned into the next biggest turning point. Why? you ask? Suzuki Ichigo became addicted to Mobius online. It didn't matter if you were a man or a woman. It didn't matter how you looked. It didn't matter how you dressed. Nobody would say anything, wouldn't be creeped out nor will avoid you. This was an ideal space, a virtual world where you could be whoever you wanted to be. Ichigo, perhaps because of the reactions of his past, became a manly, sweaty, dandy-looking heavy knight with a shiny bald head, and adventured the world of Mobius day and night, in pursuit of Sate's shadow. 3 years had passed since entering school. Suzuki Ichigo graduated from junior high and entered a nearby public high school. With his academic ability, he could have aimed higher, for a more prestigious school, but he wanted to go to a bottom-ranked public school similar to his junior high. The reason was simple. He had previously investigated and found out where Sate Shikairu was enrolled. It was around this time that Ichigo's stalker personality started to come out to light. What was he chasing after Sate so hard? He wasn't sure himself, but he couldn't help being curious about Sate. As a result, Ichigo entered the same high school as Sate's Kuhai. However, soon after entering the school, Ichigo realized his own mistake. In the first place, Sate didn't go to school at all. Unlike junior high, high school was not compulsory education. It was not normal for students to go to the school infirmary, much less play games in the infirmary bed. Thus, Ichigo also automatically became a truant. However, he was exceptionally smart. He calculated in advance the number of days he would need to attend school, and made adjustments to ensure the minimum attendance so that he could graduate on time. Planned truancy, if you wish, calculated to the point he could miss the maximum amount of school. He then devoted all of his available time to Mobius. Then, he found him. Shikairu Sate, or rather, his character, 7, who was already the #1 in the world. After graduating from high school, Ichigo studied for the entrance exams while playing Mobius in his spare time, and was successfully accepted into the second course of science at Tokyo University. As soon as he entered university, he left home and moved into the room next to the apartment where Shikairu Sate lived. Obviously, he didn't tell Shikairu Sate about it, not intending to tell him later. He didn't even intend on meeting him face to face. It was just stalking. No, secret observation. After that, Ichigo focused on stock trading for about 3 months to earn money for living expenses and tuition. He deposited an amount that would keep him out of trouble for the next 50 years, creating an environment in which he could devote his time to Mobius and Shikairu Sate without any concern. At this time, Ichigo was starting to get on track. Finally, he had ranked in the top 1,000 in the world in Mobius. His name, Framboise. Framboise was a French word meaning raspberry. Ichigo, as Framboise, lived in the world of Mobius like a man, being adored by everyone as a reliable old knight. He did many manly things that he had never done before. He set his voice to have an astringent dandy atmosphere, and his manner of speaking was that of a quiet, clumsy, manly man. Meanwhile, he continued to secretly observe 7. Both in Mobius and reality, he was still very curious about him. He couldn't relax unless he saw 7 at least once a day, and the same happened unless he saw Sate at least once a week. Ichigo was definitely a stalker. Then, one day, there was a time when his university lectures dragged on and the timing of his login was 15 minutes later than usual. Coincidence or inevitability? The place where Ichigo happened to log in was just in front of where 7 was walking by. Up until now, Ichigo had been adjusting his time to avoid running into 7, stalking him without wasting time, and enjoying the observation that had become his purpose in life. However, a gap of only 15 minutes had caused him to come face to face with 7. Ichigo had been playing Mobius for many years, but this was the first time he had met 7, Shikairu Sate, in the game. Obviously, Sate didn't know that Framboise was his cross-dressing junior with whom he had spoken only once before in junior high. In the first place, he wouldn't know the name Suzuki Ichigo, that he was a cross-dresser, or even remember his face. Ichigo froze for a minute due to the current situation. Then, unfortunately, 7 spoke to him. Huh? Weren't you the one wielding a large sword the other day in the Isenza matches? He was right. Ichigo, who saw potential in the great sword, which was said to be disadvantageous in PvP, liked to use it. And the fact that Seven even remembered that it was him was nothing short of thrilling for Ichigo. Surprise after surprise. Hence, he was just moved. Is that so? Did you see me, senpai? I'm so happy. For a moment, Ichigo forgot that he was Framboy Izai. It was a tone that fit more to Suzuki Ichigo, as he looked completely like a girl. And right now, those girly words were blurted out from the mouth of a baldy old man. Furthermore, although he was someone he should be meeting for the first time, he called him senpai. He'll think I'm creepy. Will avoid me. Will make fun of me. I'll be treated like a germ. And by senpai, of all people, Ichigo's blood drained. However, the words that came out from Seven were as always, completely opposite to what he expected. All right, then how about we go to a dungeon together? What did all right mean? What did then mean? What did how about we go to a dungeon together mean? Ichigo had no idea. But deep inside, he unexpectedly understood one thing. Despite being a man, Suzuki Ichigo was raised as a woman, and although he yearned for masculinity, he never stopped dressing as a woman and lived his life in such a contradictory manner. But even then, being a man or a woman didn't matter. Whether I'm a man or a woman, I think I love this person. Chapter 124 Suzuki Ichigo, 2. From that day, Ichigo became aware of his feeling for Sate. The dazzling Mobius life of love had begun. Specifically, he began to accompany Seven as Framboy Izai wherever they went and whatever they did, as long as they had time to do so. Ichigo's purpose in life had shifted from secret observation to open observation within Mobius. Meanwhile, in the real world, he was still sneaking and observing. Shikairu Sate had no way of knowing that Framboy Izai, who was always next to him, was also the resident of the neighboring apartment. Ichigo couldn't help but enjoy every day of his life. Whether it was during the train ride to school, during the lectures at university, and even during the 10 seconds he spent gripping and drinking an energy supplement max. At lunch, all he could think about was Sate. His daily life, which until now had felt empty, has become brighter as if it had been splashed with rainbow paint. In front of senpai, in front of Seven, he could be his true self. No matter if he was an old bald man speaking with a woman's tone, he would never be looked down on or avoided. That sense of security was priceless. Ichigo realized at some point that up until now he had been acting the character of Framboy Izai, whom he thought had become his true self. The very image of a manly man who he thought was closer to his real self, was merely an aspiration. A troublesome one, indeed. Ichigo sighed at his own utterly difficult personality. Ichigo wanted Sate to see his true self, and he wanted Sate to accept him. The relationship between Seven and Framboy Izai alone did not mean that they have been truly accepted for who they really are. That was a greedy idea, he knew. But even so, he had grown inexplicably fond of Sate to the point that he could no longer contain himself. Still, Ichigo didn't dare to reveal his real identity. There's no way he could do that, much less confess. Sate will be troubled if a man confesses his feelings for him. Ichigo knows this because he has been observing him day after day. Then, at least if it's inside the virtual world, be pretty much identical. He tried creating an alternate character. Using a premium avatar ticket, he tried to make the character have his original appearance, Suzuki Ichigo's appearance. For the name he used Kichigo, which in English translates to raspberry, and also Suzu, which means bell. Raspberry, Kichigo, and bell, Suzu, a play on his name, Suzuki Ichigo. That was the most courage Ichigo could muster. The nameplate outside of his apartments read Suzuki Ichigo. A person with keen intuition would notice it. Well, I doubt he'll notice. Smiling lovingly, he stared at his alter ego. Let's secretly grow. And then, someday, in the future, Ichigo made up his mind to do so. Then, a few days later, Ichigo found herself inside Mobius Online. Her memories of the past few days were suddenly missing. It took her a few seconds to realize this, and there, in front of Ichigo, a huge religious idol of the Kamel faith stood. This was the center of Old Jaw. Inside the holy temple, This was where the alt character Raspberry Bell had last logged out. Having brought her here intending to learn healing magic one by one, she was left in this place. In other words, this means I logged into Mobius as Raspberry Bell at some point. It was too sudden. Maybe I've been tired lately, Ichigo thought, tilting her head at the strange situation. Then, behind Ichigo, a man exclaimed with admiration. What the heck? Ichigo turned around to confirm who the voice belonged to. There was the figure of man, eyes wide open, ready to worship Ichigo. He was Pope Black, the dictator of the sacred country of Kamel. Ichigo then tried to recall. I don't remember this guy being an NPC who spoke like that. The saint has descended. Everyone, offer your prayers. The next moment, Pope Black shouted loudly and bowed to Ichigo. Then, the Kamel devotees, numbering well over several hundred, who had gathered in the back of the room, prayed to Ichigo all at once. What? A saint? Me? Huh? Ichigo was confused. And rightly so. In Mobius, there was no such title as saint. The most likely explanation was that this was part of some strange story event that may have been implemented in the most recent update. Geez, it can't be helped. I'll go along with you, so get on with it. With a sigh, Ichigo spoke softly. If it's a forced event, then let's finish it quickly. After that, I'll let Raspberry Bell learn healing magic and compounding. And then let's train her in earnest as a support character. At that time, Ichigo still didn't know. A few hours later, she was shocked when she realized 3 facts. First, Suzuki Ichigo had committed suicide. That's what she remembered from the hacking incident to Shikairu Sate's death. The reality was so unacceptable. The shock was so extreme that Ichigo's brain couldn't withstand the extremely strong stress and mental pain. And to protect itself, it had blocked its perception of reality. And as a result, all memories had been disconnected. Second, this was undeniable, the real world. She couldn't log out. She got hungry after a while. She wanted to use the restroom, and it hurt when she pinched her cheek. The subconsciousness of the human named Suzuki Ichigo obtained a vessel called Raspberry Bell and was reincarnated in a world that looked exactly like Mobius. Third, he was no longer a he. Raspberry Bell was a female character. Ichigo, noticing that the thing that should be between her legs wasn't there anymore, wetted her pillow that night. Everything was a horrible mess. When Ichigo appeared before the statue of Kamel, Pope Black and his many followers were in the middle of their prayers. Unfortunately, many people witnessed it. That divine power, Ojo, the Holy Land, is the most heavily monitored place in the sacred country of Kamel. In such a space where nothing is supposed to happen, a beautiful woman suddenly appeared. It was a phenomenon that couldn't be mistaken for anything else. There was no trick to it, no gimmick. It was simply an act of what one could only call divine power. The Pope, who was convinced at that moment that she was a saint, shouted, "The saint has descended." And this was one of the major factors that led to his followers believing that Ichigo was a saint. She logged in right there, right in the middle of their prayers. This was all it took for Raspberry Bell to be recognized by many believers as a saint. As a result, Raspberry Bell, the saint of the Kamel Church, was imprisoned by the Kamel religion. And, this wasn't the only problem. Raspberry Bell was thought of as a support character, and obviously, she had the support growth type. Her status were just like a drop in a bucket. She hadn't raised any combat-related skills and hadn't earned any more experience points other than the minimum needed to learn healing magic and compounding. Ichigo's systematic nature of planning to avoid waste had backfired. Therefore, she couldn't gain the power needed to defy Pope Black. Naturally, she was forbidden from going outside, which meant that she couldn't even read skill books, let alone earn experience. The only skills she could learn while confined in Ulja were support skills such as healing magic or compounding, which did not require combat. Furthermore, that healing magic and compounding would add another blow to Ichigo. For Ichigo, the conditions to learn Cure Status Effect and Cure All were simply common knowledge. But in the Kamel religion, those were some of the best-kept secrets. It was no wonder that Raspberry Bell, who had learned them so easily, was thought to have the power to communicate with God. This led the people around her to believe that Raspberry Bell was truly a saint. In addition, her Kansai dialect also worked in the wrong direction. To the people of the sacred country of Kamel, Raspberry Bell's thick Kansai dialect sounded something like an archaic language. Thus, Raspberry Bell became a saint recognized by all, praying, gathering faith, casting healing magic, compounding medicine, and saving people. Her life was not bad by any means. However, living as a saint, for Ichigo, it was a step backward, back to a life of emptiness. Ichigo could no longer imagine a life without Seven, without Eight. I'm sure Senpai was also reincarnated in this world. While puzzled by this exquisitely strange world, Ichigo did not despair at the last minute. Spending every day betting on that ray of hope, in pursuit of Shikairuseit's shadow. This was her only hope. However, there was still a limit to what one person could accomplish alone. If she couldn't go outside, she couldn't even get in touch with the outside world. There's no way she could find him. Then one day, another turning point came for Ichigo, a pilgrimage, an opportunity to visit the churches in the sacred country of Kamel in order to gather faith and increase the Pope's prestige and authority. During that, they stopped by a city in the southern part of the sacred country. A carriage suspected of having invaded from the Castle Kingdom rushed into the city, pursued by the sacred country's soldiers. A woman jumped out of the carriage that had been overturned by the ambushing soldiers. I can use her. Ichigo immediately calculated. Wait a minute, isn't it wrong to kill a person in front of the saint? Ichigo's words as a saint stopped the soldier right before he swung his sword at the dying woman who had already received over 2 digits of arrows in her back. I'll take care of this child. What do you think? Do as you like. This is not the first time the Saint-sama has been so benevolent. In front of the public gathered, she approached Pope Black. Needless to say, it was a deliberate question, anticipating the difficulty of refusing. Stay put for a moment. After pulling out each of the arrows stuck in the woman's back, Ichigo then used Recovery Large to restore her HP. The woman's complexion improved as it happened, and she then regained her faint consciousness. With the arrows gone from her back, there were several holes in her clothes, just like the cross-section of a lotus root. Hey, tell me your name. I am. What? You can't say your own name? All right. From today onwards you're Renko. You'll take care of my personal belongings. Come with me. Thus, Ichigo saved Renko, to use her. She taught her how to learn skills, how to gain experience, about covert actions, and about how to acquire information about the outside world. All in order to reunite with Shikairu-sate to accumulate power to fight against Pope Black. In preparation for the times to come, Ichigo made Renko into her weapon. For real? Yes. A man named Second Firstest won the Triple Crown of Isenza, Issue, and Ryu in the Winter Title Games. That. Are you sure? Why yes. It's 100% true. Raspberry Bell Sama! Exclamation mark. The sense of humor in naming his extra character second, the even more ludicrous sense of naming his household firstest, I'm sure of it. Ichigo was convinced. This was the happiest moment, tentative first place, in Suzuki Ichigo's 21 years of life. A letter. No, wrong. Maybe I should ask Renko to go directly? No. But still, a letter. What should I write? Senpai, you're alive. Thank God, thank God. With a mixture of emotions, such as happiness, relief, excitement, and concern about how to make contact, Ichigo turned over the contents of her drawer with a tearful smile, looking for a pen and paper. However, there was no way she could find a pen and paper in the saint's room, where contact with the outside world was forbidden. Ichigo was so agitated that she had forgotten that basic fact. It was like a maiden in love worried about the contents of her love letter. Renko gazed at Raspberry Bell with a somewhat lonely expression. In the end, Ichigo spent the whole day thinking about the contents of the letter to Second so that the Kamel Church would not be aware of its contents, and Renko, who had memorized it, sent it with great care. A few days later, Second came in contact with Renko with terrifying speed, carrying a huge bomb called Revolution. And the time for their reunion was getting closer and closer. Chapter 125. For whom? It all started with a single scream. The silence before dawn was broken by the tormentor's scream of a dying man. HMPH. So you weren't a big deal, after all, Black. It was a bit disappointing to be able to kill you that easily. The masked woman Renko laughed mockingly. She was no professional assassin. Therefore, she had used her martial arts skills to finish her opponent with delight, although unable to keep him quiet. How disappointing. I didn't think anyone would be stupid enough to fall for such a trap. TCH. You're already here. The man who rushed in less than 10 seconds was the Pope's personal guard, Nex, a genius swordsman in his late 20s who became a close aide to Pope Black. In order to escape, Renko did 3 backflips with the lightness of a ninja and landed on the edge of the window. Too bad. You're already surrounded. Damn. Just as Nex said, dozens of soldiers were waiting outside the window. The soldiers moved too quickly. No way. Renko came up with a reason why. That's right. The one you killed was a body double. It was a trap to expose idiots like you. Nex answered the question floating in Renko's mind. At the same time, an avalanche of soldiers stormed through the door of the room, surrounding Renko. Not bad, but still, I'm not the type to get caught that easily. When further resistance seemed futile, Renko then paused for a moment, and after placing both fists in front of her chest in a pose, transform. A dazzling light and wind emanated from Renko, blowing away the soldiers close to her. The invincibility period when the transform skill is used was 8 seconds. Of that time, the user can only move freely for 2 seconds after 6 seconds have elapsed. Should she take advantage of those 2 seconds to leap out the window, climb up the roof, and use the high agility of her transformation to escape? Or should she smash her way through Nex and the rest of the soldiers in front of her? There were 2 choices, escape or attack. And obviously, Renko chose to go on the offensive. It wasn't a bad choice. The difference in power between the soldiers and Renko was obvious. Even 10 soldiers were no match for her after using transform. Also, defeating Nex, one of the Pope's main forces here, would greatly increase the success rate of the revolution, and it was not too late to escape to the roof. However, there was just one thing, something that was unexpected, and that was the extraordinary strength of the personal guard, Nex. In interpersonal fights, Renko knew he was strong, and she was wary of him, but she didn't expect him to be at such a level. Naive. A sharp blow from lance swordsmanship. Renko received it on the shoulders, losing her balance. It was a very clever blow. While using the other soldiers as a meat wall, Nex's swordsmanship skill, which he unleashed taking advantage of the gap generated by this location, was clearly a move of someone used to kill other people. It was only natural. Nex had so far, at the behest of Pope Black, turned dozens, maybe hundreds of people into rust on his sword. Some of them resisted violently, and some of them were so strong that they could be called masters. Yet, he still overwhelmingly and unilaterally cut them down. Nex was the strongest and the most fearsome swordsman in the sacred country of Kamel. Furthermore, in a battle between martial arts versus swordsmanship, the swordsmanship had a longer reach, and therefore an advantage. In other words, the reason Nex was able to go toe-to-toe with Renko, even after her using transform, was due to the difference in numbers and experience, as well as the compatibility of their skills. I can see you're starting to get impatient. Shut up. 5 minutes have elapsed from the start of the battle. 2 minutes remained in her transformation. Renko had already defeated 10 soldiers other than Nex. However, no matter how many she defeated, soldiers kept replenishing one after another. The only way to break out of this situation was to defeat Nex, who was keeping Renko from moving freely. However, Nex was still strong. If Renko tried to attack him, he would use his soldiers to fend the attack off and then counterattack, and if Renko tried to run away, he would slash at her with terrifying speed and accuracy. And so, in the course of this back-and-forth battle, 2 minutes passed. Then, catch her, at Nex's command. The soldiers all attack at once to restrain Renko, who had her transform undone. Renko was finally silenced after being forced to wear a collar of servitude, a restraint used for criminals. The collar of servitude will prevent the subject from performing an attack. In other words, it activated the unable to attack feature in Mobius Online. This item appeared only during story events, but in this world, it is spread to countries, night orders, merchants, and even the underworld. Humans are animals that are always in search of security, and the security of being unable to attack has an irreplaceable value. I believe you are Raspberry Bell-samas. I see, so that's it. Next then removed Renko's mask and recognized the face beneath. Sent her to the dungeon. Prepare her for torture. The Pope will be in danger if I don't make her spit out whichever information she has as soon as possible. Thinking so, next decided to hasten Renko's torture after informing the Pope. Oh, Your Holiness, why are you alone in a place like this? I heard that someone tried to assassinate me. I came to see her face. Is that so? But, with all due respect, next Sama insisted that nobody is allowed to enter. Did he say not even I was allowed in? No, that's not it. But, it's dangerous. And isn't she wearing a collar of servitude? That should pose no danger. But don't spout any more stupid words. If you want to keep your life, that is. Yes. Within 5 minutes of Renko's imprisonment, the dungeon was visited by Pope Black. He threatened the soldiers standing guard outside and went in. I don't need an escort. I'm just looking at her face. I'll be out in less than a minute. Intimidatingly refusing to be accompanied by soldiers, Pope Black walked alone through the dungeon, stopping in front of the cage at the end. So it's true that was a body double. I'm feeling disgusted. Renko was inside the cage. As soon as she saw the face of Pope Black, she cursed. Seeing Renko's appearance, Pope Black smiled and opened his mouth. Come, Anko. Yes, my lord. Right next to Renko, the darkness distorts, slowly forming up the shape of a woman's body. What appeared was a nun who one day had identified herself as Anne. She's a woman with a faint smile, fine lips, and eyes, and who gave up a hair-raising presence. Wow. You can't be. We don't have time. I'll transfer you to my house. The man disguised as Pope Black said so, interrupting Renko's surprise, and tried to give Anko instructions. If they took too long, the jailer will get suspicious. Therefore, there was no time to waste. Renko then stood up and said a few unexpected words as she approached the man. Wait. Give me a chance. Can you give me one more chance? No questions asked. You're being dismissed. Realizing this, Renko frantically begged. A chance? Next time I'll kill the Pope. Give me a chance to make things right. A chance to repay my debt to Raspberry Bell-sama. You say repaying and making things right and all those sweet-sounding words, but in the end, you just want to be satisfied with yourself, don't you? Wrong. You're wrong. Those words pierced her like knives. Renko denied it with a sorrowful expression and continued speaking. Raspberry Bell-sama is taking advantage of me, but she is kind-hearted. She's using me, but at the same time, her heart aches because she's using me. If I leave now it will all have been for nothing. Raspberry Bell-sama will be more distraught. Isn't that just what you think? She might not actually be thinking any of that. Isn't that just some delusions you're forcing yourself to believe? Silence. It was just as the man said. Hence, Renko had no more words to respond to. What a shame. You really don't understand my personality. That's why you lost. If it was a member of the R6, they would have dared to oppose me more stronger. Sorry, but I can't be keeping you company any longer. Surprisingly, a lenient man. However, Renko didn't understand the significance of using that name here, but still, her emotions changed just as the man intended. Until the end. I want to stand my ground until the end. I honestly don't care about saints or the sacred country of Kamel. I want to take my stand until the end, no matter what it takes. I want to hurt that son of a bitch who used Raspberry Bell-sama. This innocent, adorable, and normal girl, who chained her up. I want to hurt him until he begs for death. From Renko's mouth came her very strong and true feelings. I know I might fail, that I might cause trouble, but I still want to stand up for myself, for the me who knows the heart of the girl named Raspberry Bell. Renko knew, no matter how great her abilities and knowledge might be, Raspberry Bell was not a saint at heart. She was just a very ordinary maiden. Won't you let me use this life that was saved, For the sake of that child. Sitting upright on the cold stone floor, she placed both her fists on the ground by her sides facing down, and bowed her head. Right now she was Renko, but at the same time, she wasn't Renko. She was Rei, the only daughter of the proud bandit leader, Ryumuzuma. The passionate chivalry that once existed within her had returned. The path of evil that frustrates evil, the way of the righteous bandits. Not for anyone. All for the sake of not going against one's own path. The passionate way of life of those men burned fiercely and was inherited in her heart. But what about the man? He loved these kinds of people, without logic and without regard for efficiency. With a ding, the collar of servitude around Renko's neck was broken. I'll send you to the north of Old Jo. Take the eastern route to Old Jo. The Pope is beyond! Exclamation mark. The man had just received a communication from codename Cide. In case of emergency, the Pope will take command from the east of the city. They must have obtained this information from the previous day's undercover investigation. Thank you. Thank me after it's done. Don't worry about the rest. Do what you want. Yeah. Sorry, I owe you one. Anko's darkness transfer and darkness summon sent Renko to the forest north of Old Jo. He had a debt to pay. Even though he knew that the target for the assassination was a body double, he still felt guilty for letting her cross that dangerous bridge. Therefore, he wanted to help her as much as he could. But even without that, he had decided already to leave the assassination of the real Pope to her. She would probably fail. And as a result, he would have to clean up the mess. But even though he knew that, he decided to entrust her with the job for the time being. That was the decision he arrived at. It didn't matter if it was double the work, if it was a waste of time, or if it was a waste of money. This was not something a man who had bet everything in his life up until his death on online games could dismiss as wasteful effort. Leave it to her. It makes sense. It is worth it. He knew the beauty of risking your life for something you've set your mind to. What should I do now? The man left the dungeon while sighing, thinking about what would happen after Renko failed. His destination, the holy sanctuary, the room of Saint Raspberry Bell. A few minutes after this, the anti-church group, Desert, launched a surprise attack on the capital city of Old Jo. And so, the night was over. Chapter 126. Prepared to die. Can't relax. Currently, I'm walking through the hallways of the convent that lead to Raspberry Bell's room. Why I'm restless, you ask? The reason is simple. I am dressed as a woman. Or rather, it's because I myself look like a woman. First, I was moved into the convent so that the gatekeeper would not notice me. Then I found a suitable nun, blindfolded her from behind, and sent her some distance away from the city using Anko's darkness transfer and darkness summon and left her there. Then came back while using a wraith that had morphed into her exact same appearance. It was a somewhat aggressive method, and it took a bit of time, but I was able to infiltrate this place with no difficulty. The interesting thing about wraiths is that not only your appearance but also your voice changes. In my opinion, it's not mimicry but more like duplication. Perhaps it's like a direct copy of a character's data, kind of like in a game. It's quite convenient, but you only really understand it once you use it. I walked proudly down the hallways of the convent, aiming for the saint's room. The location of said room had already been identified by Luna, who had infiltrated the convent beforehand, or should I say codename, Cide. Here, perhaps because it was early morning, I reached the front of the room without running into anyone. It was a little eerie, as if I was being lured in. When I put my hand on the doorknob, it clicked open without any resistance. It was unlocked. Yup, not here. Sure enough, Raspberry Bell was not in there. The attempted assassination of the Pope by Renko, the saint's caretaker, might have put the other side on high alert. I should assume that for this reason, they moved the saint to a safer place, or maybe they are even suspicious of the saint. What was I supposed to do if she wasn't here? Right. Contact Luna. As I left the convent, I got in contact with Luna telling her she's not here. After a few seconds, I got a reply, "Please wait a moment." Then, about 10 minutes later, I got a message saying, "We've found her." Yeah, isn't she a bit too capable? She then added, After transferring to Point D northeast of Old Jo, go south along the river. Since we shared the general transfer points in a meeting the previous day, she now told me the nearest transfer point that's safe and without anyone noticing it. D Point, northeast of Old Jo. It was on the bank of a river, a little far from a canyon that was expected to become a fierce battlefield. When I transferred as she instructed, my leg got stuck in the snow. Seems like the snow has piled up a lot in just one night. Are you cold, my lord? I'm fine, I'll warm up as I move more, Anko said worryingly as she patted down my body. Unfortunately, I don't have time to slowly warm up. The sun was about to rise. I searched for shadows in the direction I was going to get into shades, but the visibility was poor and I couldn't see much further ahead. It would be faster to run than to shift from shadow to shadow. So I told Anko to take some rest for now and thanked her before sending her back with unsummon. Well then, let's run. Still, I wonder if my feet won't get stuck in the snow. Shit, it's really hard to run. As I ran with difficulty while cursing, I somehow came to the side of the canyon. It was the middle of a fierce battle. The white cloaks probably belong to Desert. Oh, cool. Even though they are a small group, they are moving around quickly and overwhelming the enemy. Excellent teamwork. On the other hand, the ones wearing ridiculously heavy armor in the snow are probably the army of the sacred country. That's why they are being pushed back. They have no mobility like that. I disguised myself as a soldier of Kamel with a pretty common face so as to not be noticed by the sacred country's army and stealthily followed the army, which was following Desert, who had rushed into the main camp. I'm sure that the Pope is at the end of where Desert is moving towards, and Raspberry Bell too. I wonder what happened to Renko. Wondering this in the back of my mind, I continued walking the snow-covered road section. The surprise attack was quite successful. Desert approached under the cover of snow and darkness and shot a large number of fire arrows. The flames spread in the dry winter air, and Old Jo descended into chaos at dawn. However, the difference in numbers was huge. To begin with, the army of the sacred country of Kamel deployed troops in the blink of an eye, paying no heed to the slight confusion. But Desert was strong from that point on. Operation White Silver, a well-devised plan, had begun. They divided into dozens of units and, taking full advantage of the terrain of canyons and forests, divided the sacred country's forces one by one, destroying the scattered soldiers one after the other. Crush it with sheer numbers and the battle would be settled in a matter of hours. At first, Pope Black thought so, but he felt troubled to see his army being cut down rapidly by the white-silver warriors, who could attack from any place, in a terrain where numbers made no difference. The current Old Jo was stretched more thinly than the Pope had expected. This was the effect of sending troops to the border in fear of the Castle Kingdom. Also, the soldiers' training in snow combat was poor, and the morale was at an all-time low. This was an obvious consequence of the fact that they had been treated like slaves, taking advantage of their faith. There was no way they'd lose. This much was obvious, but it was possible this battle would be prolonged for a long time. And the only element in this that could lead to the possibility of losing was, "Please be careful, Your Holiness." That's right, assassination. Even though he had gotten away with it once, it didn't mean there wouldn't be a second time. In response to the advice of his guard, Nex, Pope Black nodded deeply and opened his mouth. Depending on the case, Nex, I may have to ask you to do something. Please leave it to me. Nex bowed his head, a blank expression on his face. It was not the usual request for an escort. It was a request too horrifying and terrible to be easily put into words. Black, don't tell me that you intend to use that thing? You've been speaking more commandingly lately. Raspberry Bell, the main camp in the eastern part of Old Jo. In this place, Pope Black had taken command, and there was also the saintly figure of Raspberry Bell. Nex had brought her here. He was suspicious of Raspberry Bell. He suspected that Renko's assassination of the body double had been ordered by her. He also assumed that she was connected to Desert and that they would come to take her back. Hence, she was taken to this place where Nex could monitor her personally. The presence of both the saint and the Pope meant that this place was namely the safest in Old Jo. It was the most protected place, where all troops were concentrated. If you think you can assassinate the Pope, try it. If you think you can get back the saint, try it. That's just what Nyx wanted. And if there was an overwhelmingly strong person who could reach this place, then, take this. Some of the soldiers in the formation were blown back as if by an explosion. As expected, the information was correct. The Pope is here. All member charge. Brighton, the leader of the anti-church forces, Desert, shouted. This was the main body of the Revolutionary Army, led by Brighton, launching a desperate assault on the main camp. Just before, he had been contacted by a certain person, and she had told him the Pope is here. Once the Pope's whereabouts were known, the rest was simple. All they had to do was focus all of Desert's forces and launch a decisive assault. How did you know I was here? Today was the conclave, right? We've already killed several cardinals. You're next, Black. How did you know? You should ask that to your own heart. In a situation where the conclave was exposed, one would think that there is a traitor on the Pope's side. The truth, however, was that it was the work of a completely unrelated spirit. Obviously, there's no way these two could take notice of this fact. Ura, Brighton held up a large shield, and using rook shield arts he rushed, knocking up several soldiers. When the rush stopped, he switched to his greatsword and mowed down the soldiers blocking his path. He was really strong. Both his swordsmanship and shield arts were at a high rank. He had acquired this strength through sheer desperation for revenge. Thus, with Brighton as the main force, Desert's warriors broke through the main camp and finally reached the Pope's site. Why? How did you make it out? Too strong. Even though the sacred country's army had the advantage in numbers, the difference in strength was clearly tipped in favor of Desert. The Pope was intimidated by that strength and took a step back. Among them was another warrior that was as ferocious as Brighton, and that was, you mean me, Renko? She incapacitated one soldier after another, moving as quickly as lightning with her high-level martial arts. She was one of the main reasons why Desert was able to break through the main camp with only a few hundred men. She was also the one who gave them the Pope's location. She chose to cooperate with Desert because she thought it would be reckless to attack this place alone. The incredible strength of Renko and Brighton, plus the miraculous combination of terrain, weather, information, the difference in experience in combat in the snow, and differences in morale, all helped in this crazy turnout. Originally, most of the people with high ranks in certain skills were something like a mutation. From the general population's point of view, they were as strong as monsters. It was a strength that everyone felt was obviously strange. A man who risked everything to become strong in order to get his revenge, and a woman who became strong by being taught by Framboy Isai, the world's 128th rank player. The Pope had been driven to a corner all at once only because of the combination of these two monsters. However, there was yet another monster in this place. Shake, take care of His Holiness and Raspberry Belsama. Yes, sir, the guard. Next, the most powerful swordsman in the sacred country of Kamel, and also one of said mutations. Telling his subordinate Sheikh to guard the Pope and the Saint, he leapt forward. I will fully take responsibility for underestimating your strength and for letting you escape. Brighton and Renko are too dangerous for Pope Brighton. That's why I need to crush them right here. Next thought so. No, Renko, you've got to run away. Raspberry Bell shouted. She was desperate, no longer trying to hide the fact that she was colluding with Raspberry Bell. She sensed it, the thing that Nyx was going to use. Renko sent a gesture trying to convey it's okay. This was the second time she would be fighting Nyx, and she now had a firm grasp on his abilities, and with Brighton in addition to herself and the transform skill, there was no way she could lose. This much was obvious. It's not that, it's him. He's carrying a... And yet, Raspberry Bell kept on shouting. There was something wrong. Renko tilted his head and suddenly noticed something in Nyx's hand. A small, potion bottle. Renko's body shuddered when she saw it filled with a blue liquid. The heck, that thing looks dangerous. Stop him, Brighton shouted. And immediately after, Desert's warriors attacked Nyx all at once. However, it was a little too late. Nyx's body glowed with a bluish-white light. He drank the potion. A terrifying buff potion called Madness Agent. Nex swung his sword at the desert warriors that were approaching him. It was just a soldier swordsmanship attack. But, in spite of that, they all died, with just a single blow. No. Raspberry Bell knew the identity of the potion. Madness Agent, the strongest and worst buff potion that increases all stats by 2000% for 600 seconds. But in exchange, after the 600 seconds passed, the user always died. In Mobius Online, it was perceived as a very useless potion with a very limited timing for use. It was an item that high-level players in particular did not use because they didn't want to incur in the death penalty. But now that this is the real world, it's become the ideal item for suicide attacks. Raspberry Bell never thought it would become such an item. In exchange for your life, you get 20 times your stats for 10 minutes. A potion that was truly suitable for a last stand. And this wasn't all. This had been made by Raspberry Bell by compounding at the orders of Pope Black. What do you think? The sight of your comrades being tormented by the very thing you created. I won't forgive you, Black. You better say your prayers while you still can. Ha ha. I'll even take the time to reveal the details to you now. Caramelia is not a painkiller or anything like that. It's just a drug. Thanks to your diligent preparation, the sacred country has been enriched. It was all thanks to you, Raspberry Bell. No, that can't. Even though I told you to treat that very carefully, I was afraid of you, that you were a real saint. That's why I pretended to be obedient. But now, miracles are hard to come by, don't they? In other words, you're not a saint. I feel like I lost money just by flattering you. Why, you bastard. The guard, Shake, kept the enraged Raspberry Bell away from the Pope. Ha 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 ha. The Pope's laughter echoed beyond his gaze. The one-sided battle between the crazed Nex and their warriors of desert was already coming to an end. GGGGHHH. Brighton, who was reduced to a ragdoll, was hit by a blow from Nex and rolled on the ground. MN. Renko was in a state where she could just muster enough energy to just stand there. All of Desert's warriors were lying on the ground, and Nex was completely unharmed. No matter how many fierce men joined forces, they couldn't even inflict a single scratch. An increase of 2000% in stats was just that much. It's over. Standing in front of Brighton, Nex ruthlessly swung down his sword using the soldier swordsmanship skill. Is it over here? The next moment, the exhausted Brighton saw the faces of his family flash before his eyes! Then, the sound of Nex's sword striking against something hard. I'm sorry I am a little late, brother. Glittering mithril earrings, with a small shield on his arm, the man parried a blow with 20 times increased strength. Brighton remembered his appearance and the polite way he spoke. Rokun Chia Kongurokun Chia, Brighton's younger brother. I guess we'd better leave the details out for when we're done here. You stay there, brother. I'll take care of the rest. Rokun Chia then followed with a rush with Rook Shield Arts, charging at Nex, who had been blown away by the parry. Nex, who got up and regained his stance, responded with a silver swordsmanship strike. Gagin resounded the clash, both moving some steps back. Certainly, your sword is heavy and fast. It also has great momentum. It might be close to Jira's-san's swordsmanship, but you're still far from Rothman-san's. I don't have time. 6 minutes left. I'll deal with you right away. So, my provocation didn't work, huh? Rokunchi sighed. Fine then. Well then, please watch carefully. This is how a title holder fights. Chapter 127. Aloha. He's only got 6 minutes left to live. Don't think about defeating him. Raspberry Bell shouted advice to Rokunchi as he confronted Nex, who had taken the Madness Agent. The effect of the Madness Agent was to increase all stats by 2000%. In other words, both his strength and vitality were now multiplied by 20, making his attacks quite devastating. Hearing that, Rokunchi was convinced. The eerie blue-white light emanating from Nex's entire body was the source of his extraordinary power, and his death 6 minutes later would be the price to pay. Watch how a title holder fights, he had said. And Rokunchi was a sight to behold. Still, his left arm, Since he clashed his rook shield uts against the silver swordsmanship, it had been left numb. An increase of 20-fold was not something that could be easily overturned, even by a title holder. Endure it for 6 minutes. This was the test he set for himself. Rokanchia readied his buckler, smiled, and then took a silent breath. Even in this life-threatening situation, he was as calm as if he was going through his usual routine. His unshakable confidence drove him to do so. He believed, without a doubt, that there was nobody close to him when it came to handling shield. And he had no doubts about this belief. He was the best user of shield uts in the world. Kongu. Here I come, Nyx mumbled in a whisper, his shining blue eyes shimmering. In an instant, he approached Rokanchia's sight with such a high speed that one could even see an after-image, and swung down wildly his sword using a soldier swordsmanship skill. Fast, sharp, and heavy. If it hits you, it's over. Rokanchia intuitively sensed that and timed his parry with soldier shield arts. He could get through this ordeal with no damage if he parried. As a result, his parry managed to succeed. Nyx was knocked back, losing his stance. Normally, this is where one would be going in on a chase. But Rokanchia hesitated. Suddenly, he felt an endless sense of dread, as if the ground beneath his feet had disappeared, and he was now falling into the abyss. I wonder if I'll really be able to endure for 6 minutes. He began to question himself. The opponent was a swordsman who moved at an extraordinary speed. It was impossible to keep on parrying his attacks. It was great that he happened to succeed this time, but if he had failed, he might have been killed in a single blow. It seems like bishop is the only way. Rokanchia's parry success rate was about 1/3 to a half. But against Nyx, it was probably less than a quarter. Rokanchia's current decision was to use bishop shield uts' reinforced defense, and only use parry in situations where he knew it would definitely succeed. Die. After recovering from his staggered state, Nyx swung down his sword wide and tried to land a silver swordsmanship strike into Rokanchia. Rokanchia prepared his bishop shield uts in time, blocking the sword with his shield. Reinforced defense with 600% of his vitality at grade 9. It was the shield uts skill that demonstrated the highest defensive power. Incredible. He received the full blow from Nyx. Brighton gasped at the sight of Rokanchia's battle. Brighton and Renko struggled in less than a minute, and even after launching an all-out assault with the help of all of Desert's warriors, they were brought to the brink of death within minutes. They were just that helpless. That said, Rokanchia had already defended against Nyx's attacks 3 times, and without the assistance of Desert. Is Kongu, are all title holders really that strong? Everyone present was suddenly quite impressed, and yet, it was only Raspberry Bell who could see through it. Rokanchia won't last much longer. TCH? At first glance, the situation looked as if the defense by Bishop Shield Uts had been perfect. Rokanchia took 2 steps back, a scowl on his face, a defense of 600% increased vitality. Rokanchia's vitality was extraordinary, having raised his Shield Uts from Soldier to Dragon King to the 9th grade, but even so, that was meaningless, insignificant against a 2000% increased strength. Even though he was defending, the damage still got through. About 20% of Rokanchia's HP, an amount that was not small, was shaved off. Rokanchia turned pale thinking about what would have happened if the strike was a critical hit. Parry has a low success rate. Bishop will still let damage go through. Then, what should I do? He was frantically thinking about his next move. Nyx, however, did not wait. He immediately regained his stance and then slashed at him using soldier swordsmanship. I've got no choice but to fight. For now, all he could do was try his best. That was the only way left for Rokanchia. No matter if he lost HP, or whether his parry would succeed or not, he had to keep giving his best performance without being discouraged, which was essential for surviving the remaining 6 minutes, or rather 5 minutes and 30 seconds. And then 1 minute passed. Then 2. Rokanchia's HP was slowly being depleted. In the first place, this was not a contest. The difference was so great that it made one want to look at the heavens and say this is not a matter that can be solved by skill alone. The increase of 2000% in all stats was a feat that overturned everything one had worked so hard to achieve. In a single move, are you reaching your limit? An overwhelming advantage. Nex, however, did not taunt nor provoke but rather pointed his sword at Rokanchia with a very stern expression. Not even close. I'll hold out for the next 3 minutes. The limits of the brazen Rokanchia were near. He couldn't afford to fail another parry. Bishop Shield Uts was also not an option due to his remaining amount of HP. He no longer had other methods of defense. In other words, the only thing left for him to do was to keep parrying. Damn! Brighton exclaimed in frustration, clenching his fists. With the only potion he had left, he recovered about half his HP. He was able to fight again, but he was no match for Nex. And he knew it very well, that if he tried to help, all he'd do was get in the way of Rokanchia. He was frustrated by the fact that he was unable to help his brother in any way when he was in such a predicament. Blood dripped from the corner of Brighton's mouth, his back teeth grinding from clenching too hard. Renko, on the other hand, she was waiting for the right moment to make her move. Her transform was undone, and now she was in a simple, unbuffed state. She had already used all her potions, and her HP was about 10% left. But even so, she was still trying to make a move, to take a shot at Pope Black at the perfect moment, when Nyx wouldn't notice. She wasn't thinking about anything else, about what to do afterward. It was all about a single blow to clear her mind, a single blow to make her last stand to the bitter end. No way. You. Yes, I'll do it. Brighton sensed Renko's aim, and for a moment, Brighton felt ashamed of himself for having lost sight of his purpose to make the revolution succeed at any cost. This was Desert's ambition. How could he let the gap his brother risked his life to create be wasted? The older brother resolved himself. At the count of 3, you and I will come from both sides. If one of us gets killed, don't stop. HMPH, you don't have to tell me that. Renko smiled wryly. If my daughter was alive, she would have been about her age. Brighton gripped the ring on his chest and smiled sadly. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, Brighton called out. Immediately after, they both ran off. Shit. Seeing the pair trying to get through him by his sides, Nyx had an irritated look on his face. Rokanchia was many times more tenacious than expected. The time was running out. And on top of that, these two small fries were trying to go the extra mile. Of course, he'd get impatient and irritated. Nyx sprinted at blinding speed and kicked Renko with that momentum. He decided that he didn't have the time to use swordsmanship. The kick hit Renko directly in the side of the head, and even though the attack came without the use of any skill, Renko was still blown away more than 5 meters. She tried to get up, but she couldn't. Her remaining HP wasn't even in the triple digits. In other words, she was dying. In Mobius, this was commonly known as the dying state. If one were to go down with less than 4% of their total HP, the down state wouldn't be removed unless they recovered their HP. Brighton roared heroically. Please, reach. He prayed to God while activating Rook Shield Uts and rushing with all his might. He caught the fact that Renko was hit with the corner of his eye. She might have died. That young, powerful life, nearly his daughter's age, could have been lost. When he thought about this, all his frustration exploded. But he was naive. In front of an increased agility of 20 times, it didn't matter if the surprise attack came from both the left and right. Gah! A merciless soldier swordsmanship strike hit Brighton. After kicking Renko, Nyx quickly moved to slash at him. Then, alongside a thud, Brighton's left arm, the arm holding his shield, fell to the ground. Crap. Brother. Small fries are annoying. Rokanchia rushed using Rook Shield Arts. Nyx, who was about to finish off Brighton, answered while clicking his tongue and forcefully slashed at him with soldier swordsmanship. That was all it took to bring Rokanchia's rush to a halt. But first, without even trying to hide his annoyance, Nyx walked over to Rokanchia. This looks somewhat bad, isn't it? With the soldier swordsmanship attack from just before, Rokanchia's HP had been reduced to about 10%. Next time, he had no choice but to parry, or else. How many more minutes were left? How many more attacks he had to receive? A bottomless anxiety took hold of his mind, and cold sweat ran down Rokanchia's cheeks. No way, that It was the next moment. Raspberry Bell looked behind Rokanchia, noticing something and raising her voice. Confused, Rokanchia tried to move his gaze back. The one who appeared behind him was, "That looks really fun," a funny dressed man who spoke those weird words. He was dressed in an Aloha shirt, shorts, and sandals, which were not at all appropriate for winter. Even so, he was a handsome man in every way, with shoulder-length silver hair, a straight nose, long slanted eyes, and a tall, toned body, which made him seem even stranger. There was only one person who somehow understood the manner this strange man was dressed. Raspberry Bell, Aloha shirt, shorts, and sandals. This is the kind of outfit worn by players who just started playing Mobius, sort of initial equipment. But above all, this man, the identity of this man was, "We've got 3 minutes left, right? All right then. Let's have some fun." Mobius Online World Ranking number 17. Yes. It was none other than Second Firstist. Second was transformed into Seven by a Wraith. The Wraith was able to duplicate Seven's character data but was unable to recall his equipment data. As a result, he ended up looking extremely unfashionable. "Senpai, you seem to be in a good mood." "Oh, sort of." Raspberry Bell, who suddenly became excited, spoke to Second with a big smile on her face. When Second replied with a light wave of his hand, she muttered to herself, "Yeah, that's him." Why is the saint smiling when we're in such a desperate situation? Everyone wondered so, but for Raspberry Bell, this was as natural as the earth spinning. At last, she could see him with her own eyes. She could hear his voice with her ears. Furthermore, she was able to exchange words with him. How could she not be happy? And there was no way that Seven, or Senpai, would lose to someone who had just used a madness agent. It was a matter of course. After all, I saw something really good. On the other hand, the reason why Second was in a good mood, one could say it was truly in poor taste. It had been a while since he last saw it. A match between those who put their heart and soul into it. The three of them were prepared to face a monster that was prepared to die in 10 minutes, a monster with 20 times increased stats. This was the best spectacle for Second. Even in the days of Mobius Online, PvP matches were rarely this brutal. Therefore, Second couldn't help but look at this fight for a long time. In truth, he could have joined a little earlier. Yeah, about by the time Rokanchia appeared. However, Rokanchia did better than he expected. 3 minutes of near-death fighting. Second thought, all right then, I'll watch you. As if it was normal for him. Watching a bloody PvP battle had a higher priority than the 3 lives that were at stake. "My name is Seven. What's yours?" "Nex." "My regards, Nex. I pay my respects to you, who drank the madness agent." "Nonsense." 3 minutes left. Maddened Nex vs Aloha Guy. The battle between the two began now. Chapter 128. Sayonara. I was tense for the first time in a long time. Right now, I have morphed into Seven thanks to a wraith. For some reason, the clothes were the initial equipment, but I was able to change my appearance to what it once was. Since weapons, armor, and other equipment were not morphed, it seems like only the appearance was changed by the wraith. But I can morph into Seven. In other words, somewhere in this world, the information about Seven is stored. The data of Seven, who should have been hacked, exists. This world is connected to Mobius Online. That's now confirmed. I don't know the reason, the purpose, or anything else, but, well, never mind. I'll leave that aside for now. The issue now is not that I could change into Seven, or that this Aloha shirt feels totally out of place in this winter season. If I get hit once, it's over. If the wraith takes even a little bit of damage, it will undo the morph. In other words, if I take even one hit, the fact that I'm Second Firstist will instantly come to light, and as a result, many troublesome situations might rise. I want to avoid that at all costs. Now then, Nex's stats are multiplied by 20 due to the madness agent. To put it bluntly, that's cheating. If you think about it normally, if the difference between you and your opponent is 20 times, you definitely won't win. However, I knew it when I faced him. Apparently, there's no need to worry about this because you're not there yet. Nex hasn't arrived there yet. He wasn't even close to the stats of the world rankers, who were regularly competing against me for the top spot in the world ranking at that time. A foolish silver swordsmanship slash. No matter how low my stats are now, and no matter how much of a difference in stats there is between me and the crazed Nex, let's be clear on one thing. It makes me yawn. Let me show you something good. I readied my mithril longbow to use the knockback effect of gold archery, and I spoke to the guys other than Nex while making some distance. It's easy to think that if you can withstand the 10 minutes of the madness agent effect, you win. We tend to think that way out of fear of the 20-fold increase in stats, but with such an optimistic feeling things don't go well most of the time. That's right, as the old saying goes, attack is the best defense. Do not give your opponent room to attack. That's the ideal case. I took out a plate from my inventory, equipped it, and used Rook Shield Utz's rush to close the distance. In Mobius, when you equipped a dish, it was treated as a shield. This was a small move that made use of that. I cancelled the skill right in front of Nex, immediately putting away the plate, then activated Silver Swordsmanship while equipping a mithril sword, then cancelled it immediately and then used Combine with Lance Swordsmanship and Knight Swordsmanship, aiming the thrust at Nex's chest. Nex tried to stop it by using Soldier Swordsmanship to repel it, but that was an obvious mistake. As Rokunchia said, he might be weaker than Rothman. This was a move that Rothman would have been able to handle without being fooled by the feint. What? The piercing effect of Lance can only be countered by a skill that also has a piercing effect, and thus, the thrust I released passed through the Soldier Swordsmanship attack, hitting Nex directly in the chest. Although it didn't go as far as to pierce him due to the 20 times increase in vitality, the multiplier effect added by Knight Swordsmanship special effect should have dealt quite the amount of damage. Damn. Nex regained his balance in order to fight back, but, how should I put it? He's so full of gaps it's making me laugh. I readied my sword to slash diagonally across Nex's right arm, quickly using Bishop's Swordsmanship while he got ready. Bishop's Swordsmanship has a piercing effect. If I were to deal with it using Swordsmanship, I would either counter it with Lance or the same Bishop or repel it using Gold. However, Nex hasn't prepared either of these options, and even if he did it now, he couldn't be ready in time. With this being the case, the only option left is to dodge it. Well, he could always also eat it, but even so, Nex's arm couldn't be severed. This was also thanks to the 20 times increase in vitality. Then, shall I do that? There? Parry stun. Die. Nex, perhaps growing impatient, slashed at me with a desperate look. I took out the plate again and equipped it, observing carefully the situation. Then, with 0.027 seconds elapsed from the 0.277 to 0.250 seconds range before Nex's Silver Swordsmanship slash connected to my head, I activated Silver Shield Arts. That ranges the timing to perform a parry counter. Successful parry. Well, in the first place it would be strange if it did not succeed because, with an opponent like Nex, who swung his sword without any feint, you could see the sword's path to the last moment. Now, this is where the hard part of the parry stun process begins. Almost as soon as I parried, I switched to my bow and fired soldier archery shots continuously into the opponent's head, who had been blown backward. What I aimed for was the stun effect that activated with a 6.25% chance from a direct hit to the head. All shots landed perfectly. I was able to shoot 5 arrows, including while he was down. Sadly, no stun this time. Nex got up while screaming, and this time he slashed using Rook Swordsmanship. I wonder what it is. This guy's swordsmanship is really boring. Sadly, it turns out that this world's Isenza title matches were at a relatively high level. Whether the opponent's attack was silver or rook, the response was the same. That is, parrying using Silver Shield Arts. Nex was repelled by the plate while letting out a frustrated scream. I then fired soldier archery shots. 1, 2, 3 shots, and it was by the 4th that it succeeded. Nex was stunned. The parry stun was achieved. Good. By now, The 3 minutes remaining on the madness agent should be almost up. I moved to the side of Nyx's head and prepared Dragon Horse Archery. That is shotgun. Dragon Horse Archery is a ranged attack that fires dozens of powerful piercing arrows, and if those arrows are shot at zero distance, all the arrows will hit the target, demonstrating the maximum instantaneous firepower in the archery tree. And so, I released the Dragon Horse Archery skill at zero distance, aiming at the top of Nyx's head, who was lying on his back, stunned! Alongside a resounding boom, the air vibrated. Critical hit. Nyx was blown away about 5 meters while spinning and then fell to the ground with a thud. This must have done a lot of damage. Right after that, I backstepped once, then swapped to my sword and started preparing Dragon King swordsmanship. Taking into account Nyx's current agility, staying 7 meters away while he's down should be enough to get it ready in time. After the stun was cleared by the Dragon Horse's impact, Nyx staggered, bleeding profusely as he swayed on his way towards me, and when he noticed that I had completed the preparation for my Dragon King swordsmanship attack, suddenly, his face was dyed in despair. Let's hear your last words. Just a few seconds left. Also, the amount of blood loss suggested that his remaining HP was low, perhaps low enough not to be able to withstand the Dragon King swordsmanship attack. Whether he keeps coming at me as he is, or he gives up, either way, Nyx's death is certain. If there was anything left to say, now was the time to say it. I am. Grasping his sword tightly, Nyx prepared Iruk's swordsmanship attack. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Then, he came slashing at me, not at anyone else. He decided to attack me. If I go, I wanted to be as a warrior. I felt that was his last will. I activated the Dragon King swordsmanship skill. This is a powerful ranged attack forward with an added stun effect. There's no way for him to avoid it. Nyx's bluish-white glow-covered body was engulfed by the Dragon King's reddish-black light. An upward torrent of condensed power rushed forth as if ascending to the heavens. And in the face of his impending death, Nyx blurted softly, "Mother, nobody wants to die, right?" Facing his inevitable demise, thinking about the death he had no escape from, it was not loyalty to the Pope that was left, nor his pride as a warrior. Nothing of the sort. The only thing left was a child's cry for help towards his mother. Goodbye. Section. Strange. Downright abnormal. The immensely handsome man who suddenly appeared, calling himself Seven, was strong beyond comprehension. Brighton had slaughtered hundreds of soldiers, and Renko was also worth 1,000 strong. And although both of them had fought at the same time, and even with Renko using her trump card, transform, they were helpless against their opponent, the Madden Nyx. Even the title holder, Rokunchia Kongu, couldn't stand against this formidable opponent. And such Nyx was powerless against the man named Seven. He wore an Aloha shirt, shorts, and sandals, showing off leeway while not taking a single hit. It was nothing short of abnormal. What the hell is that? Renko, who was watching the match while doing her best to keep her head up due to being in the dying state, muttered to herself. She had the vague idea that the man called Seven might be second fastest. She felt this because she had fought against him once. And the more she looked at it, the more it resembled Second's disgusting and unique style of move to crush the opponent's offense. Haha, it's weird. He's just weird. She laughed in disbelief. Somewhere deep in Renko's heart, she believed that she was special. She thought she was special for Saint Raspberry Bell. Raspberry Bell had given her a way to acquire special skills and methods of earning experience points, and she was even given the rare skill called Transform, which she had never seen or heard of before. It was obvious that she felt special. That night, in the forest, she should have been brought down from the pedestal she had placed herself in. But it wasn't until this very moment that she truly felt the rug pull from beneath her feet. She thought she knew the most about Raspberry Bell, that she would be the one most loved by her. But she understood everything by taking a single glance at the smile of Raspberry Bell the moment Seven appeared. Raspberry Bell and Seven were deeply connected, many times more. Dozens of times more than Renko had imagined. If you can be of use, if you risk your life, Raspberry Bell will look out for you. From this relationship of use and being used, Renko believed that a true friendship could be formed in time, but in reality, Raspberry Bell had only been looking at one person, be it back then or now, and that was her so-called senpai. Brother, how's your arm? Ah. As you can see, no problems. All thanks to your potion. That's good to hear. Meanwhile, Brighton, whose arm had been cut off by an X, was recovering after receiving a high-grade potion from Rokanchia. They were brothers, but even so, it had been so long since they have last seen each other that they couldn't even remember when was it. And in this somewhat awkward atmosphere, Brighton opened his mouth. He parries as easy as he breathes. Yeah, and there is no hesitation. Even I as Kongu failed to match up to him. That's not true. If you had swordsmanship, I think you would have been able to do something similar to him. You have that much talent. Ha ha ha. That's why they call you naive, brother. Frustrated as it is, I can't bring out such a beautiful flow. They chatted while laughing. Just a minute after Seven started fighting, the brothers felt with enough room to chat without worrying while in front of an enemy with 20 times increased stats. There was this mysterious atmosphere in Seven's battle that made the viewer think, oh, it's already over. Is that person an acquaintance of yours? No, I don't know him, but well, I do have a guess. What? You don't know him? If it's someone so abnormally strong, you shouldn't be able to forget it once you've seen him. Yeah, being that abnormal, you can't forget him even if you want to. Rokanchia didn't speak of the identity of Seven. He was aware that there might be some circumstances that were making him keep his identity hidden, and he felt a great debt of gratitude for the mithril earrings from the bingo prize, which was why he didn't even tell his own brother. Thank you. You've really become strong, Rokanchia. If you hadn't come, the revolution wouldn't have happened. I wanted to take revenge with my own hands too. I'm just relieved I managed to make it in time. In the end, I made you dirty your hands. I'm a failure as a brother. Never mind that, but still, I didn't expect a revolution so soon after winning the title. Sorry. This was the only chance we got, to become a title holder, gaining international influence, making connections with the Castle Kingdom, while putting pressure on the sacred country of Kamel from all sides, while earning money for dessert. This was Rokanchia's goal. However, this was also due to Brighton's brotherly heart. He used his brother's love for shield arts to keep him away from the sacred country of Kamel and let him focus on fighting for the title. It was of his deep familiar love that Brighton didn't want to lose his only relative, his talented younger brother, to the revolution. And I would also like to express my gratitude to that person. Don't worry, that won't be necessary. I'll tell you why eventually. What? Oh, I see, I see. Rokanchia was also caring in his own way. Ah, he's come. That's indeed him. That's the back of the man I admired. Goodbye, he said. Raspberry Bell's heart was burning in her chest as she looked at Seven's Dragon King swordsmanship slaughter while saying goodbye to Nex. For several months since being reborn in this world, she had never forgotten, not even for a moment, the person she had longed for, and she became aware again that Raspberry Bell, that Suzuki Itchygo couldn't help but love Shikairu-sate. It was love, affection, devotion, a love that overflowed and wouldn't stop. Impossible for Nyx to have lost. 2 meters away from Raspberry Bell, whose eyes were almost heart-shaped, Pope Black shouted out loud. Yeah, there was also this guy, she thought. And while revealing her murderous intent for being bothered while in her fantasy, the Pope glared at her with a crazy smile. Ha 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 ha. If I've lost a piece, all I have to do is replace it. Shake. It's your turn. Yes, sir. To everyone's surprise, the Pope took another madness agent from his inventory and thrust it at Nyx's subordinate, his other personal guard, Shake. Shake turned his back to Raspberry Bell and moved in front of the Pope. What's wrong? Are you scared? Hurry up and use it. That's an order. The Pope threw the madness agent at him. However, for some reason, Shake stood still and refused to pick it up. Everyone present was wondering what was going on, a question mark almost showing in their heads. Then, the man in the Aloha shirt opened his mouth. That's enough, Conzade. As you wish. The person who answered after being called Conzade was the guard, Shake. What? Shake, you bastard. The moment the Pope was about to say something, Shake's right hand moved slightly, and something thin glinted in the air. An instant later, thud, the Pope's head fell to the ground after parting from his body. Next, his body collapsed to his knees and fell forward. Sheikh took a step back, dodging the spurt of blood with an expressionless face. Who are surprised by the sudden events, Brighton turned his attention to 7. But there was no man in an Aloha shirt there anymore. He disappeared. Oh, I see. Rokanchia instantly understood. He realized this was the teleportation that he had seen at Karai, the delicious curry restaurant. As predicted, Second kept anchor waiting at the firstest state with monster summoning, and sent a message to Yukari using the team-only communication to signal Anko. As a result, it appeared as if he has just vanished without a trace. Say, are you perhaps senpais? While everyone was surprised by the sudden disappearance of 7, Raspberry Bell spoke to Sheikh. Sheikh faced Raspberry Bell, quietly nodding with an expressionless face, and then breaking the silence. Master said he will come to pick you up later. I see. Say hi to Senpai for me. They exchanged a few words and then Sheikh also disappeared. Anko's darkness summons cooldown time of 60 seconds had passed, and thus, Sheikh, no, codename, Conzade, no, Luna was also summoned to the firstest state. Everyone except for Raspberry Bell was the same. They simply watched in amazement as the series of unbelievable events unfolded in front of their eyes. However, one thing was certain, the revolution had succeeded. Chapter 129 Encounter with him. Love or bewitchment? Brother, you and your people should go ahead and take control of Uljo. Understood. But what about the saint? I have an idea. An idea? Yeah. I got an idea of a place where she can be protected. Now that the Pope was dead and the tide was turning in favor of the anti-church forces of Desert, they shouldn't slack off in their attacks. Rokanchia told Brighton this and walked over to Raspberry Bell, who was standing next to the collapsed Trenko. Saint Sama, it's a pleasure meeting you for the first time. My name is Rokanchia. I'm the current Kongu title holder and the younger brother of Brighton, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Oh, I'm Raspberry Bell, and this is Renko, my waiting maid. As one would expect from the saint, to remain calm in these circumstances. However, we can't stay like this for long. Let's evacuate immediately. All right then, let's go. Deciding it wouldn't be a great idea to be in such a conspicuous place in case Second came to pick her up, Raspberry Bell decided to follow Rokanchia's instructions. As soon as she decided, she quickly used Recovery Large to restore Renko's HP. I am truly ashamed of myself. After recovering from her near-death experience, Renko straightened her back and then bowed deeply toward Raspberry Bell. Until the very end, I was of no help. She felt in agony this whole time, thinking so. What are you doing? Put yourself together. Come, let's get going. Are you taking me too? Please don't joke like that. Otherwise, if I were to leave you here, I'd look like trash. Raspberry Bell Sama. More or less, Raspberry Bell was grateful. I don't want to be seen as scum by Second, so I have no choice but to take Renko with me. Those were her real thoughts. However, there was still a certain degree of gratitude involved. It was both her real feelings and also a way for her to hide her embarrassment. Renko couldn't help but be overjoyed to see her open-mindedness, just like a true friend. Then, let's go. Guided by Rokanchia, they started moving, turning their back on the men of Desert, who were holding up the Pope's head as they started to seize the capital. Uljo. The three walked into the snow-covered forest. Section. Oh, my. What a coincidence. Second Triple Crown. Are you taking a stroll in the sacred country? Rokanchia. Pretty much. Yeah. I just happened to pass by. This happened soon after transferring to the forest and releasing the morph. It was such a silly conversation. Wouldn't you agree? I had already thought that this guy might have figured out who 7 was, but seems like I was right on the mark. Oh, that's perfect timing. In fact, I had something I wanted to discuss with you. Second Triple Crown. Okay, I see. I get it. So you want me to protect the saint and her handmaiden? Indeed. A tough one, but don't worry. Leave it to me. Well, thank you very much. It's a relief that you agreed. And this was what officially happened. I will protect the saint after having accepted it as Rokanchia's request. The official stance is really important. I had absolutely nothing to do with the revolution in the sacred country of Kamel, but I had no choice but to protect the saints since my friend asked me to. And this cheap acting was the necessary excuse for that. Well then, I'll be going now. I'll see you again sometime. Yeah, see you. Rokunchia dashed away. He's really a nice guy. If he ever comes to my home again, I'll be more than happy to entertain him. Well then, Renko. You're also coming, right? Yeah, I'd like to accompany Raspberry Bell-sama, but well, that's up to you. Come along then. I'll send you home first. Kubero and Besade are waiting for you. I suppose you want me to thank you. This girl, not being honest as usual, seems like she's reminiscent of her younger self. While sighing inwardly to myself, I called Anchor using monster summoning. Whoa. It's a darkness wolf. Senpai, did you tame one over here too? Exclamation mark. That's right. And I had a freakingly hard time doing it. The moment Anchor came out, Fran Raspberry Bell shouted out in surprise. Yeah, this is it. This is the normal reaction of those who see a darkness wolf. Oh, God, it sure is nice to finally have someone who understands the struggle I went through. Wow, I see. So, the transfer function can even be used here. How convenient. Raspberry Bell looked at Anchor with twinkling eyes. Yeah, that's right. You know what this means. This extraordinary usefulness will obviously be impressive for a Mobius player. This is the normal reaction. Feels good. She can even use darkness magic. Isn't that awesome? That's way too awesome, right? We both were praising Anko, who was in front of us. Meanwhile, she simply stood there with her usual sharp eyes and smile, but her cheeks were slightly tinted in red. Anko, take this girl home, then this girl, and lastly myself. As you wish, my lord. Anko's voice was slightly livelier as if she had gotten in a better mood after the praise. Immediately after that, Anko and Renko disappeared into the darkness. Anko used darkness transfer to go to the Firstis mansion, and then darkness summon to bring Renko over there. The cooldown time is 60 seconds. During that time, it was just me and Raspberry Bell, alone in this quiet forest. Say, Fran. Senpai, please call me Raz over here. Oh, well, that's fine, Raz. Then what is it? Did you die? Then, there was a moment of silence. After that, Raz looked me in the eyes and slowly nodded with the ear. Seriously? No, that should be my line. Oh, I see. Yeah, after all, I am 100% dead. I thought for a moment and then shared my own thoughts in light of Raz's situation. Do you think it's correct to believe that of the 3,000 hacked players, only the ones that committed suicide have come into this world as their secondary characters? At the moment, I think so too, but there are still too many things we don't know yet. Nothing will become clear without first looking into it, right? I guess so. Silence again. In a forest lined with dead trees. The piled-up snow absorbed all the sounds, and not even a single noise could be heard. Raz then placed her hand on her modest chest and closed her eyes. Then, after taking one big breath, and with an expression as if she made up her mind about something, she finally broke the silence. I'm originally a man. Oh, I always thought you were a woman because you always acted kind of feminine, but you're actually a man. Why yeah. Well, I'm a man. I'm indeed a man, but I don't feel like a man at all. Or rather, I've been living all my life as a woman. You mean you have the heart of a woman? That's not quite right. Fumu, I don't really understand what she's saying. However, Raz's expression was serious. So, I silently listened to what she had to say. A long time ago. Senpai, do you remember middle school? Don't you remember seeing a student who looked like me in the infirmary? We've met many times. Raz spun around in her model-like figure and asked with an anxious look on her face. Her long hair, a mixture of red and white, spread softly, and a faint citrus scent floated through the air. Weird. If there was such a beautiful student, I'm sure I would remember it. Or rather, how could I forget the mix of red and white hair? Or maybe she did not have it and had black hair back then? If so, no, I can't. The red and white hair from now is so intense that I just can't picture her with black hair at all. However, The infirmary. There's no way I can forget that keyword. I did indeed play Mobius on the bed of the infirmary when I was in junior high. Knowing that then means that Raz definitely knows Shikairu Sate. In other words, there's a big possibility that we have actually met and I have just forgotten all about it. Sorry, I don't remember any of it. I guessed so. Well, that was me. I see. So even though you were a boy, you dressed like a schoolgirl. That's right. It had to do with a family situation. I wonder what that situation was. I still think my heart is that of a man, but well, my body is that of a woman now, I suppose. To be honest, I was confused. I couldn't keep up with the sudden change, I'm sure, but there's a part of me that somewhat thinks this was for the best. She's been going in circles since the beginning of the conversation. I'm not sure what Raz is trying to say. So, I opened my mouth, as if to rush for an answer. And that heart? Me. I have. Senpai. I've always. All this time. She has? Always. Been. The next moment, Raz disappeared without a trace. No. Been what? Section. In LLL love with you. Raspberry Belle closed her eyes tightly, clenching her fists in front of her chest, and made a once-in-a-life confession. An enemy. An enemy indeed. The living room in the firstest state. Yukari and Sylvia heard the confession of Raspberry Belle, who had been transferred to the house and expressed their rather intuitive opinion. What? Raspberry Belle noticed the transfer by the sudden lack of cold weather and opened her eyes. There were two women with sullen expressions on their faces, plus a cat beast folk girl who was energetically devouring her breakfast, and also Renko, with an expression as if she heard something that wasn't supposed to be spoken here. Instantly grasping the situation, Raspberry Belle drops to the floor, and her face turned bright red. No, you're wrong. That was just. And so, the firstest household welcomed two new members. The future seemed to become livelier. Chapter 130 Blooming Feelings when kindly admonished. Master, I don't want to question you too much, but, didn't you say it was a man? As soon as I got home, Yukari asked me a question in a cold tone. Come to think of it, I had described Framboy Izai to everyone as a man who should have been dead. However, now there was no longer even a shadow of the man. The masculine bald old man, Fran, had transformed into the model-like, beautiful girl, Raz. Yeah, she was so pretty to the point that Yukari was jealous of her. That said, I don't intend to explain from the ground up what he's like on the inside, or how stuff was in my previous life. Therefore, I guess I will be a little pushy here. He had some sort of sex change. How dare you lie so brazenly? I was yelled at. However, I was not really lying. Don't be mad. I was just pretending to be a man. Senpai isn't at fault here. Is that so? As expected of Raz's super reading abilities. This guy has always been quite quick-witted. That is also part of why I liked him in the past and often chose to work together. You call him Senpai? Yuamu. I have been wondering this so far, but what exactly is the kind of relationship between you two? After thinking I managed to fool them for now, Sylvia asked a straight-to-the-point question. Well, that's one of the things I like about her. We went to junior high together. As I was at loss for words, Raz was quick to follow up with me. Seems like it's better to leave everything to her for now. Junior high? What is that? Is it something shady? It's not. It's nothing like that. Junior high is, it's that, like a school for children in their early teens. School? I see. Then, that means Second Dono attended a school? Hey, what does that mean? Sylvia muttered with a look of disbelief. This girl really thinks I'm an idiot, doesn't she? Damn. It hurts the most the fact that I can't deny it. Excuse us. While I was feeling like shit, Kubero and Besaid entered the room. The two of them bowed politely towards me, then towards the others, and finally turned their attention to Renko. Young mistress, are you safe? Young mistress, I am so happy to see you again, but more than that, I'm glad you're in good health. These three are the only survivors of the R6 righteous bandits. Even after Winfield spent a long time investigating, she could only find Renko, so they could hardly expect to find any more. Knowing this, They were quite happy from the bottom of their hearts to see Renko again. Renko must have felt the same way, but for some reason, she looked dissatisfied. I see you guys now have someone to bow your head before me. Even here she's excessively rash. I understand if it's that guy, but am I even lower than the maids now? She pointed at me while saying that guy. The maids she's referring to are Yukari, Sylvia, and Iko, I guess. Certainly. If so, she might feel like she's treated lower than a servant. And Yukari is a dark elf, so I guess she's not thought to have a very high social status according to the common sense of this world. Well, to be honest, her status in the mansion is so high that sometimes I feel as if she's higher than me, the owner. Kubero was unusually silent. I guess she can't just get angry. Renko now has a respectable occupation, so she probably doesn't think it's a good idea to get this done in the style of the righteous bandits. That said, she has not entered the firstest household. So, because of the ambiguity of her position, she's unable to yell at him as a righteous bandit, and she can't make a careless remark since she's mostly a stranger to the location, either. Hey, can I say something? As I silently wondered what to do, Raz whispered in my ear. Yeah, that would be great, to be honest. So I nodded to her as if saying I leave it to you, Renko. Yes. Stop trying to test them! Exclamation mark. She went right to the heart of the matter, causing Renko to widen her eyes. If you keep wandering between who you are now and who you were in the past, just because you don't see the value in your existence, you'll lose sight of what's important. Right now, there are a lot of people who are willing to help you no matter what you blurt back at them, but you never know what it'll be like after another year. No, You have to live by yourself. If you hang on to what others give you, you won't be able to get up for the rest of your life. You'll just keep on falling over and over. Is that me? Do you understand? If you knew what you were doing, well, you'll be beyond saving. How nostalgic. The value of your existence. I too have thought about this and that when I was young. In Renko's case, she's probably torn between her identity as the daughter of Raimuzuma, the boss of the great bandits R6, and her identity as the only lady-in-waiting of the saint. Even though she became stronger with the knowledge given to her by Raz, she somehow understood that it was only temporary, so it didn't feel quite right as an identity. In addition, the assassination of the Pope failed. That being the case, the only value that remained for her was her brand as the boss daughter. While clinging to her past self, she had difficulty letting her present self go. All the while wandering aimlessly, she eventually became an adolescent girl with only a superior outer shell while having no substance inside. The only reason you are so arrogant is because of others. Does it feel good to be bowed down like that? Well, it must feel good, just for that moment, but afterward, you feel empty, right? If you really want to be recognized, you first need the proper attire. Don't be so reliant on your parents. If you want to fight, do it with your own garments, not with the ones inherited from your father. Don't you wish you could do everything by yourself? So, why don't you get some respect on your own? Wouldn't it feel good if you did? Raz spoke gently while admonishing Renko, who simply listened with a downcast expression. This totally looks like a lecture from a teacher to a high school girl. I like that kind of thing. On the other hand, I dislike those who deny others by bringing in things they have pulled from somewhere else and talking about them as if they were their own. You have to think for yourself before giving your opinion. Don't brag about your own power if you've not fought for it yourself, okay? I understand it all too well. I used to hate when other people spoke about common sense. I suppose this was something Raz heard people say over and over again. Common sense says it's not right to dress up as a woman, and for me, it would be something like it's stupid to bet your life on a game. That's not common sense. Do not don the mask of common sense as if you're the representative of the general public. Simply express your opinion fairly and honestly. Isn't that right? Raz's admonishment is a reflection of her past life. She's very kind, isn't she? As Raz continued to preach, Kubero whispered nearby, as if talking to me. I totally agree. As Renko said before, down in the prison cell, Raz probably felt she had some debt to pay, and that was why she was gently lecturing her. As a senior in life, She was teaching here from 1 to 10. Renko's lifelong desire for friendship and affection had already been greatly nurtured in Raz. I feel like I understood a bit more why Raz wanted to bring Renko along. Now then, everyone, let's talk about Renko's good points so that she can see herself in a better light. And so, while listening to it for a while, it suddenly took a weird turn. Aren't you being too nice? Raz-san, I'll start. I like Renko's persistence. How about you, senpai? Why me? You. I think she has more guts than most people. Sylvia next. What? You. Although it hurts to admit it, but you're quite beautiful. Yukari. Well, I think you have good style. Iko. Iko what? Iko? You weren't listening, were you? Not at all. You're well and good. Kubero then. Me too? The young mistress is single-minded and compassionate, and, beside. Oh boss, please spare me. The young mistress is very active. I think she's suited for physical activities. And, since it has circled back to me, then Renko is. Okay, enough. That is enough. Afterward, everyone chatted for a while around Renko, who had turned as red as a tomato. Well, it looks like everything will be fine. Ah, I forgot to thank Margrave's team. Just before noon, my tension skyrocketed when Yukari told me that today I'll have steamed meat buns with a lot of secret ingredients for lunch. Raz reacted by saying pork buns in her Kansai dialect. And then after some time arguing about the proper name of the meat buns, I suddenly remember something. I'll be back in a bit. I told that to everybody while using monster summoning to call Franco. Such a convenient world, or should I say a convenient messenger? Since she can go to a distant frontier fortress and return in just a bit. Using darkness transfer and darkness summon, she searched for the shadow of Margrave's steam Bitter Valley, and she quickly found what she was looking for. I knew you'd be here soon. Steam greeted me while sitting on the chair of his main office with a reproachful look on his face. Even though we took the time to transfer outside of his office, it seemed to be an unnecessary concern. We're speaking about Lord Second after all. You've already taken care of the whole mess this morning, but I bet you forgot all about me and just remembered now, didn't you? You're amazing. Right on the money. Yeah, after all, I'm a man who rose to the rank of Margrave at this young age, but still, you don't seem to take offense. I could say the same thing in return. Well, I do have a number of questions I want to ask, but for now, just two. First one. What is it? How did you successfully pull the revolution? This guy. Who knows? Maybe some divine wind blew in. How can you lie so brazenly? I feel like someone just said the exact same thing to me not long ago. I'm sorry, but I'm always brazen. Be it when I'm lying or when I'm telling the truth. All right. Let's forget about that. Now, for the second question. Just now, the Imperial Army of Marubel has invaded a small country west of the sacred country of Kamel. Did you know this? Are you serious? I didn't know. On the contrary, I now want to ask a question. Please do. How do you know this has just happened? Team Limited Communication. You're using it too, aren't you? Oh, come on. Are you sure it's okay to tell me this kind of classified information? Maybe you haven't even told this to Maine. I've decided that it is better not to hide anything from you. I would rather reveal everything than lose your trust. You always know what to say, don't you? He's a terribly talented one, I'll give him that. Then, let's hear what he says about that. Hey, want to chew on a piece of caramelia? No way. That thing is harmful in its current form. The sacred country mishandled it. It should only be used as an analgesic. Analgesic? Wait a moment. I thought that only the saint who had compounding could make it. Is the saint with you, or haven't you heard about this matter yet? The latter. As for the former, yeah, let's just say a friend asked me to protect her. Then, you should go back and ask her about it. As for the protection, yeah, that would be good. You are the center of attention. I know you won't let idiots mislead you, but be very careful of the clever ones. Quite the pungent comment. I don't really like spicy things. By the way, I also don't drink. Then, let's go for a drink next time. There's a curry restaurant in the capital called Karai. Didn't you hear what I said? Or actually, are you even listening to me? Turning my back on Steam, who has an exasperated expression, I ask Anko to transfer me. At the very end, just before the transfer, I turned around and opened my mouth. "Thank you," and then transferred without waiting for a response. The bewildered look on Steam's face was a sight to behold. Lunchtime. I asked Yukari to summon our master strategist. "Hey, Winfield. Sorry to interrupt you at lunchtime, but I have an urgent question." "It's fine, Second San." "What is it?" "Fuai fuo fuai fun hu ho fu hi hi iona hi hamua." "Can't say I expected you to put a steamed bun in your mouth and try talking." Winfield laughed troubledly. "My principle is to eat whenever I want to eat." I was about to start talking when I saw a steamed bun that looked so delicious that I thought, oh god. And I just had to put it in my mouth, that's all. What was it? "Did you hear about the Empire invading the small country of Shizan?" She understood it all. "It's all right. Don't worry." "Really?" "Yeah. After all, sooner or later, the Empire will fall, right?" "Oh. Yeah, that's right. It's fine then." "It's fine." We laughed with each other. "That is not a laughing matter." I thought I heard Sylvia say something like that, but I'm sure I was imagining it. That's right. "Raspberry Bell-san, may I have a word?" "Me? Sure." She was still trying to convince people of why it should be called pork bun while having a meat bun in her hand. She seriously is a hardcore member of the pork bun faction. Caramello addiction treatment. I wondered what you thought about that. "Oh, it's a serious talk. I need to be serious." The pork bun extremist placed the steamed bun on her plate, forgetting about the meat bun versus pork bun discussion for a moment, her expression turning serious. "It's true that Caramello was made by me, but it's an opioid, which is essentially a painkiller, if used correctly. It's a safe and revolutionary drug. However, I haven't been able to confirm the effects in the case of abuse, so I don't know what happens to those who abuse it. But I know it's a bad thing. After all, it can be said she was locked up and forced to make it by the Pope. But still, the root of all this is the spread of the Caramello drug in this world. If it had been thoroughly controlled it wouldn't have been abused, but that's like defying Pope Black under those circumstances. There is one person in this household, a patient with addiction." Winfield mentioned. She should be referring to the chef, Severa. "Understood. I'll go meet them." Raz nodded, quietly making up her mind while putting a bun in her mouth. Chapter 131-2. Long time no see, Second Summer. After lunch, Raz and I visited Severa, the head chef. The location was a large, villa-like log house in the forest to the north of the estate. According to Yukari, he has been recuperating here for a long time. "It's been a while. How's it going?" "Not bad compared to the past." "Is that so?" His shaggy black hair and stubble remained exactly the same as before. His complexion and skin tone are good. "From the looks of it, he really doesn't seem to be in poor health." I had heard that at one point he was in such a state that he could not even go outside, but he must have recovered a lot. "I brought an old friend of mine with me today. She's Raz. She wants to hear what you have to say about Caramello." "Nice to meet you." "Oh, Second Summers." "All right. If you're fine with me, let's talk." Severa led us to the back of the log house and began to brew tea for the number of people in the house with his experienced hands. As I looked on in admiration, Severa, perhaps noticing my gaze, opened his mouth while his back was turned toward me. "There's not much to do when you are stuck here. That is why I have no other choice but to practice on my own, day in and day out. I think my cooking skills have definitely improved too. I'm looking forward to that. As a matter of fact, I'm eagerly awaiting your return." There's still the promised pork cutlet bowl. I couldn't have said it better myself. "Really?" "I have not forgotten what we once promised in the smoking area." I asked him to learn the cuisine of the nobility, but also of the common people. "Yukari doesn't cook very strong and fatty food out of concern for our health." Secretly, I had been looking forward to Severa's cooking. "Well then, where do I start?" Sitting down on a chair with a heave, Severa turned to face Raz. Raz thought for a while and slowly asked, choosing her words carefully. "What's it like to be addicted?" A question that is not as straightforward as it seems. Severa answered with a light laugh. "A beautiful woman with big tits running." "What happens then?" "Huh? A beautiful woman with big tits running." "Boing, boing, that." "Well, her tits will jiggle." "Yeah, and not just normal jiggling. They jump and shake wildly. Question mark. What's this about something so obvious, right? I'm sure that's what you're thinking. Right. When a beautiful woman with big tits runs, her tits jiggle. When you smoke caramelia, it makes you feel good. I would say this is equally obvious. When a man sees a woman's tits bouncing, he is most likely to become horny. Do you understand? Well, can't say I understand, but I'm following. Anyone who has ever smoked caramelia, even once, will want to smoke it if they think of it, even if only for a moment. That's what I mean. I see. That urge happens no matter what. Just as every man can't resist the urge to stare at tits jiggling, no person can resist the urge to smoke caramelia. That's terrible. It seems to be more serious than I thought. Maybe it will be like this for the rest of my life. Just seeing a cigarette or hearing the word caramelia makes me think of caramelia, and I can't help but want to seek that pleasure. It's like a tattoo on my brain that will never go away. Silence. Raz can't seem to find the words to say, but that's obvious. If Raz had not used her compounding skill to make caramelia only a few months ago, Savara would not have had to go through this. Well, things have gotten better recently. I know I can't smoke no matter how I try, so I'm just giving up. In other words, the environment is important to cut off caramelia, and above all, the cooperation of those around me and my unwavering conviction. Conviction? I wonder if you would call it a purpose in life. I'm proud to be the head chef at the firstest household, cooking for second Sama, and for everyone in the firstest state. That's all that's keeping me going right now. Really? That's it. That's why I can never betray them. Smoking caramelia means the death of me, as a human being. In other words, it's not worth smoking if he's going to lose himself. The fact that he can think that way shows how strong-willed he is. One always has to fight the temptation and not hide under false pretenses such as "it's fine as long as nobody finds out." Savara must have survived the surge. What could I do to make it easier? Raz said with an apologetic look on her face. She apparently has a sense of remorse. I don't think she has to blame herself, but I also think that if you can help, you should do it. Unfortunately, I don't know an ounce of knowledge about drugs. I'd forget it if I could. Savara muttered to himself. Impossible. Even I, an amateur on the subject, can see that physical pain can be relieved to some extent with medication, but memories are impossible to delete. Savara, too, seemed to understand this, and his eyes, staring off into the distance, were tinged with a hint of resignation. Much appreciated. Well then, we'll be leaving. I also appreciate it. It was a great distraction. Thank you too, Second Sama. It was nice of you to come all the way out here. Yeah. Well, this place is still my house. Ha ha ha. I guess you're right. Savara and I parted ways with a smile. Raz was the only one not smiling properly. We left the log cabin and walked in silence for a while. Well then, what kind of words will come out? I've known this fellow for a long time. That's why I know. Right now, this fellow is thinking something outrageous. He was a guy who had been in Mobius for less than 8 years and managed to get as high as 128th in the world ranking, which was a lot more than ordinary people could do. Or at least that's what I'm thinking. I somehow thought we were still in the game. I've been there myself. I was once arrested by the Third Night Order for obstruction of business when I was dancing in front of a grocery store in full game mode and was even suspected of being a drug addict. It made me realize that I was in a proper, real society. I didn't have an experience like senpai's, so I was naive. Raz muttered regretfully. Since she had been confined to the Kamel church her entire life since coming here, she must not have had the slightest opportunity to get to know society firsthand. And now she suddenly learned the reality of the situation. In addition, the reality of meeting drug addicts came as an extremely vivid fact. It's okay to be bewildering. It's normal. This may be inappropriate, but I'm very excited to be here. This is not the Earth. Yet, it's neither Mobius. Therefore, I think we can do things here that we could not do on Earth or in Mobius. After all, wouldn't a world like Mobius, with the added scientific power of Earth, be the best? That's a great idea. I know, right? Naturally, the corners of her mouth turned up. Very good. I feel like clapping my hands in admiration. I'm the same kind of person, so I understand. This fellow also has a game brain. She was one of those who are more immersed in Mobius than in 3 meals. That's why we think of it this way. Why we can't help but think of it this way. In other words, this is the best of worlds. Savara mentioned a tattoo on the brain. If you think that's an odd thing to say, you're right. But I guess we have an unusual tattoo on us, too. There is a tattoo unique to Mobius players that makes you inevitably think that way. A world where games and reality are in perfect balance. It is truly the best of all worlds. There is no denying that the impossible becomes possible. And, for a fact, Raz compounded Caramelia. She created something that neither Earth nor Mobius had ever seen. That meant, maybe I can fix it. I'm not going to give up. I'm going to give it a try. She may even be able to create a drug that could cure Caramelia's addiction. It would be a slim possibility, but if Raz wants to bet on it, I'm willing to support her with everything I have. Do you need any help? I ask, knowing that it is not particularly necessary. Raz may be a helpless saint in her current state, but inside she is the former 128th ranked player in the world. If left alone, she will become stronger on her own. She can also make a lot of money on her own. She should be well versed in how to do so, by using the decay strategy in the first part of the process, and then by circling dungeons. She will efficiently gain experience, improve her skills, and catch up in no more than a few months. I'm not worried about anything. However, as for the ties that exist in this world, it is a different story. I don't need anything, is what I would like to say, but I am the saint. Then let's ensure that you can move freely within the kingdom of Castle. Senpai, I've been wondering since this morning, but what is your job now? Ambassador. From where? The country of Zapang. Isn't that a fictional country? Funny, right? I smiled, and Raz laughed in amazement, saying, indeed. Even though I knew he was a man on the inside, I couldn't help but be smitten by her cute smile. Well, now that that's settled, let's get him in here right away. Him? The minister of this country. And so? Why was I called? A few hours after sending out the message, Minister Eri visited Firstist's mansion in the evening. He was still the same round glasses-fitting, barcode bald, managerial-looking man. I'm glad to hear you're keeping busy. Have you lost some hair? Your Excellency? Second, seems as if you've been having a lot of fun again. After a brief greeting, we quickly got down to business. He seemed really busy, which made him unusually attentive. How's the crackdown on Caramelia going? We are having a difficult time. Smuggling from sacred country Kamel is down by 10% compared to before the enactment of the control law, but instead, domestic smuggling has increased by 70%. Every day is a war against the drug cartels. It seems that gangs of criminals are running rampant in the country. Then this is perfect. This person is Raspberry Bell, the saint of a certain country, whom I am protecting at the request of Rokanchia. She has knowledge about drugs. It seems she wants to develop a medication to help treat addiction, so I'm hoping you can accommodate her. I never expected that I would be meeting the real saint like this. Nice to meet you. The pleasure is mine. Welcome to the kingdom of Castle. I will visit again later for a more formal greeting. It's fine. Don't worry. Rather than that, the development of the medicine. Can you help me? We couldn't wish for more. We would be more than happy to work with you on this. I think they've clicked well together. This will make it easier for us to move around the country. All right. Then, everything is done. One moment, Your Excellency. I was about to dismiss the conversation after our quick chat, but Eri stopped me. This makes me think I might be asked to do something troublesome. I made a huge reproachful look and turned around. You are as honest as ever, but it is what His Majesty wants, and I cannot step down. Well, say it. We need your help in cracking down on Caramelia in our country, more specifically, a nimble force capable of taking on the drug cartels. A nimble force, I know what he means. I guess the point is that the Third Night Order is having a hard time on its own, so they are asking for help. However, I don't understand what he means by nimble. I am not asking you to cooperate with the Third Night Order. We would like to ask you to put pressure on the drug cartels, separately from the regular crackdown. Hence, a nimble force. Hey, wait. Do you mean? Yeah, it's probably what you're thinking. A separate entity from the Third Night Order, namely the police, to put pressure on the criminal group. And for that goal, there's only one thing that I can think of: the revival of the righteous bandits. By nimble, I suppose he means that they can move freely without being bound by various restrictions like the Knight's Order. I see. Are you sure you should be asking me something like this? It is exactly because it's you, Your Excellency, that I'm asking. You may decline, but in any case, please do not disclose this to anyone else. It may seem like a seemingly innocuous favor, but underneath it is a rather serious and dark request. Collusion. As righteous as they'd be, they would occasionally violate the laws of the kingdom in the course of their activities. I implied that they would let it slide to some extent. I guess they want to go that far to strengthen the crackdown on the drug cartels. Now, that's quite a challenge, isn't it? Then the answer is obvious. Sure. Are you sure? Yeah. Lucky for us, I have the right person. Me, right? As I gave my answer, Renko emerged from the back of the living room. She may have been secretly listening, but she seemed to understand what we were talking about. And she is? Her name is Renko. She is the only daughter of Ryumuzuma, the head of the righteous bandit group R6. We've spoken about her having a respectable occupation, but I believe this should also be fine. Is that right? I nodded. Renko folded her arms and huffed. I guess that means we are supposed to leave it to her. If you want to do it, I can leave it to you. How's that? Who else could it be but me? I'll take care of it. She seemed very eager to get on board. I kind of thought, maybe she wants to do it, but it seems my hunch was right. In the short time I was in contact with her, I noticed that she had no initiative of any kind. However, if you ask someone else to do something that's worthwhile, in the end, you are forcing your own colors into it, so it never ends well. If so, then the answer is to provide them with an environment that allows them to move independently. I felt that an environment where she could be proactive from the get-go, with the guise of a request from others, would be a good fit for her. Then, yet another unexpected man appeared from behind Renko. He looked as if he just couldn't keep quiet anymore. I'm against it, Second Sama. Kubero the butler, the former second in command of R6. Why so? Certainly. I now have a respectable profession. But, at heart, I'm a righteous bandit. With all due respect, you don't know what you're talking about, young mistress. Neither you know about the righteous bandits. What did you say? Say it one more time. I'll say it as many times as I need to. You don't know anything about the righteous bandits, young mistress. I hope you readied yourself, daring to say such things to me. Hey, stop fighting. This is getting annoying. I don't want to see blood spilled. However, I agree with Kubero, as well. Renko knows nothing about righteous bandits. But, say, Kubero, you want Renko to live a decent life, don't you? Yes, that is the wish of the late master. He told me to never let the young mistress get a tattoo. You're so kind, a gentle thought. But, you know, only she can decide how she wants to live her life. But I think it would be harder for Renko to remain stuck in this limbo of uncertainty. I want to let her have the freedom to do what she wants to do, imitate the righteous bandits or whatever. Let Renko be the righteous bandit she envisions herself to be. If you are willing to say this much for her sake, I have no choice but to nod my head. Sorry. You can complain all you want later. It is a matter of opinion. Who says that righteous bandits are not respectable? Who says that it is stupid to bet your life on a game? That's not for people to decide. At the end of the day, it's what you think of yourself. Why don't you just try it out and then think, oh, that was stupid. I've thought so too, that it might have been stupid, that it might have been useless. But you know what? Even if I've done something useless in the end, I have never thought that I had wasted my time. For the dozen or so years I played Mobius, I had a lot of fun. I've had so much fun that I can confidently boast now that this was my life. Renko, give it a try. Do as you like. If you think it's fun, you're in the right place. That's fine. HMPH. That's none of your business, I'm sure. I couldn't help but laugh at her blunt response. She looked embarrassed. I laughed dryly. Kubero smiled helplessly, and Raz smiled kindly. The discussion was settled. The return of the righteous R6. Will it turn out to be a good thing or a bad thing? Well, it will be what it is to be. Now that we have cleared things up, it's about time for dinner. But before that, Now it's a good time for a strategy meeting. Chapter 132. He didn't start the fire. Strategy meeting. UA. After dinner, when everyone was relaxing in the living room after taking a bath, I suddenly shouted. Iko's eyes snapped open, and she jumped out of her skin as soon as I even said strategy. And she darted agilely to the west and east, finally diving onto the couch. It's been a long time since we've had a strategy meeting time, and perhaps she has been waiting impatiently for it. I thought my heart was going to come out of my mouth. Even so, you certainly looked happy about it, didn't you? Well, I've been with Senpai for a long time, but something like this, a happy circle. We've never had a meeting like this. That's why. Makes me grin. Fumu. Surprisingly, the relationship doesn't seem to have progressed that far. What are you talking about? It's not anything like that, but if Raz and Sylvia were talking about something friendly, that's good. There is nothing wrong with a good atmosphere within the team. Master, if we are having a strategy meeting, do you intend to start something new? Yeah. Well, the new thing is just this and that in preparation for the summer title tournament. Understood. Well then. Wait a minute. Before we get into the future, could you tell me what you've done so far? Oh, that's something I'm curious about, too. Just as Yukari pulled a notepad from her pocket, Renko interrupted her. Surely it would be hard to understand what is to come if you don't know the context. All right. I leave it to you, Sylvia. Me? Huh? I guess it has to be me. She is the oldest of the group, after all. Sylvia was happy to hear this, and she began to speak with great enthusiasm. I remember when I first met Second Dono, he was a crazy guy. I arrested him when he was dancing around in front of a grocery store. After some back and forth, it was decided that I would be the one to assist him. After that, Second Dono asked, "Do you want to make a deal?" "A deal? I'll train you but betray the knights." That's basically the story. I had just been dismissed by the Knights Order for being a nuisance, and perhaps because I was drunk. I just nodded my head. This was clearly a crossroads in my life. From the next day on, it's truly a new world. I think he was just trying to get a woman who was heartbroken, drunk, and seduce her, right? Right. Yukari said something rather cold and dismissive. She's still the same tongue-in-cheek. But I guess she's absolutely right. Second Dono was not lying. I trained as I was told, and in no time at all, I went from being a swordsmanship novice to a first-class archery master. I still have dreams about it, especially when it came to learning rook archery. Senpai, don't tell me. Yeah, that thing where I'm the bait. Learning rook archery? Is there a problem? As Renko was pouting, Sylvia whispered in her ear. Then Renko's expression gradually became stern as she looked at me. "I knew you were crazy." "I'm just doing what I can," I was praised. Then, while going around the Rayos dungeon, I managed to get my hands on a bow of the Blazing Wolf. This weapon could only be used in magical archery, so now I decided to learn magic in the Royal Magic Academy, right? There we met Iko and His Majesty Main Castle, the current king of the country. Here, too, the Second Dono was weird. He treated His Majesty Main, who was the second prince at the time, like a junior student, suddenly cut off his own left arm, won all the battles in a magic competition, and to top it all off, refused the first prince's direct invitation to join the knighthood right in front of a large audience. Even as a spectator, it felt as if I was going to get killed. "Why, you've had a lot going on." "The left arm," I'd ask, but then again, I don't want to. That's how Iko became one of us. Iko seemed to have a talent for shield arts and grew at a breakneck speed. It became a very well-balanced team with a front guard, a rear guard, and a ranger. I thought the three of us were just going to take it easy and go on with our lives, but then Second Dono started to say something along these lines. "I want a talented blacksmith. So that's why I was bought." "Huh? Wait a minute." "Bought? I am a former slave." I know that reaction. If a modern Japanese person hears the word slave, 9 out of 10 people will have that kind of disapproving look on their face. I was subjected to brainwashing magic by my former master, Duchess Lucia Icene. By chance, I had an opportunity to be alone with my current master for a few days, and that's when he broke my brainwashing. Duchess Lucia. I see. If that's true, then something really shocking must have happened to break the brainwashing magic, right? You know about it? Yes, that is correct. But I don't want to speak too much about it. I'd like to hear this too, but I don't want to. My head is starting to hurt. Since then, I have acted as master's maid, secretary, and blacksmith. Since Yukari joined the team, the money has visibly increased. When we tried to get rich by collecting mithril by lapping the Prolan dungeon, we almost failed miserably because of Angulmas, but it all worked out in the end because of Yukari's work. Oh, she bit. Angulmas? Did you just say Angulmas? Whoa, calm down. What in the world? Don't you know what you're talking about? It's Angulmas? It's Angulmas? Sylvia, Iko, Yukari, and Renko don't really know its value. Only me and Raz can understand it, the tremendous value of Angulmas, of which there were only 29 in Mobius. Senpai summoned it? Yeah. Is it that great? I can't even begin explaining. How lucky are you? Even though I used a premium spirit ticket, I think I am amazed at my own great luck to pull Angulmas in one shot. But Raz seems to be a paid avatar as well, so she should have a premium spirit ticket too. I hope that she can pull off a rare one, but it's a one-shot game after all. I got so surprised it even tired me. I don't know about this, but if Raspberry Bell is this shaken up about it, it must be pretty impressive. Not only is it pretty impressive, but it's a spirit that even I didn't have in my previous life when I was #1 in the world. If this doesn't surprise you, what will? And then, as I recall, we bought this house. Was it just over 20 billion? Without Yukari's negotiations and Earl Lumberjack's connections, it would have cost us a lot more. Did you say 20 billion? This time Renko shouted the loudest. In contrast, Raz's reaction was little more than wow, that's great. It's interesting to see such a different reaction. I knew it was a big house in a prime lakeside location, but I didn't think it would cost 20 billion CL. This isn't the only house, though. What? Why don't you take a look around the estate tomorrow? Yes, I will. Somehow, Yukari's mood appeared to be better. She must be happy to be able to boast about our house. And then, as always, he caused more trouble. As soon as we bought the house, Second Dono left, saying he was finished getting ready or something, and he didn't come back for 4 months. What? 4 months later, he wandered back and was accompanied by a ridiculously strong black-clad woman. Turns out, he tamed a monster from the A-class dungeon. Izaurus, the Darkness Wolf. She's a secret boss who lives in the great underground library of the Izaurus Castle. Something like that. But it's a bother, right? Oh, I know that woman. We once spoke alone in a small room, just the two of us. We were just supposed to be having a normal conversation, but I thought I was going to die over and over again. I never would have guessed that it was the boss of an A-class dungeon. Yeah, in fact, when we first met, all 3 of us, Sylvia, Iko, and I were instantly reduced to 1 HP at the same time. I'm sorry to hear that. But, taming a darkness wolf is so very like Senpai. I wanted it at all costs. I literally almost died taming her. Then what was it? Oh yes, you were poking your nose in the political strife. Rather than poking his nose, he had been plotting to put his friend, His Majesty Maine, in power, and he succeeded in doing so. He also drove off an army of no less than 10,000 men from Kamel's sacred country single-handedly. In the end, he became the ambassador plenipotentiary of a fictitious country. This land was recognized as an embassy, and we became known as official embassy employees, and of course, we don't have to pay any taxes at all. That's called being unreasonable. Most of the political strife stuff was thanks to Winfield, though. I agree with you. And then the triple crown of titles, because he achieved an unprecedented feat. In a speech that had the entire audience watching, Mr. Second berated all the contestants. He also provoked the audience to such an extent that he ended up announcing that he would hold 8 titles in the coming season. And right after that, he infiltrated Kamel's sacred country, succeeded in bringing about the revolution, and recaptured the saint. I'm starting to feel like such a fool for struggling to begin with while being with Raspberry Bell Sama. The recapture went smoothly thanks to Winfield's advice. This means I'll need to give Winfield a reward for her labor sometime tomorrow. I am too indebted to her. In any case, that's a hell of a thing to think back on. Second dono. You always light a fire everywhere you go, almost as if you're running around setting everything on fire. No, I'm not the one lighting fires. Everything is just burning all around me on its own. Senpai, even I can't advocate for you. I'm sure he's not even aware. That's a terrible thing to say. Well, I guess that's about it. Thank you very much, Sylvia-han. Yukari-han, too. I'm sorry for interrupting the flow of the conversation. Don't worry, it was necessary. The explanation of the whole backstory is over. Finally, we're getting down to business. All right. From now on, Sylvia and Iko will be working toward the summer title games. I'll take care of myself, so you don't have to worry. Now for Sylvia and Iko. I have a special training menu for you girls. You'll be doing that. Finally. What kind of training? We're going to the beach? Sylvia looked thrilled. Iko was. The ocean? What does she mean? We're not going to the beach. First, Sylvia, you must learn martial arts. This will raise strength, dexterity, and agility equally. In addition, you'll continue with the aim adjustment method which you're working on now, while you learn the archery game plan. Understood? Finally, the game plan. Iko, you must learn axemanship. In other words, gunning for pure strength up. Oh, and you'll also learn the shield arts game plan. Okay. And the beach? We will go there sometime soon. Yukio? It seems that she simply wanted to go to the beach. Yukari, you will have to struggle to make equipment until the summer title games. Leave it to me, master. I'm always ready. Will the servants be all right? 14-0 generation individuals have matured. I think we can leave it to these girls to take care of it. Is that so? It's time for Yukari to start working in earnest as a blacksmith. Especially now that it has become clear that the summer title game may be especially hot, it has become necessary to prepare strong equipment with as light clothing as possible. To do so, we cannot afford not to enlist Yukari's help. Raz, you'll be the one developing the addiction cure, right? Feel free to do as you please. Talk to me if you need anything. I'm glad to have you here, senpai. I'll do my best. All right. Lastly, Renko, you go to the capital and be a righteous bandit. Do it to your heart's content. Do as you please. And if anything goes wrong, talk to me. I'll do it even if you don't tell me to, as much as I want. All okay. The strategy meeting ended early. By the way, second dono. Which titles are you after for the summer season? I was in a relaxed mood after breaking the meeting and already buried in the cushions of the sofa when Sylvia sat down next to me and asked me about it. The summer title games, huh? Taojini, Shisasai, Senjutsu, Tenmusa, and Bishaman, I think, and Isenza, Issue, and Ryu's Defense. Well, I already knew it, but it's awesome. 5 + 3, 8 crowns. Martial arts, spearmanship, jujutsu, thread manipulation, and sword drawing. As expected, senpai. Great choice. So, does that mean you're going to get all 5 skills to 9th grade? You must be joking. I was so aggressive last time. There must surely be a strong one out there. Now that's something to look forward to. Even if you say it with such a carefree smile. With a stunned Sylvia by my side, I lied down and slept peacefully. Iko pushed in between the cushion and my belly forcefully. It is quite warm and comfortable. Master, since you seem to have forgotten, may I ask if I may report to Alfredo-sama? Oh. List of currently known titles. Swordsmanship Hisenza, Speed Sovereign, Archery Kaisenzu, Demon Piercer, Shield Arts Kongu, Indestructible, Magic Issue, Sage General, Summoning Magic Ryu, Soul King, Martial Arts Taojini, Battle God, Spearmanship Shisasai, Force Spearmaster, Jujutsu, Short Cane Fighting, Senjutsu, Thousand Armed General, Thread Manipulation Tenmusa, Heavenly Seat, Sword Drawing Bishaman. Chapter 133 Haze. Next morning I called Alfredo over. I don't have to tell you, but it was to cure his blindness. Alfredo, who was still in the capital, responded to the call in less than an hour. I don't think it's possible, but have you already learned the treatment? The first thing that came out of his mouth was doubt. Indeed, if you think about it, it hasn't been 2 weeks since we last parted. No, I didn't learn it. Then why did you? Instead, I brought the saint. You what? I brought the saint. I suppose I didn't mishear. Alfredo scratched the back of his head pensively and said as he corrected his posture. May I ask why the saint is here? Or rather, how can she be here? It's simple. There was a revolution in the sacred country of Kamel, and the saint had nowhere to go. Rokunchia nominated me for her protection. The saint accepted it, and I then approved it. That's all. I will surely repay this debt. I don't know what you're talking about. The saint just happened to come to my house, just in time. So why should you, Alfredo, feel so indebted to me just for having your eyes looked at? But I don't need any thanks. Instead, when you are cured of your blindness, commit yourself to the Kaisenzu battle. Much obliged. Alfredo bowed deeply. This guy might be a little mistaken. He probably thinks that I helped the revolution in the sacred country of Kamel only for his sake. The truth is it was in part for Raz's sake. Or rather, about 70% of the reason was for Raz. However, since saying so would complicate the conversation, so I'll just sell an extra debt of gratitude here. Well, then, Raz, I leave the purifying to you. All right, leave it to me. The healing magic cure status effect and cure all can break the curse of blindness. Both can only be learned in the holy land of Uljo, the headquarters of the Kamel religion. Raz, who had been imprisoned there for months, had learned all the healing magic skills, probably because she had too much free time. I think it shows Raz's meticulous nature when she was trying to get a secondary character to learn it and left them alone after earning exactly the amount of experience needed to do so. Let's get to it. I sincerely appreciate your help. When Raz called out to him, Alfredo straightened his back and closed his eyes. Immediately after, a dazzling light overflowed from the right hand that Raz held up and enveloped Alfredo. Alfredo wrinkled his brow, as if he was dazzled. Can you see? Cure status effects light sparkled and then faded away. As I asked, Alfredo slowly opened his eyes. I see. I can see. I wonder how many years it had been since he experienced any view. He looked at his hands, his arms, his body, then at my face, and he smiled like a young boy. It was a quiet but very deep joy. The obviousness of being able to see was a joy for him, and he could not endure it. He digested slowly the tears of his soul. Second Triple Crown, a handsome young man just as the rumors make you be. Dear Saint, what a divine beauty. Oh, I can see. I can see. It was such a joy that it made us smile as well. I said, I'm happy for you, and welcomed Alfredo with open arms. Alfredo gave me a hug with a big smile on his face and said in a trembling voice, haha, weird. Although I can see now, I cannot see because it is too hazy. Ha ha ha. Afterward, we toured the property, taking in the sights. Alfredo's fresh reactions to all kinds of things with a gleam in his eyes were so amusing that I ended up spending a lot of time strolling with him. Then after lunch was served, it was time to say goodbye. Alfredo looked me firmly in the eye and broke the silence with a serious expression. A token of my gratitude. This is for you. He pulled out a familiar arrow from his inventory. No way. The arrow of bonds. Correct. This is a family heirloom that has been in my family for generations, and I want to give it to you. Something really incredible appeared. Arrow of Bonds, the popularly called Infinite Arrow. If you have this one arrow, you can shoot as many arrows as you like. Such a super convenient item. Naturally, it is a considerably low drop item. Is that okay? If you sell it, you could make hundreds of millions. No, it was millions in my previous life, so it could be several billion in this world. As I was thinking about refusing, Alfredo smiled and opened his mouth. That's why. That's the price of my eyes. It won't be nearly enough, but I'll pay you back for that over time from now on. Ha ha ha. All right, I'll take it. He is a refreshing man. That's exactly why. Oh, yeah, in his eyes, hundreds of millions, even billions, might not be enough to pay for it. It was a response that seemed honest. See you later. Yeah, and at that time, D&J, too. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. We firmly shook hands and parted ways to see each other again. In the summer title games section. Recently, second firstist has been terribly busy. That's no wonder, because even though he wanted to get ready for the summer title games right now, he was too busy meddling in other people's quarrels, such as the revolution of the sacred country of Kamel. It was not only about taking care of himself, he also had to take care of his two beloved students, Sylvia and Iko. In addition, he must instruct Yukari in blacksmithing, assign a position to the two new additions, Raz and Renko, and that's not counting his continuous need to lead the firstist household, which had become quite large. Therefore, they will inevitably exist, a group that can be called the haven't been cared for. And currently, it had two people. One was sulking just for the sake of it. It was an androgynous-looking spirit who continued to scribble. So what? After all, I'm nothing but, on the carpet of the great king's mansion that existed inside the spirit world. The other one was, confused. Her usual sharpness was nowhere to be found. Thinking, I want more attention, but what should I do? She was a spirit of mixed descent working as a strategist who was feeling puzzled and troubled by her own emotional disorder. For a while, they were left alone. The former became sulky. I'll stay asleep until I'm summoned. Saying so, he locked himself in his room, and has not been heard of ever since. And the latter was Second San. Oh? Hey, Winfield. He wondered what kind of a curious move did she use to trick that Yukari into letting her be summoned at this time, today? You are clever and strategic as ever. However, her mind completely went blank when she came face to face with Second. She didn't know what to say. She couldn't just straight out say I want to spend time with you. Her thoughts were jumbled as to whether she really just wanted attention, or she wanted something else from Second. However, even if she felt as if her mouth would overflow with I love you, the moment she opened it, she couldn't help but to overthink it. Normally, she was on the side of the person being consulted, but when it came to romance, she was as good as a beginner. She had no one to turn to for advice, and even her brain, which she prided herself on, was not completely functioning, leaving her in a state of total helplessness. Yes, she has so many pent-up feelings, and the more it is accumulated, the more powerful it became, almost as if it were magic's charge skill. Oh, just in time, Winfield. I thought I should give you a reward of some kind. Reward? When she heard the word reward, Winfield's thoughts instantly turned to immediate gratification. Then, having a morning nap with Second, she thought. Surprisingly, she wasn't as taciturn as she looked. Is there anything you want? Whatever you want. Anything? Why yeah. Second unintentionally intoned a forbidden phrase. What little reason Winfield had left was blown away right there. Well, maybe not right now, but say Second-san. Whoa. What is it? She moved her face a little closer to him, and her eyes darted around as she opened her mouth. Tonight. Coming over. Tonight? Incoming over. Second's eyes widened as she walked away, red up to her ears. That night, Winfield visited Second's room. One glance at her exuberant negligee, and Second knew her resolve. The two sat down on the bed, while silence flowed. Second pondered over and over again about the past, wondering if he had not misinterpreted her sexual desires as romantic feelings running wild, and finally came to the conclusion that she was serious in her repeated approaches to him. Rather, in the first place, he was not hesitant either. Perhaps he was hoping for a deeper relationship with her, as he showed his interest in her by saying things like, "That's what I like about you." Then, a final confirmation. They looked at each other up closely and understood it. Her expression was both serious and earnest. When Second brought his face close to hers, Winfield squeezed her eyes shut and shivered like a small animal. I'll have to prepare another reward, he thought. With this in mind, Second gently stroked her trembling body and slowly. Chapter 133.4 24 Hours with the Night Order. Extra. A certain place in the capital. Royal Capital's 3rd Night Order's cavalry unit. They are entrusted with the security of the royal city of Winston, and today they continued to patrol the streets as usual. Here was a formidable night duo. Alex Virginia, 22, and Clarice Virginia, 20. They were brother and sister. To no one's surprise, the family was astounding. The father was a knight, and the little sister was a Kaisenzu challenger for the 466th title games. The number of villains the two have arrested so far was one of the best, if not the best, among their peers in the jurisdiction. They were, so to speak, professional patrolmen. Oh, it's so peaceful. That's good. In the morning, the two looked around the less populated part of the royal city, a yawn-induced mumble. Although seemingly distracted, their eyes would never miss a criminal. Oops. A young man came out of an alley. He looked like an ordinary young man. But in their eyes, he was strange, the sign of someone drowning in darkness. Alex was known as a young noble in his jurisdiction, and his use of language showed glimpses of this. There was something about him that gave him a distinctive feeling. Clarice took one look at her brother and chuckled. Did he look at us, make a horrified face, and run away? Shall we chase him down for now? All right, let's call out to him. Discovered with the eyes of the brother, analyzed with the eyes of the sister. This is why they were known as a great duo. Good morning, mister. Can we have a word? What? What were you doing? So early in the morning even? No. I was just what? Just what were you doing? What? What was it? The man fidgeted and was restless. He was acting suspiciously. Well, that was something they were grateful for. That one, I guess. That one, obviously. They whispered to each other. They had already realized why the man was acting weird. He sensed the unique smell, one that wafted from the man. Just tell us. It's all too obvious. We already know. Yeah. You can't get away with it now. Come on, say it. There's no point in hiding it. Yeah, that's right. It's easier to just talk. No. Get that out. Now. You have it, don't you? Hey, bring it out. Come on, show us your belongings. It's better to be honest. Huh? What? I don't have anything. I ain't got nothing. The man was hiding something. They could tell that much from the look on the man's face in that split second when he came out of the alley. Clarice, call for backup. Yeah. Clarice launched a signal arrow into the sky under Alex's instruction. It was a marker to let the Third Night Order know where they were. Soon after, 6 knights rushed to support them. The man was surrounded by knights and no longer had anywhere to run. However, he made no attempt to comply with the search of his belongings. Why on earth would he? Yes, some things were not to be seen. I don't have any. You guys are too stubborn. Don't hide it. We know. You are in my way. Out of the way. Back off. Yo, get me a lawyer. A lawyer. I'm asking to see your personal belongings first. I ain't showing you. What right do you have to do this? Bring a warrant. Hey, a warrant. The man raised his voice and ranted and roared. Could it be that he put up a false bravado with his abusive words? Why won't you show me? Is there anything you don't want us to see? There's not. Then you can show it. Show us your belongings. I refuse. Why the refusal? It's none of your business. Wrong. It is our business. Let's see what you have on you. But I don't see why I have to show it to you guys. An hour passed. The man sat on the curb, still unwilling to submit to a search of his belongings. He smoked cigarettes continuously. His hands were trembling and shaking. Is it fear, nervousness, or just give it up? I know it. You're using it, right? What? I ain't doing it. Let me go home. Already? You're not using it, then? Then you can show it, right? I said I ain't showing you. Why can't you show me? Because I don't want to show you. When you say it like that, it makes me suspect that you have something on your hands. I told you I'm not. Then show me. I'm not showing anything. This is not going to get us anywhere. The knights sighed. Then another knight rushed in. The inquiry is over. 2 prior convictions, both for Caramelia. Oh, I knew it. As expected. Clarice and Alex gave each other a small nod in response to the expected report. Probably. Bingo. This stubborn refusal was, after all, the reason behind it. Well, let's just go over to the station. Get up. Come with us. I said I don't want to. Come on. Get up. Stand up. Shut up. You're bothering people, so just stand up. If you're sitting in a storefront, you're obstructing business. You're the ones who came in droves. Just fuck off already. The man waved Clarice away with his hand holding a cigarette. Then the cigarette burned Clarice, and she held her arm, screamed, and fell heavily on her buttocks. Public disturbance. Public disturbance. Seize him. Seize him. Get him. The next moment, the third night order pounced on the man without mercy. Several people held him down, handcuffed him, restrained him, and took him to a holding cell. It was the moment to catch him red-handed. This was about an hour and a half after Alex and Clarice had approached the man. During a subsequent interrogation, the man confessed to using the illegal drug Caramellia. 3 grams of Caramellia were found in the man's inventory and he was cited for violating the Caramellia control law. It's like this every day. As a knight, discipline is important, but a crime is still a crime. We must not let the bad guys get away with it. We just have to keep at it, even if it takes a while. Well, this is the best we can do. They would work steadily, to do the best they could. Today, the 2 skilled knight siblings continued to patrol the royal capital to protect public order. On the outskirts of the royal capital, the sun was setting, and the lights of the street lamps illuminated the dimly lit night streets. A passerby called out to the night guards. A fight? A fight? Which way? There. The slum folks. According to a passerby, there had been a yelling quarrel between several men just a few minutes prior. The knights immediately rushed to the scene. Soon after, several figures that appeared to be onlookers came into view. However, there was something odd about the atmosphere at the site. Those 4 victims, apparently. Are you all right? Are you conscious? Not good. They've fainted. 4 men were lying on the ground. A horrific scene. Or so it seemed. Strangely enough, they all fainted. More importantly, the knights had one thing on their minds. Their external appearance was not what one would call that of good people. Was there some kind of conflict between gangs? While thinking about it, the knights moved to secure the 4 men. I think I recognize him. One knight whispered unexpectedly. This was Clarice Virginia, who was there for support. She looked at the faces of the 4 men, thought for a moment, and then let out a surprised expression. These 4 are suspected of illicit Caramellia distribution? Without a doubt a big catch. It was also a scene that seemed as if someone had orchestrated it. Given that they were all found unconscious, the knights changed course from protecting to securing. Afterward, as expected, a large amount of Caramellia was found in the inventories of the 4 of them. These days, there was no end to the number of these strange incidents, and without fail, at the scene of such incidents. Oh, there it is, the lotus flower. A card featuring a lotus flower was left behind. Rumor had it that the famous righteous Bandita 6, Ryumuzuma 6, had been revived. Apparently, a certain ambassador might or might not be behind it. I really wish they would stop, though, because it's dangerous. There's a lot of opposition within the order, but as a knight, I think I'm more grateful for the help we've received. For now, Clarice said, the maintenance of security in the capital might be in the midst of a transition to a new era. Will probably happen. Guess it's completed now. The Vin's newspaper had a large headquarters in the heart of the royal capital. After finishing his article in one of the rooms, the young man reclined on the back of his chair and stretched out with a grin. Did you finish it? Good job. Oh, editor-in-chief, thank you. Can you check it please? A middle-aged man approached from behind the man. He was the editor-in-chief of the Vin's newspaper. He had the habit of checking articles written by reporters immediately after they were completed. And again this time he gave a short, one-word response, and began silently looking through the freshly completed article. And then, after a few minutes, the editor-in-chief broke the silence. The second half is a no-go. Let's go with the first half. Why? He flatly rejected it. Naturally, the reporter was not happy with the situation. The editor-in-chief then scratched his head and continued his words. Do you know that story? About God's sigh? No, it's the first time I've heard it. There was this god that wasn't feeling all too well, so he let out a sigh. He went, okay, and what do you think happened? No idea. There was a huge tornado that killed a bunch of people. It's kind of a sad story, isn't it? I guess even God can't breathe a careless sigh. Yeah, ultimately, with great power comes a corresponding responsibility and obligation. I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you mean. Do you want me to teach you? Winfield, the spirit strategist, appeared without making a sound. She had been associated with the Vin's newspaper ever since she dropped a special story during the political strife. How mean. I wonder if I'm being hated. As soon as he saw Winfield's face, the editor-in-chief turned pale. The editor-in-chief was not a fan of hers. He felt deeply frightened by the unusual sharpness of her mind. Well, whatever. The story continues. God's sigh, you know. With the editor-in-chief stiffening with a tense expression on his face, Winfield turned to face the reporter. The story of God's sigh. Needless to say, this was a story that Winfield shared with the editor-in-chief. The point is, you have to be careful what happens on a whim. On a whim? Yeah. For example, someone with some great power, on a fleeting whim, helps others. Even if it's not a big deal to the person helping them, it's a really, really big deal to the person being helped. Like with Second San, she added in a whisper so as not to be overheard, and then smiled with a giggle. Seeing her smile for the first time, the editor-in-chief widened his eyes and was quietly surprised. In other words, it's also true the other way around. Indeed. Even if you think this is not that big of a deal, there might be someone out there who will make a real big deal out of it. I see. Is that the case with this article? The man took Winfield's words to heart and looked again at the article he had written. However, he did not seem to understand what was so problematic. I can't tell you the answer. I think it is important to think and realize it by yourself. What impact does each article have on the reader and what are the consequences? You have to think it through, you know, Winfield says as if admonishing while twirling her fingers. Then, as she headed for the exit of the room, she opened her mouth to say one last thing. I think you know what I mean. It's better not to write an article about Second San. Be it good, or bad, okay? Because, if I were to find one, I simply don't know what I'll end up doing. Bye-bye, she said. After threatening them, Winfield coldly turned her back on them and left without a glance. But the moment she was out of their line of sight, she hummed and skipped back home smiling. For a moment, silence prevailed. She's kind of scary, isn't she? No. She was quite nice. She was in a very good mood today. Something good must have happened to her. That was nice. Well, you'll know eventually. Chapter 133.8 Title Talk, Sailor Uniform and Winter Clothes. Extra. Did you think I would give up so easily? What a shame. I won't give up that easily. One maiden laughed with her hand over her mouth. She was the former Saint Raspberry Bell. The time was midnight. She came out of her room when everyone had gone to bed. The first night she went to bed exhausted and unable to do anything, so she was a little late on the second night and a little behind. Hence, she felt slightly impatient, but still, it's a big house. I feel like I'm getting lost. Raspberry Bell had spent 2 full days in the mansion and was still getting used to its sheer size. If only this lakeside mansion were the only house, but there were several ridiculously large houses scattered throughout the vast property. Even though the servants had shown her around during the day, it was still going to take a long time to figure it all out. She then walked along the corridor, exploring, stealthily, and headed for a certain room. Yes, that was Second's room. Raspberry Bell's once-in-a-generation confession failed spectacularly due to the transfer by Anko, but she was not the type to give up after just this. She had been stalking him for nearly a decade. That should be no surprise. It should be around here. Oh, here. As she followed the dimly lit hallway based on her memory, she saw Second's room. She stood in front of the door with a nervous look on her face. One deep breath, one more, and one more. After about 3 more, Raspberry Bell motioned with her right hand, ready to knock on the door. For a moment, she heard something. I hope it's just my imagination. With this in mind, she listened carefully. Huh? Finally, she placed her ear to the door and began to probe inside the room. Is this what I think? Her bad premonition was right on target. What she heard was clearly that kind of voice. Oh my, even Senpai is working hard at it. With a sigh, Raspberry Bell slumped her shoulders and muttered. The voices coming from inside the room sounded like they were right in the middle of it. Even the quintessential stalker couldn't stand in the way of 2 such people. However, She was not the kind of stalker who would give up because of that temporary retreat. I'll confess another time. Having decided to do so, Raspberry Bell then left Second's room. Or so she tried, but her legs refused to move at all. Is he really that great? Gulping down and suppressing her pounding, noisy heartbeat, she gave in to temptation and gently put her ear to the door again. 5 minutes passed, then 10 minutes, but Raspberry Bell stayed in that position. Then, 20 minutes later, she quietly removed herself from the door, letting out another loud sigh before staggering off to her room. Oops, I'll need a change of panties. A muffled murmur echoed in the empty hallway. Like I said, take the day off. I don't want to. I'm not resting. What? I'm doing this for your sake. Second Dono. It's none of your business. I don't understand this guy. Next morning, when Raspberry Bell went down to the living room, Sylvia and Second were fighting. What's with all the noise in the morning? Raz, listen to me. This girl wants me to take a break. Raspberry Bell. Second Dono hasn't taken a day off in the past few months, you know. I am saying that it is fine for today since things have been settled for a while. And I'm saying I already took off yesterday afternoon. You were giving blacksmithing instructions to Yukari, weren't you? See? Wasn't that resting? That's not resting. The two of them argued with each other. Raspberry Bell opened her mouth with a sigh as she watched the scene. Why don't you geese get married already? How did it come to that? Coke. Dismayed, Second answered, while Sylvia was stiffened, leaking a weird voice. Sylvia, fried chicken? Iko, don't call her that. Then, chicken. I guess so. Raspberry Bell muttered, to be having such a treat, even though isn't even breakfast, and moved to the washroom. As she washed her face, it occurred to her how envious, having a lover's quarrel with Second. Sylvia had no idea how difficult and precious that was, to be able to do something I couldn't do in 10 years, and to have it done so easily in front of me. For Raspberry Bell, the only word that came to mind was envy. No, let's not think about it. She gave herself a boost when she was feeling down. Raspberry Bell had changed a lot since she came to this world. It was no longer enough to just watch him from the shadows. To take action to stand beside him, wasn't that what she resolved to do, when she decided to confess her feelings to him? I won't be a nuisance to him anymore. I will not become complacent. Wasn't that my sincere belief, and didn't I create Raspberry Bell in order to realize that dream even if it was only in a small way? The answer to her own question was immediate. Yes. There was no more to be said about it. All right. Smack. Raspberry Bell slapped her damp cheeks and regained her spirits. She wiped her face with a towel and faced the mirror looking refreshed. Hang in there, Raspberry Bell. Don't lose, Raspberry Bell. Suzuki Ichigo encouraged herself. Hopefully, I can walk next to him with a smile on my face. Second, let's go to the beach. Beach? Oh, right. You're right. Shall we go to the beach then? After breakfast, the 5 members, excluding Renko, who had headed off to R6 activities, were relaxing in the living room when Iko suddenly remembered something he had said. There it is, Ika favoritism. There it is indeed, Ika favoritism. Sylvia and Yukari raised their voices in protest. It can't be helped. I made a promise. Right? Right. Ika flopped down from Second's lap with a happy smile on her face and rushed off to her room to get ready. HMPH, you're just going to have to go on your own. Well, it's like a vacation after all, Sylvia muttered, trying not to be overheard by Second. Yukari looked at them and said, can't be helped if it's only you two. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly, and she began to put away the Second's teacup. See, can I come with you? Huh? Sure. A chance. Raspberry Bell raised her hand as if to say so. Sylvia and Yukari looked at each other for a moment, but Sylvia could not be honest after their fight, and Yukari could not raise her hand because she was busy with work, so they had no choice but to let her go. I'm ready. Let's go. After a while, Iko appeared in the living room with a fishing rod and a bucket. You're going fishing? Yes. It was a huge fishing rod, marked Model 3 to 500. I wondered when and where she bought it, and upon closer inspection, the rod seemed to be a full-fledged device. Oh, yeah. I remember people calling it a fishing game. Raspberry Bell mumbled in a small voice so that only Second could hear her. Mobius Online was a game that was heavily obsessed with fishing. The quality of the fishing experience was so good that some players even started playing the game for the sole purpose of fishing, and many fell captive to its charms. Hence, it was affectionately called a fishing game in some circles. Second replied with a single phrase, "How nostalgic," with a smile that only the two of them could understand. Foo-foo. That was all it took to make Raspberry Bell impossibly happy. "I'm so lucky," Raspberry Bell thought with a grin on her face. "Come on. Let's go." Seeing that everyone is ready, Second uses monster summoning to call Franco and orders her to use darkness transfer. Soon after, Iko was summoned to the seaside town. The destination was the port town of Kula, the gateway to the isolated island where the ancient castle Isekai is located. "Okay, so we've arrived." "Good job, Anko." "Thank you. There's nothing I wouldn't do for your sake, my lord." "You are so cute." "CC cute? I don't think that's true." After arriving at the port town of Kula, Second stroked Anko's head, and she rubbed herself against him, her eyes narrowing even more as if she was feeling satisfied. "Ah, there is a nostalgic smell. This is the first port town I visited with you, my lord, isn't it? Do you like the smell of the ocean breeze?" "Yeah, after my lord's smell." "Then what's the third?" "Maybe the smell of blood?" "That's so like you." The two flirted in the shade of a tree, looking out over the harbor. "Huh?" Then a bleary-eyed Raspberry Bell came running up from the distance. Beside her, the shrunken figure of Iko. "What happened?" Second noticed and called out to them. Raspberry Bell then responded loudly. "This is bad. Iko fell down." "Ah really?" Second muttered with a frown on his face. As they came to the shade of the tree, he could see the situation clearly. Iko's buttocks were covered with a thick layer of green moss. "Did you slip and fall on some moss?" When Second asked, Iko nodded silently, shivering from the cold. The shaking seemed to have increased even more than before after that. "Ha ha. Well, I'm glad it was nothing serious. Anko, take her home." "As you wish. I don't even know what we've come here for," said Second, looking away from Anko and Iko. Second and Raspberry Bell were now alone under a large tree overlooking the harbor. Raspberry Bell let out a small gasp when she realized this fact. 60 seconds until the next darkness summon. Being so familiar with Second as she was, Raspberry Bell was certain he would say something like this. "Well then, shall we two go back home?" "See?" A small laugh. Raspberry Bell was instantly prepared. As usual, she placed her hand on her chest, took one deep breath, and broke the silence. "Senpai, since we've come all this way, why don't we go for a little stroll in Kula and then go home?" She was impatient. Seeing the friendly atmosphere between him and Anko earlier, she couldn't stand still. Hence, on this unusual occasion, she will not hesitate to go on the offensive. "Sure. Where do you want to go?" "I'd love to go to the shopping district." "Roger." A casual exchange, as if they were friends. This was not the way it should be. Raspberry Bell shook her head while feeling comfortable with the distance between them. If this was the relationship between Seven and Framboise, this would be fine. But if we were speaking of the relationship between Second and Raspberry Bell, this wasn't going to work for her. "Do you think I would look good in a sailor uniform?" "What's the matter?" Asking that so suddenly? We wore blazers in junior high and high school, right? I wanted to wear a sailor uniform at least once. "Oh, I see." "Sailor uniforms are only sold in Kula, correct?" "All right. It's a good opportunity, so let's go buy some." "Yes, it's a good opportunity." The sailor uniform was equipment that could only be purchased at a storefront in the port town of Kula. Raspberry Bell's spur-of-the-moment strategy was to use this as an excuse to get a date. "Here? Wow, there's a lot of stuff here. Look, senpai." When they arrived at the store, Raspberry Bell ran off, her voice bursting with excitement. In fact, she had a longing for sailor uniforms. The various sailor uniforms lined up in the display windows attracted her attention, to the extent that she couldn't help but smile. "Oh, this one's really good, isn't it?" "Really?" "Try it on." "Yes." Second picked up a simple navy blue sailor uniform. Raspberry Bell happily accepted it and went into the dressing room and began to change. When she saw herself in the mirror, she became convinced that she could do it. "Chan, what do you think?" 119 points. "Well, I am happy, But what's with the half-assed 19 points? I wanted to make it a prime number. Isn't 119 divisible by 7? Oh, is that true? They laughed together. Raspberry Bell's cheeks were stained with overflowing joy, while Second scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm going to buy this one, Raspberry Bell said, smiling as she fluttered her skirt to the right and left. She seemed to like it a lot. Seeing her, Second laughed and said with a chuckle, "No, I'll buy it. These are things are paid for by men." "You sure? Do you even have that kind of money to begin with?" On closer examination, Raspberry Bell was penniless. Her cheeks heated up a little. She felt instantly ashamed of herself for being so excited about wearing a sailor uniform in a flirtatious manner. "You are as careless as ever." Seeing Second paying the fee with a sly smile on his face made her feel more ashamed of herself. The price tag said 210,000 CL, quite expensive, and that only added to her shame. But, at the same time, the fact that she was being treated like a girl filled her with inexpressible joy. The corner of her eyes felt warm. What Raspberry Bell had been seeking for so long was now coming to fruition in a very natural way. It was just a few minutes. A simple shopping date, but for her, it was like a dream come true. "It's getting cold. So, I also bought you a coat." Senpai. Softly draped over her shoulders was a beige duffel coat that went well with her navy blue sailor uniform. It was warm. Incredibly so. It's warm. It's really, really warm. Thus, the shopping date was over in an instant. Sadly, this was how shopping with men was supposed to be. "Well, let's go home. Are we done?" "Yeah, I'm already quite satisfied." The two talked like that as they walked down the shopping street toward the ocean. Raspberry Bell realized somehow she had been in too much of a hurry, but it was also fine to let things change slowly and naturally. She had her pace, and Second had his pace as well. "Hang in there, Raspberry Bell." "Hooray, hooray, Raspberry Bell." With a smile that overflowed, Suzuki, Itchygo and Second walked together on their way home. End of Volume 6.